shocking admission.
James Lipton.
A pimp is somebody who exploits the women who work for him. I was a tour guide. I would say, you want to see some sex?
Shit-faced buffoonery.
E-Rock drank all the Patron.
Everything is blurry.
And whatever this is.
Well, normally I like a couple fingers up my ass.
What the fuck happened? Relive 6 months of O&A in just one short week. Opie and Anthony's worst of 2013 so far.
Welcome, everybody, to the worst of the year so far, an Opie and Anthony special. Opie and Anthony are taking a well-deserved vacation this week, so in their absence, I am Sam Roberts, and I am bringing to you the best moments that have happened in 2013 so far. We'll be doing this all week long, but today we'll start this by going over stuff like Mars and his abusive mother, talking about Charles Ramsey, you know, the guy who rescued the girls from Cleveland, Moses Gates, Opie city exploring. He saw some insane things that he shared with us. Norton's new cop show, a whole bunch of stuff. This all happened this year, and it's only July. We're going to start this worst of 2013 so far week-long special with Opie's son's adventure. This is like baby's day out come to life. Opie, he's got a 3-year-old son who decided to go for a walkabout. He left Opie's apartment, and you're sitting there saying, it's an apartment building. What could possibly go wrong? Well, it caused a very long day for Opie and a very misadventure for his son. Here it is, Opie's son's adventure. Can you say very misadventure? On the worst of the year so far.
Opie and Anthony's worst of 2013 so far.
So then I go home, and my kid is starting to feel better, so he's like, his energy is back, so he's fucking rocking around the apartment. He wants to be outside.
And I'm sure it's all good, constructive stuff that helps the family that's ill. No. Not shit you have to mind 24 hours a day.
Yeah, that's got to be a worst-case scenario when the whole
Right.
house is sick and the kid is the one that gets better first.
Dude,
Yeah.
when I'm 100% healthy, it's a pain in the neck to chase him around all day.
Yeah.
Imagine when your like bones are achy and you got a sinus headache and you can't breathe, and every time you go up an elevator, you can't hear for 15 minutes.
Oh, my God.
Because whatever the fuck happens to your ears when you're all clogged up.
That's what happens when you live in Cloud City.
Cloud City, baby.
Yeah, that's it.
So, all of a sudden, I don't know, like the kid's got the run of the place because I just can't, and my wife can't, and somehow he got into the chocolate bars.
So now he's on a sugar high. A 3-year-old on a sugar high in a fucking house where everyone's sick.
Somehow he got into the chocolate bars because I heard some yelling from the other room. He got into the chocolate bars. I'm like, all right, how much could he have had? I guess he had a lot. Oh. Because then,
like fucking Beavis.
yeah, for the next 6 hours, he was completely out of his mind.
Oh my God.
Completely.
It's like having a little cokehead in the house.
Well, that's what I said to you before the show. I don't do it anymore. I did it a long time ago. I dabbled a little bit, but I was looking at him going, that's someone on coke.
He's grinding his teeth, just talking nonsense.
He was talking nonsense for real, like just babbling about weird shit.
Yeah.
And then he went through all his toys within an hour. Like he would play with something for 5 seconds.
And just fucking lose interest, run around, grab something else.
Kids' attention span is very short to begin with, but when they're on the chocolate, forget it.
On the chocolate.
On the chocolate. It's a drug. That's a drug.
Absolutely. For kids, that's a fucking drug.
And a kid not even 3 yet? Oh, my God.
Yeah.
My kid is now completely wired on the chocolate. And I just said, I just decide, you know what, fucking do whatever you want. I can't. I'm achy. My tooth fucking hurts. So I sit on the couch and I'm like, you know what, the Islanders and Rangers are on.
Ooh.
I'm going to fucking put that on my 65-inch TV.
What? Nice.
And that's about the time my kid decided to break out his T-ball set.
Oh.
He's got a little plastic T-ball set. And he's like, watch, Daddy, watch. I'm like, yeah. Because I got my laptop on my knees. I'm checking my numbers. We all check our numbers, right?
Yeah.
Check some tweets, check some YouTube views, check Facebook, check the Instagram. And he's doing pretty well with that T-ball thing.
Uh-huh.
And, we taught him to keep his eye on the ball. So I have a video, but I just don't want my kids in the public eye.
Yeah.
We told him to keep his eye on the ball. So what he does is he puts the ball on the tee.
Yeah.
And then he leans all the way down and puts his right eye on the ball.
Hello, ball.
Right.
He's like,
So
that's adorable.
leans all the way down like this, puts his eye on the ball, and then he's ready to swing. So literal.
He does it every time?
Every time. Yeah.
Eye on the ball.
Kids just understand literal shit.
Oh, literal kid.
Right. If you say eye on the ball, he's going to listen to you and go, all right, if that's what you say makes me a better hitter, I'm going to fucking put my eye on the ball.
There you go.
So he's hitting, and I'm like, wow, that's good. Yeah. And I'm playing with him a little bit, but not really because I feel like shit. He's wired. I'm like, I have officially given up.
And this T-ball is going on in the living room.
Oh, yeah.
Nice.
Literally, I hate using the word literally, but feet away from my
I literally use it all the time.
5-month-old.
I was going to ask what's going on with the 5-month-old while this is happening.
It's not good enough that he's just playing T-ball in the living room. He has decided he needs to do it right next to my 5-month-old daughter.
Jesus.
Right next to her. She's in a little bassinet.
Oh, boy.
A couple of the balls ended up in the bassinet. Oh, no. But I'm like, I can't control this kid. He's on drugs right now, a.k.a. chocolate.
Yeah.
So, I don't know what happened, but all of a sudden I look up, to check out the Islanders-Rangers game, and my TV's like black. I'm like, what the fuck?
Ooh.
But I could still hear the game.
So it was on BET? What happened? Sounds like a nightmare.
Tony in Brooklyn saying fatherhood is a young man's game. I'm kind of figuring that out.
Young man's game.
Kind of figuring that out.
Yeah.
So I look up at the 65-inch TV where the nice hockey game was on, and all of a sudden there's no picture. I'm like, fuck. And this happens from time to time, so I'm fucking doing a few things, trying to figure it out.
Settings,
can't figure it out. So I'm like, fuck it. So now I'm listening to the game like it's old school radio.
Oh, you still had sound coming out.
Yeah, through a 65-inch TV. I can't see the fucking picture.
What you could get with a fucking little radio.
Right. So at this point, my wife comes home. She's like, I don't know what he did. So I'm like, I go, could you just please, fix the TV? I just want to watch the game. Because she kind of knows some workarounds, I guess.
Yeah.
And I just don't. So she's working on it. Next thing, no. I'm in the other room at this point, and I hear kind of, not a scream, but something like that, right?
Oh.
So I come running into the living room, and that's when she pointed out that my 65-inch TV was spidered. Somewhere in my fucking, my cloud of fuzziness, he fucking smacked the ball and hit the 65-inch TV.
You missed a good line shot up the middle.
I missed a good fucking hit. I missed a good hit.
He connected.
And fucking spidered my TV.
Net is high. Net is fly. Net is gone.
So now I'm like, now my TV... And the people that, our parents out there, they've told me off and on Twitter and shit, have you lost any of your shit yet? And I've been really lucky.
It's not like a wiffle ball?
Well, or he's got all sorts of balls, all sorts of different sizes, and there's one yellow.
Oh, no.
Yellow, like...
croquet ball.
It's almost.
Oh, shit.
It's hard. It's a hard yellow ball that's hollow, and it has like a thing inside that kind of,
jingles?
Jingly.
Yeah.
I don't even know what the ball was used for, but I guess he put that on there.
Breaking TVs, apparently.
Right. And it fucking connected.
Oh, shit.
Line drive right to the TV.
Oh, man.
Fuck. So the TV shot. 65-inch TV gone.
There's no fixing those.
There isn't,
You
right?
don't get those fixed. No.
So I'm just...
At least you could upgrade now to fucking like an 80.
My day's not over yet.
It's still...
It's not over yet. So at that
If this was a daily day...
If I filmed this, I would compete with Hangover.
This would be a good documentary.
Yeah. What?
And it should be called Fatherhood is for the Young.
Oh, my God. So then...
A young man's game.
Your day should be played for sex ed classes.
Yeah.
Like, do not have sex. See what happens to you.
And so then, my left eye at this point, I'm kind of closing it because fucking everything just aches. I'm like, I got to get out of the house.
You could close your eyes because it's not like you can watch the TV.
Right.
So you can just relax.
You have to imagine.
So I go, I'm going downstairs because we had to fax something. And we used to have a printer, but that went a while ago when the kid decided he has to stand on it a lot.
They just are little tornadoes in your house. Little tiny tornadoes.
We lost that about a year ago. I just never replaced it. So if I need to send a fax or something, I just go downstairs.
You gotta go to
shit.
Yeah.
So my kid goes, "I want to go with you, Daddy." I'm like, "No, man. Dad needs to just breathe."
A minute away.
Yeah. So I locked the door, and then with my key, I locked the top lock as well. Because he's getting pretty good leaving the apartment.
You gotta fucking put him in little solitary.
Yeah. So I'd make sure, and I'd do the double lock. And I hear him like getting all bummed out. He can't go with Daddy, and I hear him run away all bummed out. I'm still ridiculously wired on the chocolate.
Yeah.
So then I go downstairs. I'm faxing. I'm socializing a little bit, just chilling out.
Spend some time with some adults.
Right. And all of a sudden, the lady at the desk goes, "It's your wife." But I hear first, "What?" That's what the lady downstairs. I hear her side. She goes, "What?"
Oh no!
So I grab it. It's my wife on the phone calling downstairs. I go, "What's going on?" She goes, "I don't like saying his name on the air. Blank is in the elevators."
Oh no!
He's in the elevators.
Your kid?
My kid is in the elevator.
In the elevator.
Oh.
So he got he.
She said she heard the door open because we figured all this out later. He will go in the hall a little bit, but come back in. We sort of watch it. We're not just assuming it's okay.
Oh boy!
And then she said that she heard the elevator, and was like, no fucking way.
No, we got it.
So she ran out in the hall immediately, of course,
and wants to see the doors close
with a almost 3-year-old in the elevator by himself.
Holy shit! How many floors is your building?
50.
50. So it's a 50-to-1 shot,
and we're way up there. We're way up.
Oh man,
we're almost at the top.
He unlocked all the locks with his little hands?
Yeah, because he now pushes like whatever he could find to get up higher.
Oh, so he's climbing on
He's a
stuff.
smart... A lot of people say he's a pretty smart kid for his age. I don't know.
Yeah, look at this here. Booger Couch saying your kid's ripping off your fucking internet show.
Yeah, there's an elevator show for you.
Yeah.
So he pushed a box to open up the top lock, which we've seen him do.
Holy shit!
And it's not an easy lock, man. It's kind of heavy duty.
So he used fucking some ingenuity there.
Yes.
Pushed it up, hopped on the fucking...
And I'm downstairs, and all of a sudden, the wife's like, he's in the elevators. I'm like, what? He's in the elevators?
Oh, my God.
So you can see where the elevators are, and I'm like, all right, where are the elevators?
This is exhausting.
And one was on 18, and one was on, I don't know, like 30, let's say.
Uh-huh.
And I'm like, okay, I go call security, and security goes, yeah, no one's in the elevators, because they could see.
Oh, man.
So now he got in the elevator on our floor, and now he got off on a floor somewhere in my building.
So you don't know where he is?
No. No.
Oh, my God.
No. So I'm like, all right, get me to the 18th floor, and then I'll just I'll run the stairs until I fucking find him.
Right.
And then just as I was about to do that, this lady calls down and goes, we have a kid up here on, I think it was like 24, I guess. 24? I'm like, what? How do you get to 24? I'm in the 40s. I'm in the 40s.
He hit a button, door open,
I'm in the 40s.
Out. Wow.
He barely knows how to push the buttons because I tell him not to. So his whole thing was he was trying to follow me down. So I go up to the 24th floor, and I'm coming out of like the service elevator, and I hear down the hall, it's okay, Daddy's coming, coming.
Was he losing his fucking mind?
Oh, yeah. So then I kind of run around the corner and see my kid pretty fucking freaked out and scared, crying.
Was he happy to see you?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. And then the lady, I was thinking of Bill Burr because she had her apartment door open. Her husband was kind of peeking out the door. She was in the hallway with my son. And my son obviously needed comforting, but she wouldn't touch him.
Yeah.
Because,
it's the day and age we live in.
Yeah, it's the Bill Burr thing.
You don't fucking
Bill Burr has a
deal
great
with that.
bit about that. You can't touch kids nowadays at all.
No.
So she's trying to comfort him without really touching him.
In the old days, he would have, the father, like the man of the family, would have had the kid, in his arm going, there, over here's your daddy. You know, a little fucking hat on his head.
Yeah, you know, the police
the
scenario.
ice cream cone and the cop's hat on his head.
Right.
Nowadays, like, don't touch him.
Right.
Holy shit.
But I saw that go down in person. She understands the society we live in.
Yeah.
The world we live in, and she's about a foot or two from him, but trying to calm him. Like, her hands are out and stuff. She wants to kind of hold him.
Got to block him like a basketball player.
Yeah.
Just got to fucking...
So I grab him, and I'm like, oh, my God, thank you so much. I'm so sorry you had to deal with this. And she's like, no, it's cool. I was just trying to keep him calm because he was really, really upset.
Jesus.
So then, you know, we go back up to the apartment, and of course, you know, any mom's going through this. When the son is now presented back to you, she's going to kind of break down a little bit. So
she got a little emotional there.
Of course, my wife breaks down a little bit. So then we asked the kid what happened. You know, he goes, "I wanted to follow Daddy. I got in the elevator. I pushed 5 buttons." He pushed 5 buttons. He kept saying that. I pushed 5 buttons.
5 buttons. 'Cause that's what you do.
And then I got out, and then I'm going, Mommy, help me, help me.
No.
You can only imagine the emotion that would start up.
So the wife must have fucking just lost it at that point.
Help me, help
Mommy,
me.
help me.
Daddy, help me, help me.
And he's like conveying this story to you guys.
He's close to 20 stories below where I live.
Oh, no.
Saying this.
He was saying, Mom.
See, he doesn't understand the concept of an elevator. He thinks you go in, you get out, and you're still kind of on the same floor.
It's magic.
Right.
The door opens, you're magically somewhere else, but...
If you're in the elevator, and he thinks, I think he thinks there's only one place to go, which technically it is, because we only use the
where Daddy is.
Right.
I push 5 buttons, I go to where Daddy is.
Yeah, you go in the elevator, you push a button, and you're downstairs.
Yeah.
He doesn't understand the concept that you could possibly stop somewhere else.
Where Daddy isn't.
Right, because he just thinks, all right, go in the elevator, push any button, and you're right. Yeah. That's the where Daddy is button.
The Daddy buttons.
Right. But no, he was 20 stories below us.
So
in the middle of our building.
How many buttons did he push?
He said 5.
5 buttons. Okay.
Over and over again, he said 5. Whatever that means to a kid, you need to push 5 buttons when you're going into an elevator.
He's like, Jesse, you don't understand. I did it right. I pushed 5 buttons.
5 buttons.
I pushed 5
That's what
buttons.
you do. I'm not an asshole.
Yeah.
And then his little, like, kind of still sort of a baby voice going,
oh, no.
Then, I wish I could imitate my kid better, but basically, yeah. And then I got out. It was like, Mommy, help me. Mommy, help me.
Oh, my God. That's
the
saddest thing.
A mom never wants to hear that.
No.
Daddy, help me. Help me.
Of course, she feels like she failed the kid in some way. If the kid has to say, Mommy, help me, and Mommy's not there.
I kept
she had
yelling.
no idea.
Right.
I kept yelling, Mommy, Mommy, Daddy, Daddy.
Oh, my God, that's terrible.
Which makes it even worse.
Terrible.
He's only in a diaper and a T-shirt. And
dressed like Daddy.
yeah, basically. And he brought, for his little adventure, his 3 favorite toys. So he's just holding on to
He's on a little tear, sure.
He's holding on to his 3 favorite toys.
Oh, God.
20-plus fucking floors below where we live in a hallway.
Holy
grabbing
fuck.
those fucking toys like it's everything.
Oh, man.
I'm like, oh, my God.
In case he's got to barter for, like, food and shelter later. He's got some fucking money, some kid money.
And that's, I think,
oh, my God.
So then we kind of got everyone calm and ate dinner. And I woke up with this horrendous sinus headache, and here I am. I think that's it.
Wow. I'm exhausted. Oh.
It was a weird day, man. We don't have days like this ever.
That's constant, like, having something to do. I don't like days where you constantly have something to do. I need some downtime, and I don't fucking even have a little family.
And I don't even know what downtime is anymore.
Oh, it's magnificent.
I don't know what it is anymore.
Love it.
The downtime just got destroyed because the minute there is downtime, let me flip on the T.
Ah, the old TVO.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it gets worse. More of Opie and Anthony's worst of 2013 so far. Coming up. Opie and Anthony's worst of 2013 so far continues right now. Yeah, now.
Continuing on, it's the worst of the year so far with me, Sam Roberts. Opie and Anthony are on vacation, so while they're gone, we're about halfway through 2013, and 2013 has been a year of years. It's been a wonderful year, and so much has happened, we thought we had to share everything so far with you all this week. James Lipton was in studio this year. It was only a few months ago. He stopped by, he was talking about his new book, but more importantly, he talked about being a pimp in Paris. Now, you probably read about this, that James Lipton from inside the actor's studio was once a pimp, that he pimped hoes. But you didn't hear that it came from the Opie and Anthony show. That's because several months after this interview happened, some other news source, some magazine article or something, got the same story, and they went everywhere with it, and everybody reported on it like it was news. We had it first. We just don't have a great PR firm behind us. However, this is the evidence. James Lipton tells us the story way before he told anybody else on the worst of the year so far.
Opie and Anthony's worst of 2013 so far on the Opie and Anthony channel.
Well, obviously, we were astounded by the list of people you have interviewed. It's quite extensive and an amazing array of celebrities. When did you start interviewing people in this fashion?
Well, 19 years ago.
That's it.
In 1994, when the Earth was covered in mists, I had an idea, as a member of the Actors Studio, that we ought to create a degree-granting program for the first time in the history of the studio, which was then 47 years old. And you know the people that had given us, from James Dean and Paul Newman and Marlon Brando and so forth, right up through Pacino and through De Niro and Jack Nicholson, etc. And I suggested at that time that the studio, first of all, was a very private place. It was a gymnasium, and nobody was allowed in from the outside. It was a place where people could go and make mistakes. Why? Because you learn from your mistakes, right? But you don't want to make them in public once you're famous. So that's how it worked. I said, why don't we create a degree-granting program for the first time? We don't have to let people in. The studio is still on 44th Street. It's still a private, cranky place where nobody can get in. But let's let this method that has been honed all these years out in an educational environment. And that was how we started Actors Studio Drama School, which is now at Pace University. And when we started the Actors Studio Drama School, I had people who would... All of our core courses, by the way, are taught by life members of the Actors Studio. That way we get the continuity that we wanted. And so we had people who would teach 30 weeks. People would come in and do 6 Fridays in a workshop. But there was one category left that was unfilled, and that was those people who were members of the studio or friends of ours or colleagues with whom we've worked who could only give us one night of their lives. So I sent a letter out and said, will you come and teach our students for one night? Paul Newman answered, Dennis Hopper answered, Sally Field answered. I got these extraordinary people saying, yes, we'll do it. And that's when I sent word back into the professional community. I was by now dean of the Actors Studio Drama School, which I had created it, so they said, well, you'll give it a year. Start it, you know.
How long had you been at the studio by this time? Had you been there since the beginning?
Only 2 years I'd been there by then. I was trained by Stella Adler and Harold Clerman. And so I got these responses, and I sent word back into the professional community from which I had come. And I said, look, these people are liable to say something worth preserving. And anybody interested, because that means television cameras. And Bravo took the existential leap with me. At that time, Bravo had 20 million people. That is to say, and Cablevision. They were owned by Cablevision. There were 20 million subscribers. Today, we are in 94 million homes on Bravo. We are in 125 countries. We have a record-breaking 15 Emmy nominations. And if you had put a gun to my head in 1994 and said, predict that or die, I would have said, pull the trigger.
Can I ask, when you do such an amazing prep for these interviews, do publicists give you the same thing they give us? Well, you can't ask about this, you can't ask. What are the parameters you allow?
We are about to do our 250th episode. Wow. Not one publicist has ever told me I can or cannot do anything. Not one. There is no pre-interview on our show. We're the only talk show of our kind that has no pre-interview. That's why I have to work for 2 weeks to do those 300 or 400 cards all by myself.
Wow.
And the result of that has been that the guest walks in and has absolutely no idea what's coming next. That's the rigid rule on our show, and nobody has ever asked to violate it. Not once.
I'm amazed by that.
That level of trust
so
they
am I.
have for you.
It's trust and...
Well, they know that we're going to talk about craft. We're not interested in gossip.
Right,
We're
right.
a master's degree program. Those are master's degree candidates sitting out there at Pace University. And so they know that we're not going to get into gossip. We don't care about it. We really don't care, seriously. And what do we care about? We care about the work they've done. And if I were to ask you or anybody in this room, look, I'm going to interview you. And what we'll talk about, I'm just going to ask you about those turning points in your life that made you whoever the hell you are now. Both as an artist in the case of our show, and as a person. And you start, and I've done my research, and I know that there was a turning point. Somebody died, therefore they did this. And so I asked them, I describe to me what happened, and then they tell me what happened, and in doing so, what happens? It's called effective memory in the Stanislavski system. What happens is the emotions that they felt at the time begin to come back, and as a result, we became, to my absolute astonishment, the most intimate and the most emotional show of our kind.
Who gave you the most emotional interview that you can think of, or one
Bradley
that was...
Cooper.
Yeah?
Look, when I was asked over and over again, over the years, who's the guest you want the most? I said, look, I was for 10 years the dean of the Actors Studio Journalist School. I was its founding dean. I'm no longer its dean. I'm dean emeritus. And I said, the night that one of my graduated students has achieved so much that he or she walks out on that stage and sits down in that chair next to me is going to be the night I've waited for since we started this program. Wow. And Bradley Cooper graduated in 2000. We trained him for 3 years. And when Bradley walked out on that stage, he looked at me and I looked at him. We burst into tears and we had to...
Wow.
We couldn't go on with the show for a bit until both of us had recovered. So there is that kind of emotional attachment in the show that, again, doesn't make us better. I hope it doesn't make us worse, but it sure as hell makes us different.
Yeah, and it's honest. I mean, obviously, not talking about the gossipy end of it, just the craft, and just open honesty about it. I think people feel safe there, too. It doesn't feel like they're going to be blindsided by some TMZ reporter.
No, because look, we're a master's class in a university. We don't care about those things.
Yeah.
Our students don't care. They would be disappointed in me if I asked a question about that had nothing to do with the reason that we're all there. And the result for us, for our students, remember, they come from we're in 125 countries. That's not a joke. We were immense in France, in Japan, in Australia, in the Scandinavian countries, in Latin America. The show is just huge. And the result is that our students come to us from all over the world, and they come to us for a reason. And the guests know that there's a reason. And therefore the guests have a reason for coming there, which is to teach them. And it turned out, I thought it would be so dull. I thought it would be so dry. I thought we wouldn't last a year. I'm serious. I thought we wouldn't last a year. Here we are, 19 years, the second longest running show in the history of cable television. All of these things, it sounds like I'm bragging. Maybe I am. But it's also the truth. And it's not something that I had anticipated or even planned. It just evolved organically, the way an acting role is supposed to evolve.
Yeah. How did you accept being thrust into pop culture like that? I mean, the parodies that have been done about you, which are hilarious.
It appears that it appears that I am a figure in pop culture.
Sure.
Watch Arrested Development when it comes back on the air on Netflix. I'm back on the show. The Warden Gentles, like the character that I created on the original show. I'm back on the air. The Will Ferrell, of course. We all know about that. And it's not something that I can plan, but it is something that, to be perfectly frank, that I treasure.
Yeah.
I mean, Will's a friend. He asked me to be in his movie with him, which I did, and the this thing has evolved too over the years. This relationship. Do I like it? People ask me, "Do you hate it?" Hate it? I would crawl on broken glass to have this kind of thing happen to me.
It must have been odd, though, to be the dean of a university.
It was all happening at once. I was one of 7 deans in a university, which is an academic position, of course, and at the same time, all this madness was happening.
Yeah. That's an amazing story.
Of all the people you've talked to, what was something that shocked you? Like, what's a piece of information somebody gave you?
The most shocking one, I think. Well, brace yourselves. It's quite a tale. It's brief. Jack Lemmon was on. I'd known Jack Lemmon when I was a young actor and came to New York, and he was already a famous actor. And Jack was, you may know, an absolutely elegant human being. And it was near the end of his life, just a few months from the end of his life, and he was on the show. And because I'm dean of the school, I'm always trying to make a point for the actors. I'm didactic, which is one of the things people make fun of me for, and some people dislike me for. They think it makes me pompous. And but I'm always trying to teach them something. And so I was working with Jack, and we were talking about Days of Wine and Roses. And I said to him, all the famous scenes in it, the scene next to the crib with the child, the scene in the greenhouse when you smash it, trying to find a bottle that you stowed there, the scene when you're arrested, all those huge scenes, emotional scenes. But the most moving, the most thrilling scene in the movie is the quietest. When you stand up in front of AA for the first time and say those historic words, and then I paused. I'm always trying to get my guest. I tried to get De Niro to say, "You're talking to me," he wouldn't do it. I did get Tom Hanks to say, "Life is like a box of chocolate." And I waited for him to say it, and he said it. He said, "My name is," he couldn't recall it, and he said, "My name is so-and-so, and I'm an alcoholic." And I turned to the students and I said, "See, look, no pushing, no begging for anything. Just do it. Just do what the character does and let the audience provide the emotion. See, no pushing." I said, "That's acting." And he said, "No, it's not. I'm an alcoholic."
Oh, wow.
Wow.
And there follows a 15-second pause, which I kept in the edit because I edited the show. And it's right there, and we just stare at each other. And I saw he didn't want to go any further, and so I went on to the next question. But it was the most startling moment in the history of the show.
Wow.
And afterward, his wife said to me in the green room, first time Jack's ever said that in public.
Wow.
So the fact that he said that, I guess, obviously meant he was in recovery and had kept that private. Wow, that's
he was, but he had never admitted to it in public in his life until that moment. Would you call that a surprise?
Yeah. Well, not in this studio, I wouldn't.
Come on, I enjoy a couple of beers myself. But
you're an interesting guy too, in that you how much of this is folklore? But back in France, when you were a younger guy, you know what is this? Are they?
Oh
Jim
God,
Lipton?
are you going there? Okay,
we have to ask. Yeah, you were.
Go ahead.
You were. I don't want to say a pimp per se, but
I was a macro. Which is not strictly speaking a pimp. A pimp is somebody who exploits the women who work for him, and generally speaking, that relationship nowadays it's unthinkable. Unthinkable. I'm talking about when I was a youngster. This is long, long ago, where it was all regulated in France and so forth. But a pimp exploits the women and often treats them horribly. We know that. But a macro works for the women. They employ him. And I was living in Paris. I couldn't get a work permit. It was out of the question in those days.
Were you acting there? Were you there?
I had been acting in Greece in a film. And then I came back, and I didn't want to come back to the United States for a while. I wanted to live in Europe, and I particularly wanted to live in Paris. There's an expression in French called rite de passage, rites of passage. I was going through it, and I wanted to continue to go through it. And I had met, by chance, because I had gone, as Americans did in those days, to the Rue Pigalle to see a sex exhibition, which was, in those days, was commonplace in Paris. and in America didn't exist at all.
Mm-hmm.
And afterward, I had had a drink in the bar in the bordello and met the young woman who had participated in this, and we became friends. She was from Cannes. She was a beautiful young Canoise. And in those days, France was going through a very hard time, and the men couldn't get work, and certainly the women couldn't. And there was no opprobrium associated with women who went into what was called le milieu, which is that world, and then came out of it. The names I could name for you, movie stars and so forth in France, who were in it for a time. And there was nothing. There were students who were in it, who were earning their way through school, women who were supporting their husbands who were going to college, for example. Wow. It was an entirely different world and completely regulated, medically regulated and everything. Anyway, then when I ran out of money, she suggested that I would become her mech so that I could stay there and we could continue our friendship and our relationship. And I did. And it was one of the most interesting years of my life. Now you know the whole story.
Wow.
But what is one of the responsibilities of
I would go to I would
probably not mopping up.
In the morning. I would appear at American Express, which is where all the tourists turned up, especially the American tourists, right next to the Palais Garnier and to the Paris Opera. And other people would be there saying, would you like, I conduct tours, would you like to see Chartres, would you like to see Notre Dame de Paris, etc. All these people would be these tour guides. I was a tour guide. I would say, you want to see some sex?
Okay.
And these startled Americans would say, yes, this is really what they came to Paris for in those days. And then
when was this, Jim? When was this, roughly?
1950s.
Oh, okay.
And so, France was still recovering from the Second World War. And then I would have to go with them because they were nervous, they were frightened about it. And so I would take them there to the bordello, and my girlfriend and another woman or a man or whatever it was we had arranged, this thing would occur, and these people were electrified by it. And they would ask me to translate for them and speak to these people and tell them what they wanted to see and so forth. So it was a very strange time in my life, but it was literally the only way I could remain in France. I couldn't earn a living any other way. I would gladly have done something else.
Now that's probably a much more fun way to make a living.
Well,
did you get involved?
Interesting.
Were you a part of
What do you mean by get involved?
Well, I mean, what I would love to have done.
No, I mean, she was my girlfriend, for Christ's sake.
Yeah.
I wasn't going to, betray her even with her.
Wow.
You follow me? It's very complicated.
You didn't get jealous?
No.
No.
Well, she wasn't. We were friends. We were really friends. More than anything else.
Right, yeah.
And she had arranged for this. It had to be arranged for her. They would have found me floating in the sand because you couldn't practice that profession unless you had been endorsed. Okay. And so she got me endorsed.
Wow. What a great story.
I've never discussed this with anybody else before on radio.
It's quite amazing. Part of your history and just part of history. We never knew that was going on.
I never would have discussed it at all. I did in my memoir, Inside.
Yeah.
It's there in black and white for everybody to read. But Arthur Lawrence, the great playwright, had been there. And with a whole group of people, with Stella Adler, who was my acting teacher, and they were all there in Paris. They came for the summer, and I was there, and that was when I was working. And they asked me to, and I took them all and arranged one for them, this as a sex exhibition. And Arthur wrote about it in his memoir.
Oh, really?
Yeah, 6 years ago, just before I wrote my memoir. And he talked about it, and so I felt he had outed me.
Did he drop your name in there?
Drop my name?
I thought maybe it was an anonymous type of...
No, he devoted a chapter. He called me that.
He didn't mention your name. He said, the guy who hosts the Actors Studio.
No, I wasn't that then. He called me the sex guide of Paris. And so once that had been done, there was nothing I could do about it except in my memoir to put it on record truthfully once and for all. When Julia Roberts was on my show years ago, and Julia had played, of course, a prostitute famously, And I said, did you interview prostitutes and so forth? She said, yes. And we got into that. And then I began to talk about, I said, well, when I was in France, and so forth. And then I realized I had trapped myself. That was long before I ever discussed it. And I didn't want to go any further with it. And Julia she started laughing. She couldn't stop laughing. And it's one of the most famous moments on the show where I was just sort of fumbling around and I didn't know what to say or how to get out of it. And Julia could not stop laughing. I tried to drink her water and her teeth were rattling on the glass.
She let you off the hook, or she probably could have pursued it. Oh, she didn't?
But I didn't confess anything.
Right.
It wasn't until Arthur Lawrence wrote about it as an experience of his life that I decided I'd better set the record straight, such as it is.
It's an interesting story, and you know what? It's in a time in history where it doesn't seem as seedy as anything like that now.
Listen, the women who were in the milieu in those days some of them were very, very elegant, and as I say, they were examined weekly by a doctor. It was completely regulated. Some of the bordellos of that time were among the most famous in the history of the world. These women were like geishas, and they were so royally treated, and as I said, women moved in and out. They needed the money. They were desperate, and so they would do this for a while. Then they would come out of it. People would know that they were in it. There's a very famous, very, very famous French movie star who was in and out of that milieu. I won't say who it was, and that's not my right. But I know she was. And when they came out of it, there was no opprobrium whatsoever. People never even gave it a thought.
Wow.
The French have always been we're the United States of America.
We're uptight.
What tradition do we have that the French do not have? The Puritan tradition. There is a Puritan tradition in America, which we inherited from England. But the Catholic countries of Europe, France and Italy and so forth, do not have a Puritan tradition. As a result, they look, and neither does Asia, neither does Japan, for example. And so in those countries, you don't find the same kind of nervousness or obsession with sex. They're much less, much less obsessed.
Less uptight, too. Just less uptight.
One of the problems with the Catholic Church today is that it has become absolutely riveted on the subject of sex.
Right, yeah.
And I'm not criticizing them, that's their right. But it is a fact. And they are more sophisticated perhaps about it, or and certainly more casual about it. They don't see it as every encounter as a life-changing event.
Sure.
I'm not saying that's right or wrong, but it's different from our own tradition. We are more uptight, and it has to do with our Puritan tradition.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it takes away from some things that could be, art. I think it takes away from art in this country a lot.
Look at Japanese art, the greatest Japanese artists, the Rembrandts and the Da Vinci's of Japan, all painted pornography. Pure graphic pornography. My wife is half Japanese and half Irish, and she studied art with a great Japanese artist. He was a national treasure. They declare them national treasures in Japan. And he gave her as a gift once it hangs in our house, this painting by a master, one of the 18th century masters of Japanese painting, and it is a pure pornographic
and it has a place in your home right there prominently displayed?
Pride of place.
You see? Wonderful. I love it.
Why not?
Absolutely. Why not? Absolutely.
Did you study with, did Brando study with Stella Adler too?
Brando studied with Stella Adler, De Niro studied with Stella Adler, Harvey Keitel studied with Stella Adler. I studied with her for 2.5 years. She taught for 2 years, and actually she asked me to stay for another 6 months, which I did and worked with her. She was the greatest single academic influence on my life.
So you knew Brando?
Yes, I knew Brando when I first came to New York. He was already, a star, but I did know him quite well. Yeah.
I'm always fascinated with people who got to know him because he seems like one of these guys that was rather difficult to get to know.
At the end of his life, I was always trying to get him to be on the inside the actor's studio. By then, he was reclusive, and he would sit up in his home, and he would make phone calls. He would call me, and we would talk for 45 minutes, but he would never appear on the show. By then, he would not come out of his house, and he was very, very, very bizarre. He speaks to me in Spanish, and I said, I don't speak Spanish, and then he would stop. But we used to talk for a long time. I said, why don't we say this on the air, for God's sake?
Right.
And nobody wouldn't do it. So he's one that got away. But by then, it wouldn't have been very valuable anyway, because he had spit the bit. And he was no longer interested in acting, and he contemned it, and he hated himself, as we all know. It ended poorly. But when I first saw him, when I first came to New York, I saw him in Streetcar.
Oh, wow.
And he was the greatest actor I ever saw.
Did he really dislike guys like Rod Steiger? Because there's this famous story about when they were doing that I Could Have Been a Contender, Charlie, that he wouldn't even do Rod's close-ups with him, that he hated his acting. Is that the truth?
I have no idea. I don't know. I don't answer that. I don't know that he did. But certainly that scene is justly famous. He did everything wrong in it. He did everything unpredictable in it. Instead of being angry at his brother, instead of being frightened of his brother, the two things that you would think that any actor would have chosen, made those choices in the scene. His brother was destroying him at that moment. What was he instead? He was heartbroken. He was heartbroken that his brother would do this. It was the most amazing choice, and only a Brando could have made it. I think that nothing impresses me in an actor more than risk. If an actor takes chances and is utterly unpredictable, then I know I'm in the presence of a great actor. And there's one more ingredient that's necessary. If the actor... First, you are absolutely startled by his choices or her choices, and in the end, you realize they were what? Inevitable. That's what makes a great actor, and that's why Brando, to my taste, is the greatest of his time. And we have some great ones going now.
Who do you think's unpredictable now? Who shot
Philip
you?
Seymour Hoffman.
Yeah.
There you go.
He is good. Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah.
Did Brando ever talk about acting and the actual craft of acting in public in any way?
Yeah, he decided after I started Inside the Actors Studio. I think he was inspired by it because he's a member of the Actors Studio. He was so aware of it. He decided he was going to teach a class in Los Angeles. Advertisements went out. People flocked. And they rushed to be taught by Marlon Brando. And they arrived at the appointed place, and he was waited for the door to open for him to come in. He walked in a dress, as I recall. It lasted, I think, about 24 hours.
That was it.
By then he was two.
Yeah,
He hated acting.
Isn't that odd?
He thought that acting was not a worthy profession. And you know why? Because he was a genius. Geniuses make one mistake consistently. They think that whatever they do is easy. Why? Because it's easy for them. And they didn't have to learn it because it came from instinctively. And as a result, they think it's easy, and it's easy for them to become contemptuous of it. Because, look, I'm doing this thing. What's so special about what I'm doing? Why should anybody make a fuss? And eventually, people like Brando become contemptuous of it. For example, Ted Williams had to teach himself every moment of swinging a bat. He could teach you how to swing a bat because he had to teach himself. He wasn't a genius. What he was a great student, and he taught himself how to do it. Willie Mays never gave it a minute's thought in his life. He was a genius. It just happened. He would get up there, he'd swing the bat, and he'd hit a home run. There are those two kinds of those two approaches to a craft. And Marlon was absolutely a genius. He just was able to do it. Now, he was well trained by Stella Adler. He had a thorough training from her. When you put together technique with talent, you can't teach talent. Talent's what you bring to the table. And
I wonder what that's like.
Yeah, exactly.
I said, I wonder what that's like.
Yeah, no, I'm sure you know. And, but you put together talent and technique, and then out comes a Brando.
You know, I can't even watch movies like A Miracle on 34th Street was on recently. I just can't watch things from that era anymore because, again, like watching guys like Brando and like Hoffman or whoever, I can't watch the old school acting anymore. It just seems so disconnected to anything I enjoy.
Because it was English acting until the Stanislavski Stanislavski system took hold in America through the group theater, out of which came Stella Adler and Lee Strasberg and all the teachers whom I have studied with. Until then, it was a pale imitation of English theater. They had a kind of false English accent.
Yeah.
Everything had to look good, and they practiced in front of a mirror until they had themselves just the way they wanted. None of it was organic. None of it was felt. None of it was emotional. None of it was real. It was all a system of posing. It was rhetorical. It was essentially false.
Very much like old stage acting.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
it was theater acting.
Yeah,
they took it to film. But then when the Moscow Art Theater on Stanislavski came here in the 1920s, there was a revolution, and that was when Strasberg and Stella Adler and Harold Clurman and Cheryl Crawford, they saw what was happening on that stage, and they knew that the door had opened, it would never close again. And then they founded the group theater. Out of that came the plays of Odets. Out of that came all of our greatest actors. And today it is it's transcendent in the world. There's no actor who is not touched by it in one way or another. And in America, we've had some very, very, very great teachers. The greatest of whom I thought was Stella Adler, and she did teach Brando. And once again, there with me, I brought a minimal talent to it, so I was okay. But he brought this great talent, put it together with her technique, and out came a very great actor.
There's footage of the same thing.
Yeah, unfortunately.
I just want to ask one more question. Did they say this footage? I'm not a fan of Shakespeare. I can't enjoy it. But I watched Brando doing Caesar. He was Mark Anthony. I think he was doing it, and I couldn't take my eyes off it because it was like this is the only guy I've ever seen do it.
Neither could the English actors. I remember once one of the English actors on my show was it Tony Hopkins or John Hurt. I've forgotten which one it was. Or Ian McKellen. They said to me, look at the Julius Caesar. You'll see what Brando was doing was here we all came with this classical training, with the perfect body, the perfect voice, the perfect behavior. And Brando came on that screen, and we were all of us in the shadow. And he was able to bring to it the kind of deeply felt emotions of American training and acting when applied to Shakespeare, who was a great writer of emotion, a great writer of feeling, a great writer of character. And when you put those two together, then you've got a performance like Brando's. But, I mean, others do it very well. I think Tony Hopkins is a perfect combination. When he was on my show, he told me that while he was studying at the Royal Academy in London, learning the kind of acting that we all associate with Shakespeare and with the English tradition, he was sneaking off and studying Stanislavski with an acting teacher in London and putting the two of them together. And when you put that exterior technique, which is external, in which certain aspects of a character are acquired externally, together with an internal technique that digs deep into your own soul and makes you recreate whatever it was that Shakespeare wrote and said organically from your own life experience and from your own deepest, the marrow of your bones, then you get the kind of exquisite acting that all of us can react to and never forget.
Yeah. Wow. So rare to see.
They're telling us what they
oh, yeah.
You have other press to do.
You got a lot more press to do.
You're very busy today, apparently.
James is promoting, of course, Inside the Actors Studio. It's an amazing show. You get more out of actors.
You watch Tina Fey, which is tomorrow night on Bravo. And we talked about what? Improvisation. Because she came from Second City.
Sure.
She gives a lesson in improvisation that is incomparable. And guess what? We then improvised, and I was allowed by her to interview Sarah Palin.
Oh, she does.
Watch it. Yep, she does. Sarah Palin. We do about 8 minutes together of Sarah Palin, and it is absolutely extraordinary.
Yeah,
it's improvisation.
Totally improvising.
We're both improvising.
You're an amazing interviewer and a great guest, and
Yeah, thanks so much.
What you get out of actors is amazing. No one gets that
coming
kind
in
of stuff out of them.
Thank you.
Fantastic.
Absolutely.
Thanks for coming in.
And I think a great interviewer gets things out of people. Like, you know, some people got James to talk about things that he hasn't talked about.
Right, Jimmy.
Yeah. My wife is, if she hears this, she is going to kill me.
Meanwhile, you should have maybe gotten an acting lesson from him instead of acting.
Yeah, I really should have. I do things that are unpredictable, too. I forget the lines, and when I do remember, I suck.
Jimmy has a problem. He doesn't know what to do with his hands to make them look natural as he's acting.
Yes.
He's either by there or fault.
Hands are the problem. Look at, you watch Humphrey Bogart. Bogart never figured out what to do with his hands. He usually tucks them into the belt of his pants.
Really? Bogart couldn't even figure it out?
Watch him. He was never comfortable with his hands.
I find that, like, what I'll do is I'll just put them over my head out of frame, and people just forget that they exist.
That's why in the Cane Mutiny he was doing that with the marbles, but he just brought those one day. It wasn't even part of the script.
The worst is yet to come. This is O&A's worst of 2013 so far. On the Opie and Anthony channel. Opie and Anthony's worst of 2013 so far continues right now.
Opie and Anthony are on vacation. I'm sorry. I know that you may not be. I'm not either. My name's Sam Roberts, and I am bringing to you Opie and Anthony's worst of 2013 so far, going over just a few of the amazing things that have happened this year, all week long. Right now, I want to talk about Charles Ramsey. There's a big news story that happened this year in Cleveland, Ohio, where a man found 3 missing girls that have been missing for quite some time. He was a man who just wanted a Big Mac and instead became a hero. It's Charles Ramsey. We report on him. You decide. It's the worst of 2013 so far.
O&A's worst of 2013 so far.
Charles Ramsey, as Travis put it during the break, is the gift that keeps on giving. He's the guy that saved the broad up there in Cleveland. What's her name again? Amanda Berry, right? Amanda Berry was yelling and screaming. She had a hand like sticking out of the house, I guess.
She's the daughter of Blue and Dingle.
And Charles Ramsey hears the commotion and helps her get out of that fucking house of horrors. And
now they can't stop fucking interviewing him because they know he's gold.
We have to just find every interview Charles Ramsey has done. We found another one with a black reporter that we're about to play.
Is there a remix yet? Are there 20 remixes out there yet?
This is from Fox.
Fox
8.
Is it good?
Yeah, I mean, I listened to the first. You asked me to preview it. Mm-hmm. It's 2.5 minutes long. Mm-hmm. I listened to the first 30 seconds, and I stopped and I said, "This is good."
Okay.
What channel was this on?
This is on Fox in Cleveland, so Fox.
Local Fox. Fox 8.
Local Fox.
What was Fox hungry?
Wow. We all fell for that one. Here's Charles Ramsey, another interview.
Yeah, this is Charles Ramsey, correct? Yes, sir. You live next door to the home. Yes, sir. I talked to you earlier. Can you tell our viewers again what happened?
I went to McDonald's. Came home. I meet at McDonald's. I got the day off from work, so naturally you're doing nothing. And I hear this girl screaming, and she going nuts. So I come outside, and I know there's nobody that's supposed to be screaming next door to my house because there's no girl that lives in that house. So that's a dead giveaway to something wrong. And when I came to the front door and looked at her, she said, "My name is Amanda Berry. Please,
he's like
get me out this house." So I'm thinking, whatever. So I helped her get out the house. I ain't thinking that you really that girl that's missing. You've been gone for so long. You know, you think you lying. And she called the police, and they came, and they took a fingerprint sample of her, a blood sample, and it came back. It was her. And then she said it was 2 more girls up in the house. Now, I don't know this. I just helped her move out.
You're correct. There's Gina DeJesus.
Helped her move out.
And then a woman named Michelle Knight.
I helped her move out. And if you look, it almost looks like he said there's 2 more bitches in the house.
2 more bitches in there.
It looks like he's trying not to say that.
Yeah.
Can you watch that? 2 more
Because you know
girls.
his fucking lingo when he's not in front of the camera is a little different.
Yeah.
I'm glad he did his hair.
And then she said it was 2 more girls in the house. Now, I don't know this.
Good call, Timmy.
You can see his lips.
You can see.
Make a B.
They made a B sound. Yes.
2 more bitches in the house.
2 more bitches in the house. Bitches. And up in the
Sample her blood
motherfucker.
sample, and it came back. It was her. And then she said it was 2 more girls in the house. Now, I don't know this. I just helped her move out.
You're correct. It was Gina DeJesus was the other one. And then a woman named Michelle Knight.
So you've been living next door to that house like you were on the...
He doesn't give a fuck.
And Michelle Knight is like, whatever. I don't know that nigga.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Charles Ramsey fucking
Oh, this
rules.
guy.
Buzz Ramsey.
Buzz Ramsey. I
Best
don't know.
guy ever to get involved in this situation.
Just helped her move out.
You're correct. It was Gina DeJesus was the other one. And then a woman named Michelle Knight.
So you've been living next door to that house?
Had you known there were any people?
No, because I'd have pulled this heroic stuff last year.
He wanted to say shit.
He was going to go, I'd have pulled this heroic shit.
So far he wants to say two bitches and shit.
And shit.
Guy
He
rules.
absolutely was going to say shit. I'd have pulled this heroic shit years ago.
Oh,
Motherfucker.
Door to that house? Had
You
you
known there were any people?
No, because I'd have pulled this heroic stuff last year. With my goons.
With my goons.
Thank you for restraining yourself. But
Thank you for refraining yourself.
so you realize who it was, though. Once she said her name, you recognized the name.
Yeah.
Pause. He's
And then I
lying.
walked down the street
In the
and I
last
told my...
interview, he said he had no idea.
Yeah,
He
of
didn't
course.
recognize the name. This guy's story will change.
yeah.
He'll be more the hero.
And he'll be arrested for
Yeah.
something.
I busted in there, motherfucker.
Yeah.
I put my guns out.
I sensed something.
I sensed something.
Because I seen he wasn't right, this guy.
Yeah.
But he
They
just lied
call
from
me-
interview to interview.
I'm like fucking Superfly.
This guy is
my
the
neighbor,
best.
Anthony, and I say, Anthony,
That's
me and Anthony talked about this
impossible.
last
Yeah.
year. But he
Yeah,
told me I was
exactly.
paranoid because I just moved on the street and I told him something.
What happened?
Oh my God! Now he's saying he knew something was up next door.
Oh,
Oh,
fuck.
this guy's just fucking gonna build it into. I love him.
He's going to be a superhero by Friday.
Oh man! I said,
I
Anthony,
put on my cape.
my spidey senses.
And then I walked down the street and I told my neighbor, Anthony, and I say, Anthony, me and Anthony talked about this last year. But he told me I was paranoid because I just moved on the street, and I told him something wrong with that house. He told me just leave it alone.
Pause.
Chuck.
What the fuck? He didn't say any of this.
We got to put the interviews together. In the one interview, did you know who it was? Nah.
No.
Yeah, I knew who it was.
Yeah.
And then, I would look at him. You wouldn't think anything of it.
Right.
Why were you
Normal
having
guy.
barbecue with him?
Having barbecue. He was tinkering with his car. You never know. He was just a normal guy. I said I knew something was up last year.
There was a fire.
Oh, this guy's
there was a
I got a feeling.
He rules.
All right, we got those two. We got to put back to back. Yes.
Yeah. Those two
See what
moments.
happened?
Did you know the person that lived there?
Yeah, we all know him. He a good
Don't say his
dude.
name.
No.
That was a good dude. You know him.
Yeah.
But you thought he lived there by himself.
Yes. Yes. That's what I'm saying. To hear some noises come next door don't make no sense. Because I know you live there by yourself.
And police took him into custody.
They say this is what I heard. They caught him at McDonald's.
Again.
Because what I did was
Okay, I
gave
think
him.
our Peggy Sinkovich said the same
I
thing.
gave them the description of the car that he was in.
Okay.
And I guess he drives a blue Mazda Miata. They that made that many of them.
Okay, I think our Peggy Sinkovich just confirmed that as well earlier. Okay,
Kevin,
Bill,
can you hear me?
that's-
I gave him the description of the car. They never would have called that nigga more than my ass, motherfucker. Oh my God, this guy's gold.
Is there any more interviews with him? Two so far.
We should get him on the phone. If we
Oh,
can.
he is
We
great.
Let's get Charles Ramsey on the phone.
Oh, he's gonna be all over the place with his changing his little stories.
Yeah, Eric in Michigan. He sounds like the husband of the I don't got time for that.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've been saying that all morning.
Yeah. Got bronchitis.
Oh, there's a fall.
Her daughter that appears to have been created by a sexual assault or a rape. And this man, Charles Ramsey, walking by,
This
didn't
Adam
turn his
Walsh?
head and say, I don't want to get involved. He jumps
Yeah, it
up
sounds
on the
like him.
porch, he breaks down the door and gets her out, gets her to 911. There's two heroes. And these women are alive because of Charles Ramsey. It's fantastic.
Right. John, I remember with the Duggards, in retrospect, there were people who said there were girls kept in the backyard, and the neighbors, no one ever stepped forward. The cops checked it out, but they weren't able to find anything. Meanwhile, there were girls inside there kept for years. What are your early indications and investigations showing? Were there people who were suspicious at all about this house?
Well, let's talk about J.C. Dugard for a minute. neighbors made complaints, and parole and probation officers and sheriffs went into that house.
Amazing how they missed
and Philip Garrido, who was a level 3 sex offender who had been convicted of kidnapping a girl and beating her severely and keeping her in a storage unit, that he was actually arrested and went to jail for a month for parole violation while his crazy his crazy wife kept JC in the backyard. Now, if I was the cop that came to arrest him for violation, I would have searched the whole house, went out in the backyard, etc. So I think law enforcement can learn something from this to take these calls very, very serious.
God, can you imagine? They were that close, and they didn't find it? That's the Dugard case, where they were living in the backyard in that structure or whatever.
And he had a parole violation, so they sent him to jail, and the fucking wife watched the captive. Didn't set her free or nothing.
And the fact that he kidnapped a girl and beat her and then was on parole.
Right.
Yeah, that's just...
And they were so close to finding what was going on in that residence, but they didn't check the whole place.
It's
from top to bottom. Wow, can you imagine? And being those people, knowing that the cops are right outside, and just waiting, going, all right, it's a matter of time they're going to get to where I'm at, and they never do.
Yeah.
Fuck.
Jeez.
I have some Charles Ramsey comparisons.
Oh, good. Yeah. Let's do
cool.
Charles Ramsey comparison.
Also, we're trying to call the guy, but his voicemail box is full.
I bet.
Yeah, I would assume. But we got his actual number? That's kind of cool.
Yeah.
All
right, so first we're going to listen to his first interview that we listened to this morning.
Mm-hmm. Just a part of it.
Yeah, just a part of it. And then we're going to listen to the interview that we just played on Fox.
Okay.
See if there's any...
discrepancies.
Yeah.
That's my idea.
Of course.
And this is Jim Norton's idea.
This is Jim Norton's idea.
He comes out with a little girl, and she says, call 911. My name was Amanda Berry.
Now, did you know who that was when she said that?
When she told me, it didn't register until I got the call in 911. And I'm like, I'm calling the 911 for Amanda Berry? I thought this girl was dead.
Okay. And then he said this on Fox.
So I'm thinking, whatever. So I helped her get out the house. I ain't thinking that you really that girl that's missing. You've been gone for so long, you think you lying. And she called the police, and they came, and they took a fingerprint sample of her, a blood sample, and it came back, it was her.
So, first time...
Wait, they cut the part off there.
No. First time he says, I didn't think about it until I called 911. Second time he says, when I'm getting her out of the house, I'm thinking, no, you're not this person.
Oh, yeah.
But doesn't the guy say, did you recognize the name in the second interview?
Yeah, that's true.
And then she said it was 2 more girls up in the house. Now, I don't know this. I just helped her move out.
You're correct. It was Gina DeJesus was the other one.
Yeah.
And then a woman named Michelle Knight. So you've been living next door to that house? Had you known there were any people?
No, because I done pulled this heroic stuff last year. In my goons.
Yeah, there's a part of that interview where he asked him, did you recognize the name?
Oh, you left off the last part of the second interview.
You realized who it was, though. Once she said her name, you recognized the name.
Yeah, no doubt.
All right, now...
Okay.
We're going to see if he had any suspicions that something was a little off in this other house.
Okay.
First interview.
Every day. I mean, every day.
How long have you lived here?
I've been here a year.
Okay.
You see where I'm coming from?
Right.
I barbecue with this dude. We eat ribs and whatnot and listen to salsa music. You see where I'm coming from?
Yeah. And you had no indication that there was anything...
Bro, not a clue that girl was in that house. Or any
Okay. And then he said this on Fox.
street, and I told my neighbor, Anthony, and I said, Anthony, me and Anthony talked about this last year. But he told me I was paranoid because I just moved on the street, and I told him something wrong with that house.
This motherfucker. Charles Ramsey would make a horrible witness.
I told you there's something wrong with this house.
5:52 p.m. 34.
Eric says, I haven't listened to this. You
Yeah.
just sent it to me. Eric says that this is Charles Ramsey's 911 call.
Really?
Yeah.
He called 911 as well.
So.
All right.
4 seconds. May 62013.
Cleveland 911, police, ambulance to fire. Yeah, hey, bro, I'm at 2207 Seymour, West 25th. Hey, check this out. I just came from McDonald's, right? So I'm on my porch eating my little food, right? This broad is trying to break out the fucking house next door to me. So there's a bunch of people on the street right now and shit. So we like, well, what's wrong with you? What's the problem? She like, this motherfucker been kidnapped me and my daughter, and we've been in this bitch. She say her name is Linda Berry or some shit. I don't know who the fuck that is. I just moved over here, bro.
And also, this is the real Charles Ramsey.
Now we're
He's not
hearing the
cleaning
real
it up for the
Charles
white
Ramsey.
man.
Now we hear the real Charles Ramsey.
This Linda Berry. I don't know who the fuck
I
that
don't know who
is.
the fuck this is.
Not a clue.
I also like how we've had 2 interviews with him and a 911 phone call, and he has to tell everyone that he just came from McDonald's.
He
trying to get an
loves
endorsement
McDonald's.
deal. He wants an endorsement
Go
deal.
back a little bit.
That
and
is
this
so
is how he
funny.
really talks.
Well, we thought you were there. Oh, the story
Yeah.
is
Oh,
changing.
And then it turns into,
Charles.
yeah, I knew who that was. Now it's like, I don't know who the
I
fuck
don't know who
this
that
bitch
motherfucker is.
See, this is like Pulp Fiction. Like, we're getting all the pieces.
Sure.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
So this is before any interview.
Of
Yes.
course. This is as raw as it gets.
But what's wrong with what's the problem? She like, this motherfucker done kidnapped me and my daughter, and we've been in this bitch. She say her name is Linda Berry or some shit. I don't know who the fuck that is. I just moved over here, bro.
Sir,
You know what I mean?
sir, you have to calm down and slow down. Is she still in the street?
Seymour Avenue.
Is she still in the street, or where did she go?
Yeah, I'm looking at her. She right now. She calling y'all. She on another phone.
Is she black, white, or Hispanic?
She white, but the baby look Hispanic.
Okay, what is she wearing?
White tank top, light blue sweatpants. Like a wife beater.
Do you know the address next door that she said she was in?
Yeah, 2207. I'm looking at it.
Okay, I thought that was your address. So that house.
No, I'm smarter than that, bro. I'm telling you where the crime was. Not my house.
Sir, we can't talk at the same time.
I'm smarter than that, bro. I'm telling you in a crime, not my house.
There's absolutely something that they're going to catch.
Oh, this guy
course.
is in for a treat.
This guy is great.
Oh, they are going to just run his name and be like,
I feel
look
bad
at,
for
look
Charles
at what we
Ramsey.
got. Look what we got here.
He sounds like Samuel L. Jackson.
Yeah. Motherfucker. It's the one that says bad
Okay, I thought
motherfucker.
that was your address. So that house.
No, I'm smarter than that, bro. I'm telling you where the crime was. Not
Okay,
my
look,
house.
sir, we can't talk at the same time. Do you want to leave your name and number? Or your name and
Charles
number?
Ramsey, R-A-M-S-E-Y.
What's the phone number?
Yeah, they didn't bleep it out.
Oh, they didn't bleep it out?
No, I don't want to.
Okay, so he gives his phone number, and then we go back
People
to
she said that did this, do you know if they still in the house?
I don't have a fucking clue, bro. I just said I came from McDonald's.
Can you ask her if she needs an ambulance?
You need an ambulance? Or what?
Ambulance?
She needs everything. She's in a panic, bro. I guess she's been kidnapped, so, put yourself in her shoes.
We'll send the police out. Thank you.
There you go.
That's classic. Oh, is he great? Yeah, Charles Ramsey is in for the biggest fucking, the biggest spike in hero popularity and fucking.
It never works out in the end.
He's gonna be like that Kraft macaroni and cheese guy. Like, oh look, he's just a guy. He's down on his luck, and then it's like, this is a Louis Vuitton.
I see a year of jail in his future for some past crime.
Oh yeah,
that he's been fucking dodging for years, just because comes forward as the hero.
He must have had such a hard time with the press not fucking cursing, because that's the real one.
Oh yeah,
that's the one we just heard is the real dude. This motherfucker. Yeah, this motherfucker. I don't know who the fuck that is.
They got the Charles Ramsey on the Anderson Cooper last night on CNN.
Yeah, he did Anderson Cooper's show.
We're checking out all the interviews and bringing the best clips to you. Here's Charles telling Anderson what happened.
So yesterday, what happened?
Yeah, you gonna love this. I'm gonna tell it all. Around 3 o'clock, I was on my porch, and the mailman put his mail in my mail. So I looked at it and was like, I gotta get Ariel's mail when he come home. A couple minutes later, he pulled up. He checked the mailbox, grabbed his mail before he went in the house. I said, Ariel, here go your mail. And we just had the same conversation when I handed him the mail. He said, they can't get it right. I said, nope, damn postal service. That's it. He left. I jumped on my bike, went to McDonald's.
He mentions McDonald's again.
Oh, I know. He's not a dumb guy.
He's not dumb.
He knows someone's paying attention.
I went to McDonald's.
Jesus. Imagine the greatest would be if the fucking girls come out and they go, and all we ate for 10 years was McDonald's.
Oh,
and McDonald's gets a black eye.
Those murderers loved McDonald's.
Yeah.
Those fucking kidnapping.
They would always eat McDonald's after sex. Just give them a complete black eye to McDonald's.
I'll have McDonald's.
Came back home. I'm in my house.
Enjoying
But I'm
McDonald's.
in the living room, and I'm right by the front door, because I'm looking out the front door.
Oh, he's too much detail
And,
guy.
Man, this girl screamed like a car had hit a kid, which made me, you stop eating. What the hell was that? That. So when I got up, I saw my neighbor across the street. He run across the street, and I'm like, I'm thinking, where are you going? Because ain't nobody next door, because I just saw Ariel leave. And I know ain't nobody over there. I heard that girl scream and saw him run across the street. And I went outside and wondered what he was doing. And Amanda say, I'm stuck in here, help get me out. So he either don't know English that well or panic. But he just looked at me and was like, he's a girl. And that's all he did. So here I come with my, half-eaten Big Mac. And I look, and she's like, I've been trapped in here. And he won't let me out. It's me and my baby. I say, well, you ain't got to talk no more. Come on. And I'm trying to get the door open and can't.
I used some of the grease from the French fries to lubricate the lock. That's what I did.
And then I put a McNugget in the corner and Jimmy the door open.
Yeah.
What happened to the Big Mac?
I couldn't see it too well, so I stood on the Big Mac because it's so big that I could look inside.
She said, my baby's sick, so I gave her by the Big Mac, and the girl was healed.
He loves his Big Mac.
Oh, shit.
This guy talking about plugola.
Oh, man.
Torture chamber did some kind of way and locked it up, right? So I did what I had to do and kicked the bottom of it, the door, and she crawled out of it. She grabbed her baby, but threw me off. All right, so fine. I got some girl and her kid.
And what did she look like? I mean, what was she wearing?
Jumpsuit. She had a white tank top on.
Big Mac yellow.
Yeah. It looked like the same color the secret sauce is. That goes on the 2 all-beef patty, secret sauce, lettuce, cheese, pickles, onions on the sesame seed bun.
Her shoes look like pickles.
She looked like a McDonald's sign.
Oh, fuck, Jim.
Rings on, mascara. She was well groomed. She didn't look like she was kidnapped. That's what I'm saying. That's what threw me off when she was like, I'm in here trapped. I'm like, well, you don't look like kidnapped, so maybe you got a boyfriend problem.
Oh, boy.
So I took the kid stat for a Happy Meal.
And you'd never seen her before?
Bro.
In the year that you'd been there?
Bro. Man, listen, never. That woman didn't come out the house. The only kids that came out the house were 2 little girls. They played in the backyard. He had 2 dogs. Where I live, naturally, it's next door. My bedroom was upstairs. So when I just hear kids playing, I know it's them. They do the same thing. Play in the backyard for a couple hours, go back in the house. Same thing every day.
Who were those kids?
The neighborhood knows them as his grandchildren.
Oh.
So it's no big deal. He got his grandkids over all the time. I thought
kids.
Probably, maybe it's a kid of some, maybe it's another kid plus one of the kidnapped daughters, girls, or maybe he's just brought his grandkids over and it's unconnected.
Story's getting creepier and creepier.
Yeah.
This guy should. I hope this guy gets at least fucking 10 years.
Yeah.
I thought you were going to say, I hope he gets at least Big Macs for life.
Big Mac for life.
I mean,
yeah. Yeah, Team Big Mac, motherfucker. That's right.
This next clip is great.
Oh, yeah?
Yes.
Amanda Berry then, asked to call 911?
And I took her to my house. Now, I'm nervous as hell, so I'm fumbling with my phone. So I finally get it right. She can't wait, and I don't blame her. So what I do is tell her, go across the street and use their phone. Now, we both calling 911. Now, she get through, and I get through. She deal with a moron. Me too.
The 911 operator's a moron.
By the way, on Fox, they just flashed that the 911 operator is being looked into. Because he really was. He got off the phone. He goes, all right, we'll send a car. All right, this cocksucker hung up the phone.
They obviously had
woman.
something.
And that was the woman's call.
Right, she's screaming bloody murder, so you got to keep her on the line.
And they don't stay on the phone. She said, we're kidnapped, and they hang up on her.
They don't know where that Ariel guy is.
Yeah.
He could be in, pursuit of her.
Right there, right.
Yeah, they
chasing around a house or something.
Yeah, but they get off the phone. All right, we'll send a car, and he hangs up on this guy.
But those are the type of people that they put all the credence in the fucking Zimmerman case, too. Well, the operator said to not follow and stand there. They don't know what they're fucking there to take the message for the cops. Hi, the police aren't here right now. Can I take a message? That's 911.
Moron. Me too.
You said there were. What do you mean a moron?
Idiot.
I heard the 911 call.
Idiot. How many more fucking words do you need?
Douchebag.
Dope. Schmuck.
Dumbass.
There were. What do you mean a moron?
Idiot.
I heard the 911 call for her.
Imbecile.
And the woman kept being
I
like,
have that damn job.
the woman was like, oh, hang up and wait for the police.
Really? How about stay on and I'll talk to you till they get there.
Right.
Yeah.
So you called 911.
Yep,
How
sure
quickly
did.
did police get there?
You know why they got there so fast? Because I said moron. Because I said, hey, Amanda Berry is right in front of me right now. He like, what she got on? And I told him the white tank top, blue sweatpants, nice.
What's she
tennis
wearing
shoes,
now?
Nice, ponytail. What else? Oh, right. She's panicking, idiot.
Yeah. Good. He had a kidnap victim for 10 years, and this cock-sucking 911 operator gets off the phone with him.
She panicking, idiot.
This guy he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
He's street smart, this Charles Ramsey.
Yeah,
Larry King here with Charles Ramsey. What happened with the other half of your Big Mac? Did you go back to it?
Exactly. Yeah.
Larry was getting to the important parts of the fucking story. Did you have a
All right,
Was it
failed out.
supersized? Comment.
No ponytail. What else? Oh, right. She's panicking, idiot. Put yourself in her shoes. I just said it. Amanda Berry, that don't ring no damn bells. You being a cop and all.
But when you first saw her and she said the name Amanda Berry, did it?
It didn't know. Because I forgot. Look, bro, this is Cleveland. Since they haven't found that girl,
right.
And I guess stopped looking for that girl, we figured that girl met her demise.
Right.
So Barry didn't register with me until I was on the phone. Like, wait a minute, I thought this girl was dead.
Thought this girl was dead.
He's like a modern Sherlock Holmes.
He really is.
Yeah.
Sherlock Homies. That's what he is. Sherlock Homeboy.
What's your name? Sherlock Holmes.
Yeah. That's right. I'm after the Hamburglar. The newest case I got. So I opened the door a little bit. She had to squeeze out. It was almost like getting Mega McCheese's head through there. Oh, God.
Yeah, that shit was like a Ronald McDonald House of Horrors.
What does it feel like to have been living next to this for a year?
See, that's why now I'm having trouble sleep.
Oh, no.
Only one night.
Up until yesterday, the only thing that kept me from losing sleep was the lack of money. See what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. What's he getting fucking...
So now that that's going on, and I could have done this last year, not this hero stuff. Just do the right thing.
Do you feel like a hero?
No,
A lot of people.
No, bro. I'm a Christian and American. And I'm just like you.
Well,
we bleed same blood, put our pants on the same way.
Well,
it's just that
yours are a lot lower.
Exactly, yours are a lot lower, and his has a hole cut in the back. I'm just like you, except you're white and I'm black, you're rich and I'm poor, you suck dick and I don't. Other side from all those major differences.
put our pants on the same way. It's just that you gotta put that being a coward and I don't want to get nobody's business. You got to put that away for a minute.
Because you know how it
For
is.
a minute.
A lot of people
And
turn the other way.
And have some cojones.
Keep walking down the street.
That's all it's about. It's about cojones on this planet.
Cojones.
You're telling me.
Yeah, you're telling me it is about cojones.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
On this planet, on the bridge of my nose, in my mouth.
Fucking A. This guy's the story.
He's great.
Yeah.
Has like the FBI said anything about a reward or anything? Because there was there was a reward for finding her. And stuff.
I tell you what you do, give it to them.
Oh yeah, right.
Because if folks been following this case since last night, and you've been following me since the last night, you know I got a job anyway. Just wouldn't pick it up. Paychecks. What that address say? That sad?
I don't have my glasses. I'm blind.
2203 Seymour. Where was them girls living? Right next door to this paycheck.
Is he drunk?
Oh, man.
So, yeah, take that reward and give it to that little girl came out the house and she was crying. And I'm looking at her right now. I'm like, well, your mama trying to help you, girl. Shut up. I don't know, right?
Shut up.
And she said, I want my daddy. And I said, who was her daddy? She said, Ariel.
Oh.
Yeah, I said, well, how's that possible? Because you wouldn't, if you got kidnapped, oh, he was having sex with you? Oh, Jesus Christ. That little girl is just, what the? Now we want to hurt you.
You felt that?
Bro, it just would be a different interview. I told you that. If we had known that, man, I'd be facing triple life.
Wow. I'm glad it turned out this way.
Nice bow on it, Anderson.
Yeah. Wow.
He's cool.
Triple life with my double patties.
I'm having trouble sleeping. If I only had a Big Mac bun I could rest my head on.
Because they're so big and comfortable.
Yeah. He also was in studio at a Cleveland TV station. You want to try it? It wasn't as good as the Anderson Cooper, but you can give it a shot, see where it goes.
I have a
more.
But the biggest, most mysterious question in this whole motherfucker. Whatever happened to the McDLT? That shit was good. There was the cold lettuce and tomato on one side and the hot patty on the other motherfucker. But they done discontinued that nigga. I don't know what the fuck.
And I checked under her shirt to see if she had any broken McRibs.
And that's the only thing he wants is to bring that back.
Of course.
That's all he asks. Bring that back.
I love the McDLT.
Bring back the McDLT. And we're square.
The cold side and the warm side. The lettuce never wilted because they didn't put the shit on the meat till you was ready to eat up the motherfucker.
This whole problem could have been avoided.
If they just didn't discontinue the motherfucking McDLT.
A Cleveland TV program with the polished anchors in studio. And he had a nice brand new lid on. He brought his homies with him. And we'll give this a shot.
He's got his crew.
Yeah. I opened the door, naturally, as you can see on the news, and it wouldn't, bro. He had a lock on there, and you couldn't open that. And the police had to, when they got there, they finally, got it ajar. And Amanda says, it's two more girls up there. And I looked at her, and I looked at the cop that was in the middle of the street, and he said, it's what? And she said, yeah, I'm not the only one. And they went up there, and about, 15, 20 seconds, they were coming out with Gina and that other girl, and I said, oh my God.
Charles, you've done so much, and we are all grateful for the fact that you were there then and that you were able to help them. As you go through this, a lot of people were wondering how the community didn't know. Were the windows boarded up? Had you not heard anything in that house?
All I would hear was salsa music. That's all he played, naturally.
Naturally.
See? What a racist remark.
Everyone.
But we all are racist.
All we heard was salsa music.
Naturally.
Because those people play that music. Yeah, that's as common as seeing a newborn with pierced ears in this neighborhood, motherfucker.
But of course.
Naturally, that's funny.
Oh, shit.
We all have our shit.
Naturally.
He pulled up in his car,
races?
all jumpity.
I couldn't see behind a fuzzy dice, as you know.
Of course, though. Naturally.
It was Cinco de Mayo.
Yeah, naturally.
Yeah.
Of course.
Yeah, we didn't even think twice about a bunch of them living in the same house. Yeah. You can understand.
Yes, of course.
Of course.
Heard anything in that house?
All I would hear was salsa music. That's all he played, naturally. One day, I was playing my music.
Rap music, naturally.
He came to my house and told me, turn my music down because I'm disturbing him. At this time, he was a bus driver. I understood that. He had to get up in the morning to go drive the bus. Then, when that came about yesterday,
I got girls in the basement.
It had nothing to do with you getting some sleep. That's why I was bothering you. That's why I had to turn my music down. How can I be disturbing you? What are you doing in there? You weren't reading the Bible.
Damn. Not. The one thing I don't know, how did they pick up Ariel?
Where was he? Did they
Ariel,
just wait for him to come home and
I don't
fucking
know.
nab him?
They might have known where he
they
was
nab him?
going, or maybe, they just...
Has that even came out? How did they pick him up and his two brothers?
I don't know.
Oh, there it is.
There's McDLT.
The hot side and the cold side.
Why don't we know that part of this?
Maybe
We know every other detail.
I don't know. I'm sure it'll come out. It's probably just some...
What did they say? He was going to McDonald's or something? I think he was going to McDonald's as well.
Was he really?
I think so.
McDonald's is fucking, what's a little less...
Holy shit, right? Yeah,
Everyone
a little
eats
less
McDonald's.
exposure here.
What was the other food option? McDonald's or the new goat shit palace that opened up? We have cold goat shit. We have hot goat shit. We have goat shit that's sliced and diced, and we have melted goat shit. You can eat it on pita bread or panny bread. We don't know what it's called.
Or McDonald's.
Or you can eat it on the folded scrotum of a horse. Goat shit wrapped in folded horse scrotum or McDonald's.
I think I'll go with McDonald's.
They all get along at McDonald's.
Yeah.
Pervs, sex slaves, and heroes. They all, they all fuel their souls with McDonald's.
Yes, we've all been brought together.
Jesus.
What did they say to you?
He told me, he said, you got who? I said, I got 911.
Oh, yeah, he's talking about the 911 operator.
Oh, right.
I got a man of bear with me right now. Send the police. This dispatcher said, stop playing on this line. You don't got her. I said, well, send the police, moron, and arrest me if I'm lying. They didn't believe me. Now, since so many people have been calling him probably through the years and say we got her, I understand that you was just a little apprehensive about that call. She called too. Now you got two people calling you 911 at the same time. Somebody can't be lying.
How did Amanda look when you finally rescued her?
Fine. She was trembling, happy that she saw someone else other than her
She was shaking, and if you want a good shake.
But her main concern was that child. I didn't know what that baby was crying about.
Did she come out with the child?
Yes, and I was like, who's this kid?
Yeah.
And she said, well, this is his daughter.
His daughter.
And I'm like, well, how?
She had a grimace on her face.
You weren't pregnant then, and then they do the math. Say, I'll be damned. Well,
it's okay. That's all right.
Oh, that's all right. That's all right. Thank God that's all right.
That's all right.
Oh, that's okay.
That's all right.
The Cleveland guy.
Oh, the stupid Cleveland
We understand.
guy. I think the Cleveland guy used to be in New York, too. He looked very familiar. Yeah.
Oh, really?
That's why that guy was taking her to the park, though. It's his daughter, too.
To the park.
Yeah.
Yeah, how do you fucking decipher that shit in your little brain?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
They're taking daddy away.
Hit
Good
him with
Lord.
a bat. Just hit him with a bat. Hit the guy with a bat.
She's going to have a little bit of baggage there to deal with.
A little bit.
A few daddy issues, perhaps.
Daddy was a
boy.
what?
Yeah.
I'm here. Why? Ugh.
Yeah. How did I come around?
Ugh.
That's when Anthony swoops in like a falcon. I smell daddy issues like a vulture smells a carcass. And I react much the same way. Pick their bones clean of meat.
Exactly. Until they're legal to vote, then you just drop them somewhere.
He talks about being a hero.
Let me ask you this. You touched on this earlier. Has it sunk in just how much attention you're getting? As Aaron was pointing out earlier, you're trending on Twitter. The world is talking about what you did. Your name is all over the place. It's hashtag Chuck Ramsey everywhere. Do you have any idea of the attention that you're getting around the world right now?
I don't even want it, nor looking for it, bro. That's why when they keep saying I'm a hero, let me tell you something. I'm American, and I'm a human being.
A hero ain't nothing but a
Just like you.
sandwich.
I
As
work
is
for a
the
living.
Big Mac.
There was a woman in distress. So why turn your back on that?
Or that dress.
My father would have whooped the hell out of me if he had found out that I was cowered out. See, you tough in these bars, but you won't. You beat a woman, but you won't help one out. And you're a man, huh? No, I'm the definition of a man, bro.
Were you ever concerned that Ariel would come back? Were you concerned about his
Yes,
safety?
only because I was doing something that I had no business doing, which was prying his door open on his property. So he had every right to, get in some type of altercation with me because I'm on private property. Even though I'm doing a good deed, he's still on my property. You understand what I'm saying? So I was thinking about him, but at the time, and I got, I wish you'd bring my squad with me. I got an entourage.
He's got an entourage.
We weren't worried about it anyway. That's why I told the police if we had known about this, we would have never got that call. It just been some corners coming, putting a white sheet over somebody, and we'd have went on with our life. Because we'd have handled that, bro.
You would have handled the situation.
He's talking about that. Yeah, I'm a hero. I'm all nice and shit, but this could have gone the other way, motherfucker.
Kung fu fighting.
Yeah.
They found Ariel at McDonald's.
They really did?
Yes.
They honestly did?
Yes.
That's hilarious.
No fucking way.
Yes. That's coming in.
Jesus.
They got him at McDonald's.
Man.
That area loves their McDonald's. Holy fuck.
Well, again, the goat shit palace is the only other place.
the only other option.
It really gets a bum rap, the Goat Chip Palace.
Yes, it does.
And now Charles Ramsey wants to get his hands on the person that did this. Ariel, I believe.
You, as you said, you have an entourage, and your manager over there is saying you have to leave. But let me ask you,
your manager?
One last question before you go. You talked about you're not a hero. You were doing what you had to do.
No, bro.
Knowing what you did, knowing the attention that you're getting, knowing how grateful people are that because of you, these ladies are now free. How do you feel today?
Oh, I'm all right. I want to get my hands on him, and then I'll be all right. Put me in the Fed over there with him, and I'll be all right. Other than that, I mean, it is what it is, bro. God's smiling on somebody. You know what I mean?
Yeah. All right. Hey, Chuck. Thanks, man.
Oh, yeah.
Really appreciate it.
Yeah.
Really appreciate it. Good luck to you.
You too, bro.
He gave him that personal touch.
Yeah.
Hey, Chuck.
Good luck, Chuck.
Chuck.
I feel like I won that McDonald's Monopoly game they do every so often. I feel like I won like the grand prize of the motherfucker.
How are you feeling that you've rescued these people? I'm loving it.
I'm loving it.
More awkward moments.
Can you turn your head and cough?
Epic fails.
That was a shitty joke that bombed.
And foul-mouthed rants.
Why don't you shut the fuck up?
Coming up, Opie and Anthony's worst of 2013 so far. Continues next. This is Opie and Anthony's worst of 2013 so far.
Welcome back. It's the worst of 2013 so far. Opie and Anthony are on vacation all week. So in the meantime, I'm Sam Roberts, and I'll be bringing to you the best moments that have happened this year on the Opie and Anthony thus far. For instance, our engineer, Mars. People have asked for a long time, what the fuck is wrong with this guy? Possibly something in his upbringing. Well, that's exactly what it was. Mars came forward one day and got very truthful about his mother and the way his mother raised him quite some time ago, I believe somewhere in Puerto Rico. He says it was in the United States of America, but you listen to the guy talk, there's no way he was raised in the United States of America. This is Mars, our engineer, explaining to us the abuse and the horrible childhood that he had at the hands of his mother.
O&A's worst of 2013 so far.
I don't want to hit my kids or anything. Give them that fucking fetish.
Right.
I think as a parent, you're the one that gives your kids their fetishes indirectly, don't you think?
Yes, absolutely.
If you spank your daughter a lot, guess what? I think she might get into that when she gets older.
Yep.
Right?
Yep. That whole pulling down the pants and smacking, that's bullshit.
It's bizarre.
Yeah,
I can't even imagine doing that.
But even
I come from a generation where that happened, but I can't imagine as a father, like, all right, I'm going to pull your pants now and spank you? Get the fuck out of here.
Listen, I used to get my ass beat.
Yeah.
Beat. And I don't touch my kids, man. You don't do that shit. It's just wrong.
You got beat?
Oh, fuck yeah.
Badly?
Yeah. Yeah, I got beat badly.
My family was a lot of yelling, so I don't yell at my kids.
No, I got hit with extension cords, belts. Extension cords sucks.
That's a rough one.
Wow.
You were a bad kid.
No, she was a bad mother.
Oh, you had a bad mom?
Yeah.
Where's she now?
She's in New Jersey. She's alive. I still deal with her.
Look, you're
Very
uncomfortable.
Yes,
to this day, you're uncomfortable.
Why was she bad? She'd beat you a lot?
She did a lot of fucking things to me that I got.
Wait, do you have a relationship with her? Mm-hmm. Oh, so you're uncomfortable because you're scared this might get back to her.
I don't give a fuck, but
no, you do. You do. I see it in your eyes.
What would she do?
That a little uncomfortable.
What would she do that was so bad?
Dude, she burned my hands.
How?
With a spatula.
Why?
Dipped
on purpose?
Because I stole.
What'd you steal?
Some papers.
Papers from what?
A ream of paper.
What's a ream? I don't know what a ream is.
A ream. A ream
from
of
her?
Paper. No, from school.
Why would you steal paper from school? That's like the worst thing to steal.
It's a kid, stupid, you know.
Yeah, but what do you need paper for?
No reason, just to
kids want to avoid paper.
Just the act of stealing.
Yeah,
that's all.
All right, how old were you?
maybe 9, I think.
She burned your hand at 9 for just silly shit that all kids do?
The way she did it, too, man, she got me really good. She was acting like she was frying some eggs. She had me sit next to her on the stove, by the stove. And she told me to put my hands out for a second. I had no idea this was coming. No idea. So I put my hands out, and she takes it. The spatula was already in the oil in the frying pan, and she took it straight from the frying pan and slapped my hand. I moved one hand, left the other one there. She got the other one.
Oh.
Burned both hands.
Badly?
Badly.
9? Yeah. I'm fucking so mad right now.
Yeah, I'm telling you, bro.
I don't even know her.
Let me tell you.
I barely know you.
I went to school.
Not by his choice.
I know. He might do some things for me, though, soon.
Yeah?
Yeah, he might help out my TVs and shit.
And TV, time is so much different nowadays because I went to school and no one really...
You had marks on your hands?
Yeah. I had bandages and stuff, and no one really got into the story.
Did you keep the spatula down on your hands, or just kind of slapped it?
Just slapped it.
But that's the damage. Oh, because the oil was on it.
Yeah.
So that oil was what was
the
burning
oil would
you.
stay on?
I'm sorry?
Yeah.
Like
If she takes the spatula out of the hot oil, it's the oil that's really burning.
Right. Yeah, that's what it was.
And what did she say? Was like, this is for stealing?
Jimmy, to be honest with you, I don't remember, man. I don't... I just remember the action and how much I can't stand.
Now, what else did your family, the rest of them react to that or no?
Do you get all freaky when people are flying?
Yes.
Do you like fried food?
Wait, no. I hate fried food. And yes, they reacted, and they,
sorry.
They told her, that it's not right, shouldn't be doing this, but no one really stepped up to the plate and, did anything else.
Was she mentally ill?
No, she's got some issues, though. She's got to have some issues.
She's nasty?
She's a nasty individual, yeah.
Who does she live with?
With her husband.
Your dad?
No, stepfather.
Of course not. You're Puerto Rican. I forgot. You guys go through a few, right?
Yeah, but I've been through some.
Wait,
shit
your
with her.
stepdad, was he nice to you?
Oh, he's a fucking saint.
Yeah, that's usually the case, right?
Saint.
Usually the case. You get one whacked out fucking parent, and the other one's the saint.
Yes. Yeah, she did a lot of shit to me.
You really can't stand her.
So you
I have my moments.
So you tolerate her? Does she come to your house? Do you do holidays with her still?
Yeah, she came about 2 weeks ago.
And what, do you get all like all fucked up when she comes into your house?
No, I try to. I forget about all that shit.
Now I know why you're like a MMA training guy.
But
right?
Yeah.
But when she starts with the ignorant shit, because a lot of these people are ignorant, then I get it.
What's her ignorant? What does she do ignorant?
Like if I invite you at 2, you wind up coming at the house at 3, and then act like it's no big deal. If I invite you and say, hey, how many of you guys coming? I need a number just so I could prepare. Yeah. She thinks it's probably a little too white of me. And doesn't matter how many people I bring. So then now, let's say I have a kid's party.
Mars has OCD because he got hit in the hands with hot oil. That's OCD shit. Who gives a fuck?
Probably.
But you also want to know that it also when you're hosting, you want to know.
Yeah, but how many people she's bringing? Instead of 2, she's bringing 3, and that bothers you, or is it she bringing the whole fucking neighborhood?
Well, check it out. We're creating a nice birthday party for the kids.
Does she ruin it?
And we want to go ahead and give goodie bags to all the kids. We're very good like that.
Gotcha.
Okay. So I ask you, how many kids are you bringing? None. Okay. Kids come. Now I have 2 kids with no goodie bags. Now I have to, I don't want the kids feeling all fucked up.
You got to make a few extra goodie bags.
Yeah, so we do, but it'd be better if she were to tell me in advance. There's a lot
I
of
am
shit.
so on your side. I'm just fucking around with you.
Because
you're planning.
Does she ruin the birthday party and the holidays?
She ruined my fucking wedding.
How'd she ruin your wedding?
She came an hour late.
To your wedding?
Yeah.
Was she in the wedding party or no?
No, but just, we're waiting on her,
Because you're not going to start the ceremony.
Look at him biting his...
Oh,
yeah, but that's self-obsession. She's a narcissist, probably.
She makes it about herself, right?
All the time.
That's what my mom did my entire life.
She comes to the fucking house, and we'll sit there, and she'll start asking me, where are the Spanish channels on the fucking cable? So then I got to go and find the Spanish channels so she could watch her fucking telenovelas. While she's in my house, she hasn't been around for... Bro, you have no idea.
Holy fuck. You guys have no idea what's going on right now.
You have no
He's
idea.
all dry mouth. Jimmy just gave him water. His eyes have changed.
Well, she's obviously a narcissist. He grew up with a narcissist who is fucking abusive. And it's...
How many kids did she have?
2.
You and who?
My sister.
Does your sister get along?
Yeah, she's the favorite. I'm the scumbag. I'm the scumbag.
Who's older?
I went to college. I made
You're
good
the-
money.
You're the scumbag because you were stealing your whole life.
I married a white. All my kids are white, so I'm a scumbag.
Oh, she's one of those.
I'm a scumbag.
You should have married Spanish, right?
I don't know. I don't let her get. I don't let her get that out. Get it out. I right away tell her that there's no way that I would ever marry a Hispanic woman.
Why?
We've been through this before.
Well, the reason is obviously because of her. He hates her, so he doesn't want to marry someone who's like his mama, which is probably normal.
Probably because she turned to shit after the 2 kids. Her body turned into a disaster zone. So I was like, I don't want a woman like that doesn't take care of herself after having kids. And now my wife takes great care of herself.
But it's also because she was nasty.
Mars
too,
is really fucked up right now.
Yeah, he's crazy.
I wasn't expecting
What else did she
this.
do to you?
She made me kneel on a. We have this, pasteles.
No.
Okay, pasteles is a
There's
dish.
got to be an English word for that.
They wrap it in plantain leaves, and it's plantains blended together with meat in it, and it's over the Christmas. It's a big dish. Well, that thing back in the day, because we didn't have food processors back in the day, the grater, you grate like this.
Oh, the cheese grater?
Yeah, cheese grater, I guess, is about yo high.
Yeah.
Yo, hi, you're showing
Yeah, I'm
something
sorry,
that is
about
8 inches or 10
foot,
inches off the table.
10 inches. And that cunt made me kneel on that shit.
She made you kneel on it?
Yes.
For what?
I don't know, man.
You just
whatever
being
you say
punished?
for what, I don't know. I just know that, yeah, she made me kneel on that shit for a long time. It seemed long to me. It's hard to put your 2 knees with all your weight on that shit.
And that was your punishment?
Yeah, and I would cheat. I would take one leg off, and she would come and smack me, and I have to put
What
the
a sick fuck, man.
Yeah.
You know, I got yelled at a lot. Mine shit was more like
I'll tell you about the MMA.
emotional shit, but
Bullshit.
I didn't get shit like that. I don't think.
I'm gonna
Unless
tell you-
I'm blocking that out.
I'll tell you about the MMA
Look at your
shit.
eyes. You all right?
Yeah, I'm getting a little up there. But the MMA shit, I'll tell you, one day she caught me after school, and it was just her and I. And this woman actually put her hands up and said, "We're going to fight. I'm going to fuck you up."
She said that to you?
I'm serious. I'm
How old are
I'm
you?
not bullshit. Maybe this is 12.
This is exhausting.
Oh my god,
Dude, you have no, whatever the fuck I
We're
did.
gonna fight.
I'm serious, Opie.
Can you imagine going home to that type of unpredictability?
Well,
I guess you probably could.
I'm not gonna make it about. I could so make this about myself. I won't. We'll do it another day. Yes, I can imagine, Sam, is the answer, but it was different in my house. Go ahead. So she goes, "We're gonna
pissed.
fight."
Yeah, she's pissed. Whatever the fuck I did.
Right.
She puts up her hands and says, "We're gonna fight." And I said, "What are you doing? You're my mother." She says, "No, I'm gonna fuck you up. You better block."
Why did she want to fuck you up?
I don't know.
Was she a drunk?
No.
But you have to know.
No drugs. No drugs at all.
And no drinking.
And that's why I think drugs are great.
Oh.
People like her, fucking no drugs. Give me a break.
You're a drug
something.
addict?
Huh? I smoke my weed.
Drug addict.
No.
And you'd love to get her to smoke some weed and fucking relax a little bit.
Yeah.
Or take something that's fucking for being bipolar or whatever it is.
Wait a minute. So hold on, though, man. You got to know why she wanted to fight you.
That day?
Yeah.
Dude, I've been so many altercations with her. I have no idea.
But what do you think it was about? Some dumb little stupid thing?
Yeah, misbehaving.
Were you a bad kid growing up?
No.
I mean, the
I
9-year-old
was-
stealing the paper, that seems like more normal.
That's all I did.
I'm just
Shit like
throwing up
that.
shit.
That's it. Simple things like that.
All right, that's why I'm trying to like establish something here.
The
You
wor-
weren't a bad kid. You weren't like fucking
No.
dealing drugs,
No.
none of that shit. You pretty much listened to what she told you to do.
Exactly.
Okay, because I get that feeling that you were that type of kid.
You know, the worst.
Which makes this shit worse, by the way. That's why I'm establishing it.
Just a little fist fights with my friends, perhaps. You know, little stealing here and there. Nothing really bad. Nothing. No, smoking came later, not during this time. So anyhow, she commences starts swinging on me, and she knocks me down. And you remember back in the day, guys, back when you were growing up, we had these big stereo systems with the 2 speakers on the side, the record player in the middle, the radio, and the TV.
Yeah.
Okay.
She didn't go WWE on you, did she?
Dude. When she knocks me down, I go underneath the stereo system, and it had a little ledge. So my head goes in sideways.
Right.
But she mounts me, so I turn. My head is facing directly upward.
Yeah.
So now my head is stuck.
Right.
You're crammed under there.
Yes. And this bitch is fucking me up. She's punching me and looking at me with her eyes going, huh? Huh?
Where
Huh?
was she
Can
punching
get
you?
in the face.
God damn.
Yep.
See, she was an abusive, shitty narcissist.
You're never coming to my house.
Why? No,
that shit's gonna come out, man.
That's bullshit because now with my kids, I am the best thing there is, man. Let me tell you, I love my children. I will never ever. I would talk, like I perhaps smacked them in the back of the head one time, but nothing.
You wouldn't challenge them to a fist fight?
Dude, a knife fight maybe, but not a fist fight.
I can't imagine coming home and
she said we're gonna fight,
and she squares off and let's go. That's why you do MMA shit. It's so obvious.
Why do you deal with her at all at this point? Like, why not just, like, I don't understand why you deal with your mom. Like, you're an adult, like, you cut her out.
No, Jim,
fuck her.
Yeah, I barely
try
deal
my
with
best.
mine because I can't deal with it.
Cut her. There's one way to handle that. It is to cut them out like a cancer.
But then you got a decent wife that wants to have the grandparents involved in the life, and you try, and I'm trying.
How does she treat your children?
Now my wife is getting the idea. Now,
really?
Yeah. Now she's beginning to realize.
Is she still a twat, your mom, when she comes over? Or is it,
yeah, but now she's into the church. She's like going to church every day, and now she's thinking.
You think she has some guilt?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Did she ever acknowledge the things that she did?
No.
Yeah, they rarely do. They rarely do.
She go, I didn't know
they could give you some reasoning for anything they've done.
It was the time.
Let me tell you something else. Down by Wall Street.
Wait. Was there like a man in the house?
Yes, my father.
He
would never put his hands on me.
Your father?
Yes.
And I bet you he just allowed her to just wreak havoc, right?
Yes.
Better you
What
than
do you
him.
think that's about?
He said that if he were to put his hands on me, he would kill me because he was a bodybuilder.
No, but why did he allow your mom to do that shit? Because I wonder that
I guess he
myself.
was probably either fucking around. I don't know.
He didn't care?
He didn't care.
But
That wasn't unusual back then.
He
It
pretty
really
much
wasn't.
looked the other way, though, when your mom's like, we're going to fight. Like,
Yeah,
was he in the house when he...
No, that particular incident, the hand burning incident, all those really serious incidents, no one else was in the house.
Her sadistic stuff, she was alone with you.
Yes.
For. So he was usually out when she would do that. What was the other thing she did?
We were at I said Wall Street. My bad. It was 1 Center Street. We were going to court for some reason. I forget what it was. Right, and it's fucking bitter cold. I'm talking about what it was a couple of days ago. Cold.
Right.
We're outside, and I'm telling, it's freezing, and she looks at me, and I don't know what I said or what I did. Yeah, those things I can't recall. It must have been something not so good. But she tells me, if you cut your eyes at me once more, I'm going to smack you in this cold. I guess I cut my eyes, man. Because that fucking bitch hit me so hard. And let me tell you, when your face is freezing cold, yeah. I will remember that for the rest of my life, man.
That's getting hit in ice cold is the fucking worst.
Yes.
You got tears in your eyes, man.
It fucking bothers a little bit.
No, that's all right.
It's not easy.
Like that, what I put up with when I was a kid, and now that I'm a father, that's when it kills you. Like, you look at your kids and go, I can't even imagine like doing any of this shit to my kids, right?
Yeah. And I'm sorry to say, a lot of this Latino bullshit's got, like, for example, today I saw a fucking video of a fucking kid getting tattooed.
Right.
A mother's actually having a tattoo artist put a tattoo on a fucking baby.
How old?
I don't know.
3? How old's the baby?
Less than 2.
Less than 2?
No.
What kind of tattoo?
World Star? World Star, yeah.
What kind of tattoo?
I don't know. I don't give a fuck. I was so angry.
Thug life?
And it's going to be stupid because he's going to grow up and the fucking tattoo's going to stretch.
Right.
Is that something that's happening in the community?
I don't know. Go down.
It's something that means something to the mother that will mean nothing to the baby.
Right.
It's just, again, more self-centeredness by a parent. Mars, did you ever ask her what it was like? Did you know her father or her parents?
Yes, I knew her father. He was a barber. He was pretty rough with them.
So she kind of got beat up too?
So, yeah, the cycle continues.
Yeah, he used to beat her up. Beat all of them up.
So you're breaking the cycle?
Oh, absolutely. Being broken.
Is this real?
This is real.
What the fuck? Is this World Star Hip Hop, yo?
Yeah. Yo!
Let's see this shit.
World Star!
Wait,
What is this cunt getting tattooed on the baby?
And why would a tattoo artist accept this? He needs business this bad? Is that reggaeton in the background? Reggaeton!
How traumatic.
Why is this happening?
What a fucking cunt.
She's holding the kid down.
How awful. Just so she can show her kid off.
This shit bothers me so fucking much.
What a terrible fucking cunt of a woman.
You know, before I had kids, it wouldn't bother me as much. Fuck. What's wrong with people? The fuck is wrong with people? What kind of tattoo is this?
It'll mean something to her. Like this self-centered bitch, it means something to her.
What's the description on this video?
Nothing.
Why the fuck would you do that to your kid?
There's no explanation for that. I don't give a shit what it is, what culture you're in. You don't do that shit to a child. He has
no concept. That's just a completely traumatic experience.
It's all about her. It's all about her and what she wants, so she can show him off, so she can talk about it. It's just
what the
idiocy.
Fuck is that about? Does anyone know?
No.
Is that something
clue.
that's now going on?
No, definitely not.
It's probably been happening forever, though. Like when you look at tribes. You look at tribes and the way kids are tattooed or whatever. I'm sure that's common, but not in modern day living. It shouldn't be.
Yeah, it's not like a trend.
Right? No.
Oh my god.
I still want to know why Mars doesn't cut his mother out of his life.
Like I said,
it's tough because you realize in the end it's your mom, so it's a weird thing.
No, I could easily cut people off. Trust me.
No, you can't because she's still in your life. You've only given us 3 things that are horrific. I'm sure there's others.
It's really because of my wife.
She squares off and says, let's fight.
My wife is the very decent individual that wants grandma to be
She just wants everyone to get along. But
and she doesn't understand this.
I tell my wife the same stuff. I'm like, don't worry about it. I'm like, our kids have 2 great-grandparents in Philly. Don't worry about making this work because it's not going to work, and I'm cool with it.
I make it better. I tell her, you don't want that fucking element in your life.
Right.
In your kid's life growing up.
Your wife's trying to do the right thing.
Yeah.
She doesn't understand fully.
There's one way to do it. That is to cut them out
You're absolutely right.
completely.
You're absolutely right.
And the wives don't understand. You got to tell them, you don't get it. I'm not going to hurt the kid because you don't get it.
Yeah, I grew up with one grandma, and she was beyond amazing. And I had another, quote, grandma alive that we never saw, which we've talked about a lot on this show. But I had one amazing grandma. That's all I know, and I'm totally fine with that.
That's all you need.
Mm-hmm. I'm completely fine with that. She was amazing. She made up for everything else as far as grandparents go. Yeah.
What happened to your real dad, by the way?
Oh, I don't know. They broke up, and I haven't heard from him for years now.
What year did he leave? Like, how old were you? Like 10 or 11?
I was about 19, 20.
Oh, you were an adult. Okay.
I was already.
I got this whole thing figured out.
Okay.
Your mom hated your father.
She couldn't stand him.
And you looked like your father.
Absolutely. Mirror image. I'm a mirror image.
That happens a lot.
And then
you look like your father, who she fucking hated for whatever reason. He was cheating or doing whatever. He did her wrong in her fucking stupid mind, and you look just like the dude. So she took it out on you because she really wanted to take it out on him.
And I also have a little bit of his attitude, so that doesn't help.
So he just disappeared?
He probably got fed up. They got divorced, clean,
But why wouldn't he keep in touch with you?
He's an asshole. He's another asshole.
Oh, you don't like him?
No, he's an asshole. Another one. I had 2 assholes rearing me, bringing me up.
But he just didn't hit you.
No, he didn't hit me. He was just.
But he was done with you at 19?
Dude, I don't remember getting a hug and a kiss from my father. And I don't want to make this a hoo-hoo-hoo, but I've never kissed my father.
Zero affection.
Zero affection, bro. All a hug. Do you know how much I hug and kiss my boy, man?
Did you want to kiss him on the lips?
No.
A little he did.
He did, right?
You could tell.
A little bit?
No. But see, you don't do that shit, man.
You want a hug?
Just to see how it
No,
felt.
not from you.
I didn't say from me.
Well,
I was going to find someone to hug you.
You implied it.
No, I don't want to hug you.
Your mother
I'd
hug
find
you?
you a hug.
Your mother hug you or no?
Rarely, coldly.
Oh.
Yeah, it was. My parents were fucked up. They didn't take drugs, the sons of bitches. I can't say they were lacking in going. They were going to work. They were on time. They were there every day. One was a bodybuilder. They kept me in Catholic school.
Who was a bodybuilder?
My father.
Oh, so he was on the steroids.
Probably. He was a pretty big guy. So that's just,
I don't know.
I don't know. Probably. I don't give a fuck.
Did he hit her?
I saw that happen. You don't know. I don't know if it was a hit, but I saw that when I was a little kid. She was crying on the floor and screaming and crying, and he left. And I don't know what that was about. Perhaps it was a hit. I don't know. But never, ever after that. I was real little. He would never do things like that. He would say he was too big, too strong to put his hands on us.
Right.
So he wouldn't.
Were your parents young when they had you?
I think so. Yeah. Relatively young. 20s.
Oh, that's not too young.
Well, early 20s, you know.
Yeah, that was more commonplace.
Yeah.
For a man of your age.
I'm like not feeling right now.
Well, it's weird to talk about stuff
because it's coming out.
Don't you ever wonder what happened to him?
Not really, because dude, I there was a lot that I miss from a father. A lot. You know, I mean, just I don't know. He, you know, like you teach a kid, like he would teach. He taught me not to get into fights. Meanwhile, here comes Bully and fucking cracks me in the eye, and I come home with a fucking black eye. Oh, you're going to start martial arts school tomorrow. Why? Why couldn't you start from the beginning? You know, with your son. Anybody, you know, puts his hands on you, you know, things like that. Like my son.
He didn't give you any lessons?
No lessons in life, you know.
Right.
Nothing like that.
And he didn't protect you from the fucking bully.
No.
Your mother.
Wow, he did come through one time with a bully, but that's another story.
What did they do?
When I was getting 16, 17, I got jumped. And
you grew up in a bad neighborhood?
Washington Heights.
That's pretty bad.
It's pretty bad. Not as bad as, you know.
There's worse places. But,
yes.
Yeah.
But Washington Heights, you could find a lot of things. You know, so anyhow, so this guy beats me up along with his buddies, and Jose was his name. Fuck him. We don't know his last name, but fuck him. He's a dirtbag anyway. And I went back home, eye bloodied up. I was broken arm, and my father.
Wait, you had a broken arm?
Yeah. It was that the broken arm was from hitting him. I didn't hit right. I hit him in the top of the head. I busted my...
Like Anthony when he hit Boomer Esiason when he was a kid.
You broke one of your bones in your wrist?
So then when I went home, I told my father, and he got pretty pissed, and he heard of Jose and where he hung out, and he went over there, you know, and scared the shit out of all of them. They all saw this big guy coming, ready to fuck him up. That was about it, you know.
So they never bothered you again?
No. I tried. Tried getting mine back, but he went to jail.
Oh, okay.
For what?
Who the fuck knows? He was a dust head, you know. PCP.
Jesus, Mars.
What?
Fuck.
So your mom lives in Jersey now. So so she's still close, unfortunately.
Yeah, 20 minutes away. And that's too long. That's too much for her to drive.
Do you have to pick her up? Or do people come?
No, that won't happen. That won't happen.
Oh, she tells you. She
Yeah.
has no interest in your grandkids, I would assume.
No, man. My little girl, Olivia, she's always asking for her, and this fucking bitch.
See, that's why, you know what?
Bitch.
It's better they don't know.
Yeah, exactly. That's
My
what
kids
I'm,
won't
thank
know,
you.
and so they won't
Please.
be asking.
Yes, honey,
You want me
listen.
to? I can talk to your wife. I know I can.
There's no need for that bitch to be in my life, man, or in my kid's life, you know.
And then the kids are asking because they don't know all this shit.
Look, let me give you another insight, right? They're still like, you know, back in the day type of shit. They don't make that much money. So they live in an apartment. So this woman, oh, she's going to hate when I say this. This woman, right? She's
Your mom?
She's so fucking lazy that she won't go to the bathroom. So she has one of those spittoons, those white
spackle buckets?
Almost like a bedpan.
Yeah, bedpan, but you know, it's got that white covering to put in. You know what I mean? It's white and blue.
Is it made for peeing in?
Yeah, some shit like that.
Okay.
So she'd rather piss in there than go 20 feet to the bathroom. Okay, that's your business. I don't give a shit. That's your life.
No, you can't even downplay it. That's fucking weird.
It is weird. But
how long has you been doing that?
I'm going to all her life. All her life. So, okay, so that's her business.
She'd rather, wait a minute, she'd rather pee in, like, let's just call it a bedpan type of thing, instead of go to the bathroom.
In the middle of the night.
Would she do it in front of people?
No,
in the middle of the night.
I'm sorry, in the middle of the night. This is for when she sleeps. I'm sorry.
Is she fat?
No.
Is she really lazy, or do you think that was
Really
when her
lazy.
father would get a hold of her when she'd go to the bathroom when she was a kid, so she learned to fucking just piss in her room?
I never analyzed that. 'Cause
Yeah,
I
that's
don't
based
know.
on something. Jimmy's right. That's just too weird.
So, in the middle of the night, she won't go to the bathroom. She'd rather do that there in that bedpan, whatever.
Does she get out of bed to do this?
Yes, of course.
So if you're getting out of bed, why wouldn't you go to the bathroom?
I don't know. Anyhow, so my point is this. I tell my wife, I explained that to her, and I says, do you really want your kids to go and see that shit in the morning? Because she has to transport that pee and piss and whatever to the bathroom. Do you really think you want your fucking kids to see that shit? Well, I don't. So they never stay there. You know?
That's gross.
That's type of shit.
If they stay there, who else stays there with her?
Her husband. What do you mean, if they stay there? If, like, they stay for an overnight.
Yeah, but you're not there?
Oh, no, that doesn't happen.
Yeah, exactly. Why would you do that?
Doesn't
The kids don't go there without you, right?
No.
Yeah,
So why does the husband tolerate it, you think?
I don't know.
She probably gives up some good shit. That's why.
He used to have an outhouse, too, back when he grew up, so he's probably used to that kind of shit, you know?
Right.
But her nastiness, I don't know why he puts up with it.
She dirty?
Nah, she's very clean. She's very clean.
Except for the pee all over the place.
She is very clean
in the bedroom.
Yeah, fucking peeing herself instead of going to the bathroom.
It's just fucking ridiculous. I can't believe I'm talking about this, huh?
I get some shit out of people.
Yeah.
She probably doesn't listen to the show.
She can't fucking even speak English.
She doesn't speak English?
All these years.
She's lazy.
Lazy.
Not going to learn.
Lives in her community where they all speak Spanish, signs of Spanish, you know, the fucking TV Spanish, so she doesn't need to speak English.
She thinks you're a little sellout for marrying a white girl and for fucking whitening up your life.
I'm the worst. I'm the worst.
Nah,
I went to college. I make good money. You know, I live in a very nice neighborhood. You know, that's another thing. I invite... Okay.
Whoa, slow down, Mars. Turning it into the Mars show. All right, go ahead.
You know, I invite them over to come over to the neighborhood, like to do trick-or-treating. You know, Halloween and shit, you know? It's too much for them. It's the way they act, it's not too much for them because they drive over. It's too much for them to deal with people of our caliber.
Who's them?
Whites.
And
No. You said it's
you live in
too
a white
much for
neighborhood? Mars, you live in a white neighborhood?
Oh, no. My sister.
Oh, your sister's on your mom's side?
A little bit. Just a little bit. She's trying to get away from that because I live in a white neighborhood.
You think they're jealous? That you have this
Perhaps.
nice life and they have to go back? It's like sometimes you don't want to go somewhere nice, then it's a relative comparison to what you have.
Okay, I agree with that. If that is the case, then if you have a niece or a nephew or a grandchild, then I tell you, bring her over so she can, you know, grow up with my kids and hang out in this area. But just get a little out of that Newark shit. No. They make up excuses and all that. So I'm like, okay, that little kid is going to grow up to be. It's you know, a luck of the draw.
Just a shitty group.
It is. It is.
Who cares? You got a good family, it sounds like.
I know, but
gives
then
a fuck about everyone else.
Yeah, but you got a little baby girl there that could use some help, you know, and I see it, you know.
Wait, whose baby girl?
My sister's.
Oh, you're worried about her.
I
kids.
would like, you know, bring her over.
Bring her over. Show her the white world. Show her where the rich people live.
The beautiful white world.
Does your sister live in poverty?
No, Newark. No. They live okay, but it's in Newark.
So the neighborhood stinks.
Yeah.
Oh, so and I hear you. So you wish a little better for your niece.
Yeah, this is the type of place like you don't see this where you live, obviously, but where pit bulls with their masters are roaming the streets, but with no leash, and you got a fucking 2-year-old running around.
What's that like? Is that like a ghetto statement? Like I can control this dog without it being on a leash, like a dominance?
So. I think so. It's ridiculous. No one curbs their dog. No one cleans up after their dog. You know, that type of stuff.
But your sister's fine living like that?
She's got no choice, I guess.
She a single mom?
No.
What does the father do?
He works. He does work.
That's fucking interesting, man.
It really is.
Very interesting.
Oh, man. The best part is we're going to fight.
That's crazy.
There's enough shit to deal with as a 12-year-old. You're trying to figure out what the fuck's going on, and now you got to go home and square up with your own mom.
I can remember, like, trying to avoid bullies and being like, oh, I can't wait to just get home, and then I'm safe until tomorrow.
Right.
I can't imagine, like...
But you were brought up in a relatively good neighborhood, man. What bullies were fucking with
school.
you?
Everybody, you know,
The
every
school
fucks with
shit.
people at school. Yeah, so you get home, and you're like, okay, I'm in these four walls, everything is cool, because I'm at home. And you get home, and when you get home is when this woman is saying...
Oh, my God.
Yo, we're going to fight, put your...
I love hearing from like guys like Sam that have no idea.
Yeah.
He had like a really like good upbringing in his house. My house was the wild, wild west. It was way safer to be out of that house. Are you kidding me?
Me too. I used to be the one.
I feared when that sun started going down. I'm like, oh fuck.
And maybe this was a product of that.
Yeah.
But I was doing more of the bullying and being mischievous at school and starting fights and things like that. I wasn't. When I used the term bully before, when I got hit in the eye, that wasn't really a bullying. He tried, and I stepped to him like, fuck you. He was a lot bigger than me, but got my ass kicked. But it wasn't really a bullying action. Like, no one really bullied me. You know? I had this bitch at home.
Right, because
ain't nobody bullying me.
Yeah, I'm going to take abuse at home. There's no fucking way I'm going to take abuse from anyone else. Yeah, I get.
So maybe that's a
I hear
that.
you. Yeah, this is a very good question coming in from Cigars and Scotch. Cigars.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Hey, man.
Yeah, Mark, who was your toughest training, like, sparring partner? Was it an MMA fighter or an MMA fighter?
The latter. She was tough.
Makes sense that you train now.
You know, I never.
No one's gonna fuck with Mars anymore.
I never thought about it.
At
like
what
that.
age did you realize no one's gonna fuck with Mars anymore?
Oh, young, man. I was young. I was still in the house.
Everyone's going with the MMA joke.
Funny.
We have a match today. Joe and Jersey have the same fucking line. Yeah, you want to go on Maury? We know Maury. We can help you out.
I'm
We
not
can
a
go on
sob
Povich.
story, bro. I'm not a sob story. I'm just talking.
Let me say hi to, I don't know, Ken in Chicago, looks like. Ken, what's up?
Hey, what's going on, man?
Hey.
I can.
Hey, I just wanted to give a call, man, because it was funny. I just turned you guys on, and I was listening. It was like listening to myself, talking on the radio, man, with your story, your upbringing. And I can totally relate to you, and I can tell you one thing. If I've learned nothing from life, man, when people are stuck in situations like that growing up, man, it either breaks you or makes you. And obviously, much like myself, I came from a house where my mother was very successful in the medical field here in Chicago, and she was nothing but a pill popper and abusing morphine patches. And my father was kind of a dissident, here and there, and that made me the person I am. I bought my house when I was 19. I got 2 young kids, a beautiful wife that I cherish, and like you, man, you got to judge the situation. And with my mom and my dad, I didn't want that effect on my children, so I cut them off completely now. And I thank God I have the wonderful grandparents for my kids, through my wife, and I can do nothing but congratulate you, man, for making it through what you have, man.
Thanks, bro.
I would love to talk to a psychologist about it, because what motivates you? Because like you said, and Mars has said, I got some similar shit too. It either breaks you, and you follow the same path, and you don't break the fucking chain of abuse, whether it's physical or emotional, or you go completely the other way and say, fuck that, I'm not doing this to my kids. It stops right here. What's the turning point for people where they can decide, I'll do the same shit because this is all I know, or I'm going to fucking do it different because I've had it? I would love a psychologist to answer that question.
No, I mean, for me, by all means, man, I was, I party all the time, partied hard. I never touched any type of illegal drugs because I kind of saw what it did to my mom. I never did any type of drugs whatsoever.
But to stop you, other people would do drugs because that's all they know.
Yeah, you know what? I guess I've seen the effect of it in my mom, because literally for about a 10-year span, up until I moved out of my house, it's like basically from the age of 9 to 19, I watched my mom and saw her about 5 minutes a day. She would go to work before we woke up. She would come home at 5, 6 o'clock in the afternoon. She would go directly into her bedroom and go to sleep. And that was my experience. That was my total experience with my mother for 10 years.
Right.
And by seeing what it did to her, that's what drove me not to do it. But I think the biggest thing in my life, man, was just all the hardships and seeing how, I guess, ultimately selfish my parents were. They would deprive me and my sisters of things that were basic things, like, hey, Dad, my shoes are worn out. Can I get a new pair? I'll go to Salvation Army. Meanwhile, he's sitting there, he's buying another truck for his company or something like that, something that was unnecessary. And I saw that, and since I've had my daughter was born April 11, 2006, and she was 4 pounds 7 ounces. She was in the neonatal intensive care unit for almost 40 days. And on top of it all, I had a lapse of insurance because I was between jobs, so I was stuck with $270,000 in medical debt.
Wow.
Almost lost my house. We went through negotiations to drop it, but when I was really hard up and I was on the verge of losing my house, my mom, like I said, she was up there as far as the medical field in Chicago, and she makes a lot of money. And I asked my mom, even though our relationship was rocky, Mom, can you lend me $3,000 just so I can make it come back? I said, I'll pay you back within a month. I'll do side jobs, work, whatever I have to do it, but I need the money now. And she looked at me dead in the eye and said, me and your father did it, you can do it too. And that was it, and walked away. And you know what? I just thought to myself, you know what? I'm not going to be that parent. I'm going to give my children everything they need. Not everything they want, but everything they need in life that they deserve.
And you obviously did.
I work typically on an average week, 60, 65 hours a week. On call for 24/7 coverage for my company. I have almost 3 months that I'm on call this year. And I'll put that time in so I can give my family the thing they need. My children are going to Catholic school. My son's got a speech disability. We hire a private speech therapist to come to the house and invest the money in my children instead of taking it away from them like it was to me. So I guess I look at the reflection and try, think to myself, I don't want to be that person, and obviously it's worked for you, man, because you hear the things that you've gone through and look how far you've come now. You've taken all the negative energy and put it towards something that was worthwhile and made something of yourself.
I want to congratulate you. You just that was the longest sentence ever. Longest sentence ever. Called Guinness Book of World Records. Holy shit. No, what pisses me off about your story, you didn't put yourself in that horrible financial spot. I could see if you did it to yourself, then maybe a parent would go, "Look, man, you got yourself into this mess. You got to get yourself out." You didn't do that to yourself.
I think we're learning.
You needed desperate help there.
What we're learning is you have to be a good boy when you're growing up, and bad boys like Mars and this man just make things difficult for the adults. So be a good boy.
Good for you, Ken.
Thanks, Ken.
No, I appreciate it. It's good to hear stories like that, man. And everybody out there that's had this kind of upbringing, push through, man. You make it.
All right, Ken. Thanks, buddy.
Hey, Ope, you know what I did realize, and Ken could probably attest to this. You grow up a lot faster, mentally. Like, I remember crying in front of the mirror, no one hitting me, just fucking looking at myself, crying, going, I deserve a better childhood. I'm growing up too fast because I know what's going on right now shouldn't be happening to me.
What is it going to take to get you to cry today? Because that'd be great radio. Tough guy like you, Puerto Rican guy like you. You break down and cry.
My eyes were watery before.
I know. I almost had you. I was working it too, man.
Until you said something.
What did I say? I made some dumb joke, right?
No,
Instead
you said
of keep
your
going.
eyes are watery or some shit like that, and that was it.
What?
You never acknowledged it.
You acknowledged it.
And that's what fucking put you on.
Yeah.
God damn it! Damn it! I almost had him!
What's it going to take today? When was the last time your mom hit you?
Shit, I can't remember that far.
No?
A long time ago. Yeah, buddy. I wasn't molested at all.
All right.
And the funny thing about all this?
Yeah.
I don't ever think of it as child abuse.
Why?
I don't know.
Well, now you do, don't you?
I think that, to a certain extent.
Anything you wouldn't do to your own child, that's child abuse.
The reason...
Things happen to you that you wouldn't do to your own kid, probably that means that's child abuse.
Okay, I was thinking of it because she was using it as a corporal punishment, just punishment, and that's what I deserve.
Plus, no one wants to see themselves as an abused child.
Yeah,
no one wants to look at themselves like, ugh, I was that kid that they talk about.
I was douchey.
Well, you just got beat up.
I was douchey
by a woman.
But you don't want to see yourself as like that. Who wants
so you walked in the house and she goes, we're fighting?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, she let me put my things down and all that shit.
And you guys just have normal conversations now?
Yeah.
So fucking weird.
But not because of me, man. I don't. If it was up to me, I would not even deal with her at all. It's the ex-wife. I mean, the wife. She's a nice person.
Yeah, you're a good person too, Mars.
Yeah, well,
she just doesn't understand.
Kind of a sellout, but a nice person.
People are asking, sellout.
You want
to, the Puerto Rican thing. You kind of giving up and whitened up.
I don't understand.
You can punch him. No. People are asking, why haven't you called Mars's mom yet? That's up to you. I don't know Spanish, though.
She doesn't understand the language, and she'll play it off like she doesn't understand what's going on, totally, because I'm sure she understands a lot, but she won't be good radio. Nah.
Why? Do it in Spanish. Someone will get it. Have a 5-minute conversation with your mom about this.
But I don't know how to speak Spanish, so we're gonna have to find somebody.
That's great.
He's not good at it.
I'm not good at it.
He's forgotten it.
You have a mom that doesn't.
That's another thing.
Wait, how do you communicate with your mom if she doesn't know English and you don't know Spanish?
No, I speak Spanish, but it's broken. It's
dirty,
not. Yeah, it's dirty Spanish
and shitty.
That's
right?
another thing. She watches all these fucking telenovelas where they speak great Spanish, high Spanish, and she always gives me the junk dialect. You know, I mean, we fuck up so many words in Spanish. It's incredible. When I speak to another person, it's like South American, they're like, "What the fuck is that?"
Some of that street dirty Spanish, right?
Yeah, and you can even say it's Puerto Rican because you have, Puerto Ricans that are very well educated. Listen to me and they go, "Psh, dude, you're not speaking, like Puerto Ricans speak. It's just fucked up."
All right.
Well, thank you, Mars.
You're welcome.
Yeah,
Sorry.
that was great. What do you mean sorry? You stepped up to the plate today.
Well, I let you, I put the show in a fucking somber mood.
The worst is yet to come.
This is so fucked
up, man. This is O&A's worst of 2013 so far on the Opie and Anthony channel. Yeah, this is Opie and Anthony's worst of 2013 so far.
What's up, Roddy?
Hey, buddy.
Did you get the red carpet treatment?
Oh, yeah.
I told Morris to roll out the red carpet today.
Well, since he's abused, it's harder for him.
It's red with his beaten blood.
I told him, I go, man, a lot of people related to you yesterday, Mars. He goes, bruh, I didn't even realize I was abused until I saw your eyes. I'm like, how do you not realize you're being abused when you take a hot oil spatula to your hands?
But he learned.
He learned. He didn't steal anymore.
He did learn.
Yeah. Mean but effective.
The only thing that takes Mars back now is if he hears Spanish. If anyone yells in Spanish, he just starts crying.
Well, it now makes sense, though, because over the years, we've need the Spanish guy every once in a while to translate something, maybe say something. And every time he tries on our show, people call up and go, he doesn't know how to speak Spanish.
He speaks baby Spanish.
He speaks baby Spanish, but now we know why. It sets his mom off. Because she only knows Spanish.
I had a buddy in Florida that I thought spoke Spanish, but when other Spanish people, they would tell me later, and he was like a big dude, they would say, he talks like a toddler, like a little kid. But to me, it sounded like perfect.
It sounded great.
Yeah, but it's because shit like their grandparents or whatever said to them, and then they got to school.
Right.
And that part of them never improved.
Right.
And they need a hot spatula in the back.
Yeah, right at the back of the hands.
I don't know if that's abuse. Do you really think?
A hot oiled spatula?
I mean, no one's ever died from a hot oiled
Let's do it then. I want E-Rock to do it. E-Rock, we'll get a hot plate. What do you think? For Ronnie B. And the eye bang.
Oh, we'll put this right up.
No
You're gonna,
shit,
it's going to
you
look
will.
perfect for you.
Come on, let's do it for the eye bang.
It's a super weak, okay?
No, you'll get a couple, drops of oil that might burn a little more than the spatula itself.
The great pictures.
He's thinking about it.
E-Rock, here's
He's
the
thinking
thing.
about it.
We leave here today. We're heading to New Orleans to be part of Radio Row, and we want to show this.
What?
Other
Wait, what?
radio
We are?
stations.
What's going on?
Yeah, we're all going. The whole stations. We're going to be in Radio Row.
What?
It's us
Really?
And 150 other radio shows all lined up.
That's my dream. We're really going? That's
Have you
my
ever done
dream.
Radio Row
Yes,
before?
I have.
It's the worst.
We stopped doing
fucking
Radio
thing.
Row about, I don't know, at least, 12 years ago,
It's
easy.
really
When me and
horrible.
Ann first started doing radio together, we had to do a few Radio Rows.
I remember we were supposed to do one, and then we got kicked off the air. We were supposed to do one in Boston for Jim Cook, and I was so excited because Gene Simmons was going to be there, but then we never wound up going on because we got booted off.
You know what? That was the last time we did Radio Row. We did the Sam Adams Brewery. Oh, yeah.
See, here's
with a
the
whole
problem.
bunch of other
Yeah.
radio guys.
The thing is like you see Gene Simmons with everybody
Right.
before he gets to him, and by the time it gets here, you just feel like shit.
Yeah, you're like,
just
oh, God, what else does he have for us?
And then there's a lot of things where they promise Gene Simmons, but then you get to talk to a roadie, and I don't know what's with Gene. He should be here.
Right.
It's fucking terrible.
They said we were going to go to the Super Bowl this year again, and there's nothing.
Don't. It's awful. It's fucking.
It's the principle, though, Ronnie.
No.
Have you ever gone to the Super Bowl
I've been
as a radio show?
Yeah, it's fucking awful.
Yeah, but I want to go once. I've never gone.
Don't do it.
I've been at this radio thing since I was 18. I want to go once.
Go for real and fucking just go to the Super Bowl.
And SoundCloud it?
Yeah. But
I'm going to go and just
fucking
SoundCloud it.
Show up and like, Jim Nance is running late, and there's 800 shows here to make it feel like you're just nobody.
Of course.
You know, it's like the DMV of fucking radio.
And then you start interviewing janitors and like kind of old cheerleaders, anyone you can find.
I did one at Disney where they kept running voices by us, you know? So, like,
what do you
this
mean?
is the voice of whoever, what fucking cartoon character.
Right.
And then he would try to talk that way.
Right.
And then I would try to, like, say, so when did you start doing voices? And he wouldn't break character.
Oh, Christ.
I'm like, come on, people
So you couldn't even
know
break
you're
him
not
down a little
fucking
bit.
Cartoon.
Exactly. E-Rock, spatula, hot oil.
I don't know. I got to think about
We
that.
slap both hands. How about we slap one hand? We slap the one hand you don't need.
What, did it happen to Mars every time the same way? Or
Just
once? Just once, and that's not abuse.
You've had some shit happen to you with growing up, Ronnie?
Everybody got hit, right? Did
Of
you guys
course.
get hit?
It's our generation.
Yeah, so why would they now turn around and call it abuse if everybody got it?
See, I don't know. You're the greatest, Barney. I don't even know if you're fucking with us.
I mean, what
a hot spatula?
Just because everyone was a slave in the 1700s doesn't mean it's no longer slavery.
Yeah, but nobody knew not to, so you can't break the balls of the people at the time.
Oh, look, there's YouTube videos of guys getting hit in the butt with spatulas. That's a little different.
This was heated, though.
Yeah.
But his mom was cooking. It's not like she sat it on a pan, right?
Let's bring him in. I don't care. I mean, I almost had him crying, but I failed because I pointed out that he was almost crying, and that made him uber aware.
Here's what
I blew it.
Here's what you say instead of crying. You just say, "I noticed that your eyes."
I
there's
said
some
that.
water- there's some water in your eyes.
That's what I thought would work.
That should have worked. Yeah.
Okay, so I didn't blow it because
No,
that's
you did- you
exactly
did it
what I
right.
said.
Well, you just be comforting. Just be comforting, like,
Yeah.
you know, like, hey, man, I know it's rough, but it's going to be all right. And then all of a sudden they feel relaxed, and then they cry, and then you call them
Here
faggots.
comes Mars. And then he tells me this morning, he goes, "Bruh, I got so many more stories." I'm like, what were you waiting for? Yesterday was the let's make everyone sad because Mars had a shitty live show.
Hi, Mars.
Hi, buddy. How are you?
How you feeling today?
Pretty good.
You know,
How's
I,
hands?
I try to relate to you a little bit when I came in, and you didn't really want to talk about yesterday's appearance, I noticed.
I didn't know what to make of it this morning talking to you, so I just wanted to leave it alone.
I even held the door a little longer than I usually do, thinking you would follow me in.
It was awkward, I know. I didn't know if I would to say. I
What's
didn't know
wrong with you?
To say thank you or whatever. But I'm really nervous now.
Why?
Because Ronnie's in.
Because Ronnie's in. And
Why?
Ronnie fucking pulls shit out of people.
No, that's not true. That's
Yes,
just
you do,
not
sir.
true. I'm here for
You're the
it.
best.
Just relax.
You're like an interrogator.
No, you're all dressed in camouflage. Like if anything happens, you go into the bushes.
We can't even see you, Mars.
And he says you speak baby Spanish.
I do.
Yeah.
You're absolutely
which
right.
I think is hilarious.
He's absolutely right.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Why don't
But-
you speak the language if your mom only speaks Spanish?
Like I said, it tore up. I speak it tore up.
But how do you have a mom or father that you can't really like communicate with? That's strange
Well,
to
in
me.
my earlier days, yeah, I spoke better. And as I grew up and grew distant from them, I didn't use the
Yeah, but you
language.
probably never talked to your mom on more of a higher, I should say, than a third grade level.
Yeah, absolutely right.
Your entire
You're absolutely
life.
right.
That's
Absolutely
weird.
right. That's all she's got.
Is there a lot of?
No,
pattern-
I'm thinking that's all you got as far as Spanish goes.
That's all
She
she's
could-
got. Trust me, it's her.
It's her. She's.
Oh, okay, yeah,
Okay.
all right.
I got you.
All right.
So what do you do?
It's
Pantomime
all her
most of the
fault,
time?
right?
You're pointing at things. Turkey.
Some English words, yeah, some pointing.
You guys must enjoy a nice episode of Dora the Explorer. That must be your show, huh?
I like Dora. She's
Mars
cool.
comes home during Sesame Street. His mom's like, "Shh, working on apps right now."
So, it was the spatula one time, right?
That was just a one-time deal.
All right,
Why
so-
she was cooking, right?
No, she wasn't cooking. She set it up.
See, that's
she set the heat to it.
That's fucking.
Yeah, that means that she
That's
knows.
psychotic.
Yeah, she
But
knew
you
what she was
must
doing.
have been awful. I mean,
No,
you
it
must
wasn't.
have been terrible.
No, I was not. Not deserving something like that. Anyway, I was mischievous.
Yeah.
I was, I was an altar boy. Well, I was one of those altar boys and choir boys that
Drinking wine,
a
fucking-
priest. Yeah, drinking the wine,
Right.
eating the fucking hosts, and
Which is really
Any,
that's a
uh,
mortal sin. I mean, seriously,
I was hungry.
Yeah, but that's
you're
the worst
joking
thing
about
you
that
could
now.
do.
That hot
Before they were
spatula-
blessed.
you're
That's
going to
the worst
burn.
thing you
For,
can do, soon as they come out the box. No, I was a good altar boy because I would do it as soon as they came out of the box.
So
as
they weren't
opposed,
blessed,
exactly.
How hungry are you that you're eating that crap?
It tastes great.
No, they don't.
Yes, they do.
Everyone's there's absolutely
they
no
taste like
taste.
fucking
They're
uncooked
terrible.
bread.
No, they're not. I like the way it tastes.
No, it's horrendous.
And it just used to remember how it just lay in your mouth.
Yeah, and just
And
kind
they,
of
they disappear. They dissolve.
So
Yeah,
how
but
does that
wild.
taste good?
It's like a packing peanut. They're disgusting.
It's a breath.
Packing peanut.
It's a breath strip
I love it.
without the flavor.
I loved them.
Did you have a priest?
Yes, well, that's the thing I was getting at. Well, no.
Wow, look
calm
at
down, calm
look at
down.
Ronnie.
Slow it down.
Ronnie, look at him jumping.
No,
I didn't even ask the question yet.
What I was getting at is because of the way I was, priests would not, attempt anything. They like the
Lean against you a
docile
little bit,
kids, the kids that do whatever they're told.
Right.
Not motherfuckers like me.
Ugly.
You know.
Did you know kids?
That's a good one.
You wanted it though. You were
No, I
pumped.
did not.
What?
No.
Oh,
No.
what?
No. So yeah.
But what? But did you know that other kids were getting molested?
No, not in my school. My entourage was also a bunch of misfits.
Right.
Oh, so you were a problem child.
Yeah.
So Ronnie's
I
getting the real story.
He's one of the Jets.
Yeah,
You
you
know
were.
what I mean? Da-na-na-na. His mom was going to put up with that. She smacked him with a hot spatula.
Oh man, this is a different story today.
No,
you were
I
a
was-
problem child.
No, I was,
Were you
doing
one of
this
those guys on the
Barrio?
screen?
You remember back in the day, I don't know if you had this game in Long Island, but we used to have this game in Washington Heights called
Stab the
Scully. Scully.
What's Scully?
And you would take, back in the day, the wooden chairs, they would have on the legs metal caps. Remember those?
Well, I think we still
They
kinda
still
do
have it
that.
on the bottom.
Right. We would take the chairs and pop them off, take the metal cap, take the rubber off out of them. The metal, we would fill it with crayon. And on the street itself, we were the game Scully would be a bunch of little boxes.
Very poor.
Really?
Poor, man.
You guys never seen this game?
What did you do?
Okay, so it would be boxes. They were numbered in different locations. It was 1 through 13, 13 being in the middle, in mud. So it was a small square. So you would go 1, 2, 3, 4, and as you're doing it, you're the guy that's playing with you. You would knock him out of whack. You knock him out of the place, take his place, things like that. Guys never played that.
No, it
right.
sounds great.
It was fun. It was fucking fun. So I would do things like that. I would steal the caps from the chairs.
Oh, you couldn't find like just bottle caps. It
No.
seemed like it would have worked with bottle caps. Why are you
It
fucking
worked
up all
with
the chairs?
milk caps. The milk caps.
All right, so
fluids.
get some milk caps.
The metal caps were better because if I hit you with a metal cap and you had a plastic shit, I would send your shit away. Like boom, gone.
Man, you grew up in the early
Damn.
50s.
Yeah,
No, I didn't.
Damn, that's
This is
a good
like-
cat.
we did something similar. Our parents used to buy us toys.
Yeah, exactly.
We played with them.
Yeah, they would take us to Toys R Us with a gift card.
But that type
wrong
of
with you?
stealing, I would do. Fights, I would get into.
So you
fights.
deserved what your mom gave you. I mean, you gave her a rough time.
No,
You know what I mean? You were hard on that woman.
no, it's not hard on that woman. I guess like we spoke yesterday. I reminded her of her husband.
Wait, you spoke to her yesterday?
No, he's saying
we
as he
spoke.
said yesterday.
We spoke yesterday.
Oh, okay. I thought there was a little conversation after your appearance.
Your dad used to steal the caps on chairs too.
That's mean. That's seriously mean.
I don't understand why you're
hurtful.
fucking up good chairs. That's so weird.
Yeah, so shit like that. So that's all I would do.
Did you hear that?
But you look like your dad, so she hated you for it.
Yeah, I think that these guys hit the nail on the head. I look a lot like him. I also have an attitude like him. So
Yeah, she took it out on you. Did you hear the story where he came home from school and his mom was waiting for him and said, "We're fighting today"?
She actually
They
put her
squared-
hands up,
and
man.
they squared off.
But it's weird with him. Like he stayed. He does martial arts.
Oh,
like,
yeah,
every night he's just thinking, I have to defend myself. I can't be humiliated anymore.
Of course.
I've got to be able to stand up. I'm not. You're trying to protect that
When was the-
kid inside you.
Yeah, when was the last time someone got the best of you?
Yesterday, about 4:00.
Why?
You said the best of me, right? Yeah, I was training yesterday with someone.
No, I don't mean that because you're in a whole different world than the average person. I mean, just
When did someone take your Scully caps?
yeah.
When you were training?
When was the last time
The
someone
last time I had a good fist fight was at 21.
And since then, no one has really been able to fuck with
Every
you.
day you're ready.
That's what I mean.
Unfortunately, you train and you think that it's coming and it never comes. Not that I want it to come.
Oh, you want it to come.
Not that
You want it to come. You want a good excuse.
You want to be attacked one day by an older Puerto Rican woman.
With a spatula in her
I'll
hand.
fuck her up.
I'm not little anymore.
Holy She's just coming out of Sonoma with a stupid spatula. I feel bad for her.
But, a lot of people bring up the abuse thing.
Yeah.
And our whole generation got hit. Did you ever feel like you were abused or any of your friends were abused?
Not really. No, we got the wooden spoons and the sticks. Yeah, we had to go outside and get our own stick every once in a while.
See, that would be abuse. They would come and arrest those people today.
Yeah, I came in with a small stick, and then they would laugh, and then I would diffuse the situation a little bit.
See, Ronnie, I honestly, I had no idea that was abuse. All these years, I'm fucking 47, man.
Mm-hmm.
And as I'm talking to the guys yesterday and looking at their eyes and their reactions,
right?
This is the first time I really, I spoke about it before, plenty of times. I'm good with it, but seeing these guys' reaction, I was like, holy shit.
You didn't know that you were such a victim.
Yeah. I thought that's the way it was.
What gave it away? Was it the tents in our pants?
I think you knew.
Maybe
that
I
shit
just
was buried until
regressed
yesterday.
it. And
But I mean, the other part of it is that you weren't loved. That's the thing.
Oh, yeah.
That everyone else.
See, that's the
But,
shit,
yeah.
man. She did a lot of other fucking shit that showed love. Like, being able to put me through parochial school, all these years.
That's obligation. That's not love.
That's
obligation.
Well, she would do something, and I remember this. I didn't bring this up
Putting
yesterday.
you through just regular school?
Right, like the other kids.
What are you talking about?
What do you mean?
Everybody to know.
Catholic school?
Yeah, but parents are just supposed to do that.
Well, they could send me to public school.
Well, you probably would have been better off.
Less molested.
No. I think Catholic school did a lot for me, bro.
All right. Gave you a little discipline?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Taught you to be quiet.
Didn't steal anymore?
It taught me how to. What happened to my fucking headphone?
You're the guy.
How to not be distracted. Exactly.
We can't call anyone. You're the guy. You better figure it out.
Taught you to take your medicine.
It's amazing that somebody who committed mortal sins of drinking the blood of Christ as if it was a cocktail, and now it's like, oh, thank God for Catholic school.
Yeah,
it really helped me
exactly.
so much.
I had a priest that used to say, "Goddamn!" I think he used to curse.
Yeah,
he used to curse. It was fun.
Aren't those the hip guys?
The what guys?
The hip guys. I like priests like that.
Yeah, he was cool.
Yeah,
he was cool.
You said you had other stories.
Yeah. Well,
It was a world without love. Was the last
it took
thing
me.
you said.
It took me 9 years to put this shit on air. You can slow it down, man.
You were the one excitedly telling me this morning. I got other stories.
I've seen some shit, man.
Give us one.
A good story in reference to my mother. I remember, like gay people in my family and all that shit. That was a common thing. Like, it was not a big deal. For example, we would go visit Titi, and Titi had Wonder Woman over there. And Wonder Woman was a nickname of one of the individuals I used to hang out with her, and it was tranny.
Yeah.
So we were used to that kind of stuff, We grew up with that.
Wonder Woman?
Yeah, his name was Wonder Woman. Sure. He used to spin around like Wonder Woman and everything.
Was just turning. It's like fucking helicopter cock.
And I remember this shit as a kid, man.
Sure.
He was the king of the meat spin.
Yeah.
Covered in jizz.
Right.
Yeah. It's like, oh, Wonder Woman, what a fun game.
He put his cock in an invisible condom and violate you.
Wonder Woman.
Yeah.
Who was hanging out with Wonder Woman?
They didn't show that. Wonder Woman would come around by herself or by herself.
Was she
By
related
itself.
to you?
By
Herself.
herself.
Was she related? Oh, he, she?
No.
I don't know.
No,
Is it a he? Is it a
family
she?
friend.
Family friend, but then how was she associated with your family?
I don't know. It was my aunt. I used to go visit her in the Bronx, and he used to be there hanging out. I guess they used to smoke weed, do something together. I don't know.
PC pig?
Gay people that have good connections with drugs.
So what happened? Did Wonder Woman ever fumble with you?
No, that was just like growing up. I was used to seeing shit like that. It wasn't when I see a tranny or hear tranny sex. It's no big deal.
What kind of sex did you see?
Not see, but I heard. I heard a lot of.
You heard sex?
Well, I used to go and see. I used to go visit my aunt, right, with in the Bronx. I used to go into the rooms in the mornings, and she also had that fucking piss pot.
Oh, you heard about the piss pot, right?
Yeah,
Were you listening to
nasty.
that, Ron?
Was your aunt the sister of your mother?
Yes.
See, there was something going on with that father at night. I bet you that they didn't like to leave the bedroom at night, because why would both of them get into this habit of pissing in this fucking thing without.
Yeah.
One, I could see being a lazy, you know what, but I mean, I don't understand why too.
Well, for the people,
I know for
hold
a fact-
on. For the people that weren't listening yesterday, your mom would piss into some kind of bedpan thing instead of getting up and going 20 feet to the bathroom
in the middle of the night. Yes.
And now we're learning the sister did the same
Right.
thing.
Now I know
who has Wonder Woman as a friend.
Right. And there was 3.
Did Wonder
females.
Woman live with her?
No. Wonder Woman just visit.
All right.
You know, and I know of 3 aunts that do that. The piss pot.
All same.
Wait, 3 aunts and your mom, so that would be 4.
No, 3 altogether. It's my mom and 2 aunts. So there's 3 girls altogether that do the piss pot thing.
What the fuck is that about, Ronnie?
I don't know.
Probably they grew up in some fucking dirt shack down in Puerto Rico with no bathroom, and they
probably had an
pissing that
outhouse.
way. Yeah,
So instead of going outside to an outhouse
so they
where the
just
wild
got
dogs
into
are.
it. Yeah,
Oh,
right.
you know what? There you go.
Cooper,
But, you
Well,
know.
why wouldn't you go, fuck that, I got a nice bathroom now?
That's a bunch of bullshit because there was an apartment in
You're telling
Puerto
Ronnie
Rico.
that's a bunch of bullshit.
No,
aren't you?
I'm just letting. I'm saying like if that would be an excuse for my mother, it's a bunch of bullshit because they had an apartment.
Where?
They didn't
Puerto
have
Rico?
they didn't have an outhouse. They lived on the 2nd or 3rd floor, and there was
bathroom on the 1st floor.
on the same floor. You know, in the apartment.
But probably all clogged up with fucking shit. You know,
But maybe you're onto something there, Jimmy. That they were afraid to go to the bathroom.
Yeah, maybe they'd sneak out, and when they went out to the kitchen or whatever in the bathroom, he'd be fucking drunk in the living room. Come here.
Mm-hmm.
Come
Your dad was drunk all the time.
Yeah, he was Afro-Cuban. He came from.
Why even bother with the Cuban? We got it.
He came. No, because actually I'm Puerto Rican.
Afro-Cuban. Yeah, right.
Yeah, he came over to Puerto Rico and he started a big family. He was 10 kids. He was the barber of the town.
Seville.
Everybody knew him.
But he was with your aunt and your mom. You think?
Yeah,
he was with them both. He was like the fucking cock of the walk there. Anybody that was in that house was going to get banged.
Oh yeah. Well, I don't know about bang, but they would get. She would tell me stories that he used to abuse. Hit them with the strap
Right.
to
Their father.
sharpen your razor. Yeah. So getting hit with that was pretty rough too. So I guess an extension cord to her, because I keep bringing that shit up because that when I felt that extension cord, I remember to this day, I couldn't breathe. The pain was so much.
Yeah, that's rough.
Yeah. Dude,
An extension cord is rough,
Yes.
man. I understand a wooden spoon or that other shit, but that's abuse, no? Even for that generation? Look at Ronnie.
See,
he's not
I
phased.
just feel like
He's not phased.
I just feel like you can, you're judging outside of the era
Right.
that it took place in. You know, that back
extension
then it
cord,
wasn't- It's the same as
That's
a
a whip.
belt. Well, same as a
I don't
belt.
know. Isn't
No,
it the same
it's-
as a belt?
Dude, it's two different things. I would love to get hit by a belt as opposed to getting
Sure.
hit by
All right.
Sure
Well,
you
I
will.
think I got a belt.
You're setting your fucking thing so
belt
high
you want
there.
today?
Love to get hit by a belt.
E-Rock, will you get hit by a belt and an extension cord so we can see if it's different?
Oh, I don't want.
You haven't done anything for the show
Can I
lately.
tell you something? Troy is texting.
Yeah.
Saying E-Rock is a pussy and he will get hit with a hot spatula.
No, he shouldn't do that
They
shit.
all
man.
want Mike Tyson.
Troy is the fucking real deal, man.
Yeah,
Crazy.
Where's
don't do
Troy?
that
Is
shit.
he here yet?
He's here.
He's here.
Let's bring Troy in.
Oh,
And let's get the hot plate before fucking
Dude,
Radio
do you-
Wizard shuts us
Do
down.
you like being spanked by girls or no?
No, hell no.
Oh, you
I don't like
Okay.
that shit
You
at all.
like
Any
hitting
rough
girls,
stuff, tying me
You like
down,
spanking
fuck no.
girls.
Don't
Troy.
like it.
Okay.
Oh yeah, I'm losing my mind, bro.
Here's Troy Kwan.
Yeah, I'll do it.
E-Rock's a pussy? It's a hot spatula in oil, and then we take it out of the fucking hot oil and whack
Just
your
smack me
hands.
on my hand?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
fuck it.
easy, right?
Yeah. Let's do it.
Did your mom just let it sit there, Mars? How did it go down?
That shit was hot. It was,
But did she
jumps.
And the grease,
Did
too.
she
The
just
grease
hit it?
jumps. Yeah, she just hit it.
But the grease is important because the grease
Yeah,
is what
the-
stayed on
yeah.
his hand and burned.
You dip it in grease.
All right, we got a hot plate around this joint or what?
Put some grease.
We got some grease?
Grease.
That's easy to get.
And do you think an extension cord's worse than a belt if you got hit by that?
Well, a belt has a bigger surface.
That's what I'm thinking.
But a cord might have more of a whip type of an effect on
there's
it.
no doubt that the cord's
An
gonna
extension
hurt
cord's a
worse.
motherfucker, man.
There's metal running through the extension cord.
Did you get hit with the end of it? Or was
No,
it just
no.
like they hold it like a belt would?
Just like a belt.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a motherfucker,
Yeah,
man.
it's fucking.
It's going to come down faster,
Yeah.
too.
Did it leave a mark? Did it leave the big long
Yes,
line across
I left
it?
a big long line.
You show
mark.
it to your friends
You got
later.
any scars?
My, I showed you yesterday. The only scar I could
didn't
come
see
up
any
with
scars.
is that
Why'd you show me? I don't remember.
Inside. His scars are inside.
Deep inside.
my hairs on my hand.
Oh, right.
They don't grow.
He can't grow it.
So did you ever? You were shitting. Hey, do you ever bring it up to your mom now?
No. I have in the past, and they act like, oh, well, that was then, I was stupid, I was ignorant, so it's kind of...
Oh, there's a little acknowledgement
What are you going to do? Yeah.
Sometimes there's no acknowledgement.
Yeah, but no. That's
what would you like
bullshit.
her to say?
Nothing.
But I'm saying, if you talked about it, how would you like her to react? Like, what would be a reaction where you went, okay, she kind of gets it?
To stop being a fucking cunt now. And just, be there for the... I don't want her around. Nothing. I want nothing.
Good for you, Mars.
I really don't.
Yeah,
Okay.
Stop with that shit.
You
Stop with that wishing that she's going to change.
She's not.
The reality is, no one ever changes.
No.
No one ever changes.
They don't.
But then it's up to you whether you accept that or
Exactly.
not. That's the fucking thing that I don't understand. Like, people are like, oh, I hit my parents. I'm going over there this weekend.
Yeah.
Why would you? Why would you go to an unpleasant place? You don't put up with it with anyone else.
No. The only reason, like I said yesterday, I put up with it now is because I have a lovely wife that wants to have all the grandparents.
She wants the
involved.
perfect family.
That's
that
a
ain't
lie.
happening.
Well, she's
living a lie.
She's getting it. Yesterday, I told her about what happened here, and she was like, "Dude, you really, man, if you feel that way, we don't have to have her
Too
around."
late.
It's
It
not
took this show for her to realize.
Right.
No,
You
she's a
opening
nice
up about the
No, but
spatula?
seriously, the thing is like Opie went across for you the way your wife should have.
Okay.
That's the thing you got to let into your head.
Okay.
Every fucking night when you're laying next to her. You know what I mean? Like,
There you
she's
go.
asking you, swallow some shit so we can feel like we're a real family instead of the truth.
You got a real family. It's not,
It's a real
That's what I
radio
said.
family.
That's what
It's
I
a
said.
real radio family.
This is your family.
That's what I say.
But you got
That's
a
your
real
wife,
family.
Sam.
Yeah.
Don't worry about
Your
making it.
familia.
Seems like you're a grounded father, and you got a good woman, and you got good kids. That's all you need. You don't. Because if you bring her around, then there's going to be that darkness and that everyone's tense. You don't need that shit, and your kids pick up on that.
And granted, she's getting older, trying to get to the pearly gates, so she's fucking,
Too late.
But she's doing she's trying to do the right thing. Like when she does have my kids.
What do you mean she's doing the right things? Has she removed all spatulas from our house?
Yeah.
Stop pissing in front
How about
of
we
the
start
kids.
there? Yeah. How about we get rid of the bedpan and the spatulas?
Has she stopped tinkling into a chock full of nuts can?
Right. And how about she puts down her fists? Start there and get rid of that old fucking stereo system. Seems to be a fucking hazard in her house.
Fucking parrots flying around, lizards on the wall. Someone throws a quarter off the fucking cruise ship. The whole family's diving in as fast as they can.
I'm glad we were able to make the jokes today because yesterday was a little intense. We got some jokes in, but did you hear his head got stuck in the, old stereo?
You remember I was describing that big stereo back in the 70s, two big speakers on either end. There was in the middle a turntable, radio, and then next to that big television. So that big whole stereo system, when she knocked me down, I'm young, I don't know. I go in with my head turned to the side, and she's mounting me, so I look at her. So now I turn my head upright, and I wedge my head underneath the stereo system, not knowing that I could turn it back the other way. I'm fucking nervous. This bitch is trying to kill me, And she's looking at me, and then she's actually... Sam asked, how was she hitting me? She was punching me in the face and smiling and going, and with every hit was huh? How about that?
Yeah, she hated your father.
She's just bullying you.
You might want to listen to Pearl Jam's Alive. Yeah. It's a whole song about that shit.
Listen to that whole "Don't Call Me Daughter" bullshit.
That's,
you were like,
Pearl Jam's all about family abuse. You might want to go into their catalog a little bit.
I like Pearl Jam, yes.
Go listen to Alive.
Imagine.
I
You should
believe
wear
that's
shorts wherever you go now, like that.
Troy, you ever get hit? Is this no big deal to you?
I got hit as a kid. I mean, nothing like that.
Oh, so you acknowledge that Mars had it rough, huh?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he had it bad. But it's like, I guess it's like a Hispanic thing. I mean, they're just
racist.
They're crazy.
That's horrible. Yeah, she threw I know we all, maybe not Sam, maybe you. Maybe she threw something at you, your parents, maybe. Right, exactly.
My mom was about throwing my whole room out on the driveway. But thank God she didn't throw anything.
Did that mean you had to
personally.
leave? Like, you're supposed to leave now?
No, I was supposed to clean my room.
Oh, okay. Great.
Yeah.
Did it work?
If I left shoes out, it would be the dumbest, stupidest thing. So instead of saying, "Hey, why don't you put your shoes in the closet?" No, the whole room had to be on the driveway.
Yeah.
Why do they care about your room? That's what I never
understood that. Because if the door's closed, who cares?
But she, back in the day in the 70s, she threw a hairbrush at me. And the plastic back then was not like the plastic we have now, a little lightweight. Plastic back then was fucking sturdy,
Plastic today will do some damage.
Okay. The bitch throws it. She misses me. Back then we didn't have sheetrock. We had plaster. She made a fucking hole. You see the plaster coming off. You know, I didn't think anything of it. I thought, hey, she missed, you know?
Right.
But now as I'm speaking to you guys, I'm like, you know, if she would have hit me with that shit, she would have fucking probably really caused some serious
You
damage.
think she hated you, Morris?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. That's the part that hurts.
I
That's
still
the part
think
that
she
hurts.
hates me.
Yeah.
Do you
She
get
does. She has a problem with me.
Do you get any love from the older people in your family, like an aunt, an
yeah,
uncle?
those people. Yeah. Crazy
Like
love.
I had a grandma that was amazing.
You know, I have an uncle that gives me so much love that I think that he knows the things that have occurred, you know?
So that's kind of cool.
But why
it
wasn't he there to fucking save you? That's the thing.
Because
Why?
that's his house.
Yeah, but the thing
knew.
is, if
He
he
knew.
could, you know what I mean? Like today, if you found out some neighbor kid was getting abused, you'd go over. Where were these people for you? That's the part that hurts. Despite all the nice things that are being said, that's why that's that thing inside you you'll never be able to take care of.
Yeah, they thought it was the thing to do back then, I guess, you know? I really, you know, I'm good with it.
You're not good with it.
Yes, I am. Yes, I am.
You're fidgeting in your pockets. You're not good.
You know what I mean?
You're not good.
It's okay.
Look,
this is a fucking safe house.
Try to keep your hands still for a minute.
You're good with it
Then
the
we'll
way-
believe that you're good with it.
You're good with it the way Ving Rhames was good with it when Bruce Willis came back in.
Is this Armageddon? I don't know. They did a couple films together.
No, this was the S-fuck sheriff.
And Mars is asking for music for his segment.
Yeah.
You want your segment produced?
No,
I
no.
see.
The
How about the Hulk music? Why don't you play some music? You rockers, they're just sitting in there fucking gaining weight. No
So
disrespect.
I guess we're not doing the spatula thing. What happened to this show?
I don't know.
We would have had a
Everyone just
fucking hot plate fired up by now.
Nobody
Lawyers.
takes you seriously at your word.
No, that's not
That's
it.
the
Lawyers.
thing.
We're looking out for OP.
They're not up yet.
No, yeah, lawyers are still sleeping.
Gives a fuck.
Yeah, Mars.
First hour is the Wild Wild West.
First hour, we do whatever the fuck.
Right.
They're still sleeping.
You got 15 minutes to burn.
Watch,
right.
watch
Why
bladder
do you want to
run
be
down.
burned?
Why not? I'm just tired of people not stepping up around here.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Troy comes to work.
Troy put a strawberry up his ass.
What's that noise?
and, what is that?
It's your phone or something.
Oh. Mars, vibrate.
What's going on?
We
That's
put
a
our-
water sound, your phone?
Yeah. It's a
Oh
ship.
man, are you trying to keep calm?
Yeah, right. That's
even,
it.
even the phone sets them off.
Yes.
It's fucking
What
Puerto
was
Rico.
that?
That's what a relative calls. It's the sound of just the fucking throat over the water.
Was that a wave?
It's you hear the sea and then you hear the ship offshore go.
Right.
Bam, bam.
Yeah, you want to leave.
Is that no? It reminds them of this whole family holding onto a door. Trying to get across the water straits.
Who's calling you?
It was one of the guys in the shop.
Don't they know you're busy? You're being a big radio star right now.
Nah.
That shit could wait.
What do they,
Okay,
What do they need
absolutely.
you to do down
what do
there?
they want?
I don't know.
They're looking for some
I'm
nuts
good.
and bolts or something.
Yes, probably. There we go. See, Sirius is calling me now. Look.
Let it go. Easy.
All right, listen.
So Troy's tired of people not stepping up.
And Troy stuck a chocolate-covered strawberry up his ass, and Sal grabbed it without his hands.
Yeah.
That's the type of program we're giving people these days.
Well,
It
you
was
bring
terrific.
back the shock jock thing, which
We're
I
trying.
really appreciate.
We're
you know
trying
what
to
I
bring
mean?
back the shock jock.
Yeah, bring it back.
It's retro now.
Try to have some fun around here.
I know you want to do it in the studio, but that probably leaves a mark and will probably have legal issues.
Why are you saying that?
You know
It's
what?
Troy, come on.
No, because Troy's not going to sue. So
Troy
there's no
doesn't
legal
sue.
issues.
Yeah, Troy
You
don't
don't
care.
give a
Don't give a
fuck.
shit.
I like the other one better. Remember when I told you when she smacked me in the bitter cold?
Yeah.
That's a good one.
That's a rough one.
That's a rough one, man.
Being slapped in the face in the cold stinks.
So what? We have to hang outside in the cold for a while?
Yeah,
It's
sure.
not cold out today.
Get our hands cold?
It's like 40 today, I think.
It is. It's
And
nice
who
out there.
would slap Troy?
It's nice out there.
Way to not bring this up the last 3 days when we were freezing our asses off. He waits till it's balmy in New York. What are we going to do?
Where's that hot plate? Where's the grease?
Do we even have one? I don't even know.
No. You have to go buy one or
Maybe we can microwave some fucking oil or something. Pour it on your head.
Martha Stewart studio.
But your mother made you a
There's
better
one in
parent,
there.
right, Mars?
I'm sorry?
Your mom made you a better parent because you'll never do shit like that. Like, you'll never even probably hit your kids.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, that's an interesting question, Jim Norton, because then he might be going too far the other way.
Oh, letting the kids get away.
Now,
Shoot dope.
now you're
Kitchen.
talking.
That's sort of what I was talking to Jimmy about on the way home.
Yeah.
When you are brought up in a household that's a little strange, you know,
Right.
you could do the exact same shit, or you could go the complete opposite way, where they're just wild kids. Or
No, they're not wild, but they'll walk over, Daddy.
they will, right?
They'll get over it.
See, nobody respected you. Not,
Nah, that's
not
not
the generation before, generation beneath.
No, they understand the respect. They do respect me, but they'll get.
You do the timeouts.
that shit don't work. But I have to
My
do.
kid mocks me, and he goes, over here? Like, he'll point to places where he's supposed to sit. I'm like, are you kidding? You know what happened to us when we didn't behave?
You know what works?
And then he
though?
sits there mocking us.
Yeah, sure, of course. Why wouldn't he?
So then we, like, take his chair and we try to put it in, like, maybe a boring room. That's the best we can do?
Does he have electronics?
What, you want
leapfrogs and things like that?
What, you want to electrocute my kid
Yeah,
for fucking
exactly. Get him in
misbehaving?
a tub with that stuff. Show him the boss.
You know, the leap pads. You don't have the leap pad?
What kind of sick fucking thought you got now?
Look it up, man. It's
I know
called
leapfrog.
Okay.
What are you getting at?
Tetris.
You take that away.
Tetris.
You take that away from them. I know my son. He's 7, man. All I have to do is talk about I'm removing your
Yeah, but
DS.
what about these people in the fucking, like, you ever see these little kids in a restaurant where they're just screaming and fucking up and their parents are like this, Wallace, Wallace, Wallace.
It doesn't happen to me.
I'm like, I've actually sat in restaurants, I go like this, hey, Wallace, I'm not fucking around with you. Sit the fuck down, because I'm not your parents. Because I don't understand why people let themselves get abused like this.
Yeah,
You're not an equal with those kids.
No.
Okay, you know what works? Absolutely works.
When my
I
kid
grab-
acts up, I'm mortified. I get him out of the situation.
But
I get so uncomfortable that that I'm bothering other people.
But if your tonality changes, the kid has got to respect that. The
All right.
kid has got to say,
Of course.
my old man's kind of crazy.
Yeah, that's it right there. That's exactly what I do.
I could use like more of a stern voice and he'll calm down.
Yeah.
I've realized that so far.
Dude,
but
you grab him by the bicep, put a
right.
little squeeze,
there you go.
look at him in the
There we
eyes.
go. There we
What's
go.
wrong with that?
That's
It's
right.
just a
There
little
we
squeeze.
go.
What?
It is. It's
Just a little
Marty,
squeeze.
a little bit, right?
Threaten the little guy. Threaten the little guy.
And I say, I will fucking kill you. So
Hey,
what the fuck?
See, it's coming out.
Problem solved. I don't do anything.
Mars, we are feeling bad for you.
Threaten to make him drink out of that coffee can in the bedroom.
Yeah, squeeze his little bicep.
Oh, God.
That's all I have to do.
He's got thumbprint bruises all over his arms. That's good.
what they do.
Yeah.
That's the Puerto Rican way.
Wow. What do you do, really? You just squeeze his arm a
Afro
little
and
bit.
Cuban. It's all in there, Mars.
Yeah.
And say you're gonna
15
kill him.
years. Mars Jr. is going to be on a radio show telling stories. And you're going to be like, I didn't know. I don't understand. Why are you so upset
and
about
now
it?
all I have
Dressed in camouflage.
and now all I have to do is change my tone and the eyes, and that's it. It's good enough.
Oh,
Oh
God.
boy, how old are these
horrible.
kids?
I'm sorry?
How old are they?
5, 7, and 15.
What gangs
Poor
they running
kids.
with?
No
Latin
gangs.
Kings?
I'm on top of them, boy. I'm on top of them.
Just like your mom was on top of you, giving left hooks.
No.
Oh boy,
I'm the good one.
everyone's looking down now.
Hey, you got the Puerto Rican flag there.
I don't know why it's on this either.
What, the Ali float like a butterfly sweatshirt that Jimmy's
Why
wearing?
is that on
I don't know.
The American
makes no
flag and the
sense.
Puerto Rican flag.
I have no. My ex saw it and she goes, "That's a hipster sweatshirt." I'm like, "Really?" She goes, "Yeah, it's got a Puerto Rican flag." I'm like, "I didn't even notice
It
it."
makes no sense, though.
Maybe it was when he fought in.
Did
Puerto
Ali
Rico.
ever fight down there in Puerto Rico?
I'm sure he did.
I don't think so either.
Yeah, I don't think
I
so.
think he had he might have trained at one point, but I don't think that he ever had a.
Did he have some Puerto Rican blood in him, maybe?
I don't know.
A little bit?
That's probably one of those sweatshirts they sent to Africa. You know, they couldn't sell here, but you got it.
No, I bought it at a very hip place.
Like where?
Ooh, I think it was Urban Outfitters. I was cold.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow, that's weird.
Mars, so you abuse your kids?
No, I do not abuse
Why are you
kids.
squeezing? Why are you squeezing their arms?
Get on top of them a little bit.
No, I don't get on top of them. I'm
Your words.
Look how nervous he gets.
Yeah.
It's great.
Oh,
You all right?
it's unchattered waters for me.
Shattered waters.
Nobody's talking about them.
Exactly.
This is what you're saying. It takes a lot
I
of
want to
bravery to let
unshatter
this
your
stuff out.
teeth to begin with.
What'd you say,
It
Ronnie?
takes a lot of bravery
Sorry.
for you just to express this.
It
you
took,
know?
like I said, it took 9 years to even bring it up.
And you're
to you
kind of
guys.
like an alpha male too, so this is kind of
You're
cool.
right. That's that.
To see an alpha
But
male
that's
break
why-
down a little bit.
That's why he's an alpha male. He
Yeah.
needs to protect. He can't let it happen again, and that's why he's always thinking. Every day he's thinking, when is something bad going to happen? Now, do you grow up? Do you think that way? Like, oh, something bad going to happen? I don't think most people do that.
Only from 6 to 10.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Anything could.
I laugh at most of the stuff that happens around me because of how I was brought up, I think.
You just laugh it off, like.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of shit. Dumb shit. You know. Mine was more like mental abuse. A lot of screaming and yelling.
That's
and weird
rough.
shit.
That's rough, too.
What was weird about it, though?
Coming home and seeing your room in the driveway? It's a little rough, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Yeah.
Why didn't you act like, oh, this is my room now? You have to read the comic book under your lamp.
Mom, this is great. Thanks.
My thing was I realized from an early age, so I like avoided the house as much as I could. I became a caddy at 12, 13, and I would do 2 loops a day easy. So I was there when the sun rose, and I was there as the sun was setting, man.
Did you do 2 bags? You do 1?
2 bags,
Good.
brother.
See, that's
now
the
I got
thing.
the herniated disc to prove it. Yeah, that was a lot of weight for a
By the way,
13-year-old.
what kind of fucking man let a little kid carry 2 fucking bags?
It was disgusting.
How did you feel better about yourself if you're a man? Like, kid, grab both those bags and
let's go
with
and
them.
and follow me. I was half the sizes of a lot of these golfers at first. Yeah, it was crazy, but I enjoyed it. I enjoyed the conversation, just being out of the house and being on the course. Loved the sport. You know, that was my thing to avoid. I had siblings that confronted them like that was just stupid, and then I knew at 18, let's go.
Let's get out
Let's
of
do
here.
this. Yeah, so.
But in the back of your mind, you're like, there was never any comforting time for you either.
I mean, we talk about it. I mean, if 2 days went by without some kind of drama in my house, that was huge. 2 days, barely, and that barely happened. There was always some dumb issue. It was always dumb shit. You know, she didn't raise kids that were bad. You know, she had 7 kids in the house, and none of us have any real issues or problems. You know what I mean? That deserved anything that was going down. It was always dumb shit. Like, if we didn't eat our meal, that would be a problem. If we didn't eat everything on our plate.
Why do you think people get into that thing? Because it's like they didn't plan their life, and then they look around and there's all these kids, and they're like, "What happened?"
That's a really
to
good
my life?
question. In my situation, my mom has openly said this, which is kind of fucked up, that she never wanted all those kids.
Yeah,
she had.
Who would?
She had 6 births. And then she had my dad's daughter from another marriage, so 7 kids in the house. She was raised Catholic, so she did it the Catholic way, where you don't use birth control and you have kids. But she never wanted 7 kids. She tells us this.
Wouldn't a mentally ill person have problems even if there's only 2 though? Like, the fact is that they're crazy, so no matter what the circumstances, they're going to be fucked up.
I think so, but I think certainly having a lot of kids helped it along a little bit too, you know. But yeah, she came from a weird house, which I don't know much about because I don't ask the questions. Her mom was a cunt. I will tell you that much. My mom wasn't as bad as her mom. You know, her mom sued her for money that she borrowed when, you know, we had the 6 kids and now we got to eat and pay the bills. So my mom took out a little loan with her own mother, and they weren't paying her back fast enough. And I remember that my quote, I say quote because she wasn't, my grandma ended up suing my mom and went through the whole court system, everything, lawyers and all sorts of shit. Fucked up, right?
Right, it's fucked up.
And it was, you know, they were in a bad spot. They needed the money, and my dad wasn't making that much money at the time, and they were paying her back, but not good enough for her, and she didn't even need the fucking money, and sued her own mom. So my mom actually did the right thing. She got rid of her own mom early on in my life. Said, you know, this is a horrendous influence for my family, so she can't be around. So I went from I don't even know. I think I was 12 maybe, and then the next time I saw her, I was like 22, 23 when she was dying in the hospital. The classic story I tell on the air, where she looked at me and went, "Oh, precious, you got so, you know, big." And I just looked at my mom and said, I'll be in the car. Do what you got to do. I gave her nothing. I was like, whatever, old lady. Enjoy wherever the fuck you're going. And that was it. So, but she could, you know, she removed her from her own life to protect our kids. But then, you know, my mom did her own shit.
See, that's the thing that brings it back. What is the fucking hardcore thing? Is it mental abuse or is it physical abuse? You know, because
we didn't really get the physical stuff.
Right. So
I mean,
who had it worse?
I
had them both.
I don't know if I've ever said this on the air, but my stepsister, she's my sister, but for the sake of the argument, she got some of the physical shit.
From your mom?
Yeah, and I always wonder why we weren't getting that.
Wow, that's fucked up.
Yeah, weird shit. Yeah, like oatmeal over the head crap, like fucking mommy dear shit. Oh yeah, horrible. Like way more physical shit with her. And I was like, wow, is that coming our way? And it never really did, not to that extent.
But you can't have physical without mental. You can have mental without physical, but you can't have physical without some kind of mental aspect because you're always afraid.
Right.
Absolutely.
Like if you're walking in the house, your mother's a fucking wacko. He's got the same thing, and he's also worried that she's going to punch him in the face. It's like the same person, but you had at least 7 kids to kind of spread it over a little bit.
Yeah, and I always had the feeling that my mom this came out of therapy, which bummed out my therapist, but I always had the feeling that my mom could kill me, which, made it tough to sleep at night.
Honestly think that you might die.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, if the circumstances were right. Abso-fucking-lutely. Abso-fucking-lutely, yeah. Because she would just fly off the handle and just do crazy shit. But I don't really remember physical abuse. I just don't.
Then I wonder why you were so afraid that she would kill you. Like, her mental abuse was just so fucking
Just
extreme.
a lot of screaming and yelling all the time and just, like, losing her shit, throwing stuff, like, hiding in the attic, that type of
She
thing.
hid in the attic?
Oh, yeah. I found her in the attic a couple times, just having, like, mental breakdowns. She had mental breakdowns a lot, and then would have to go away for that. So, yeah.
And that must have been nice, right, when she went away?
It was...
You're like, oh...
Look, I'm looking to see if she's calling in. Yeah, it was kind of nice. It was like a little vacation. And that's what it was. That's how it was told to us, too. She's visiting a relative. She'd be gone for a little while. And she did the shock treatment back in the day.
Wow.
When she did the shock treatment when she was pregnant with my sister.
What?
Old school shock treatment, because now supposedly they figure that shit out a little better.
American Horror shit?
Huh?
American Horror shit?
I don't know. That's why One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, as brilliant as that movie is a little, that's a little creepy for me.
Just saying the
crazies.
Because in the back of your mind, you're like, does it go down another generation? Do I have this somewhere?
Oh,
Is it
yeah.
inside me?
Fuck yeah.
Is it inside my kids?
Completely aware. My wife helped me with that, and then I've been in and out of therapy, making sure, figuring this shit out.
How'd your wife help you?
She just, how did she help me? That's a great question. Just being there for me and talking about the shit. Like, she would acknowledge the craziness going around. Like, this is pretty fucking crazy, right?
Yeah.
And then we just, we'd start talking and stuff.
Especially when she comes from kind of a happy...
Blue-collar family.
Blue-collar thing.
She would probably tell you she had her own issues growing up, but I kind of laugh at it, because of the, but that's not fair. But how I grew up and how she grew up, I think is,
See, that's what I mean. Like,
but she would probably argue that point. I think everyone would argue that point. Like, well, fuck, we had it bad too, and this is what happened to us, right?
Yeah, I think there's a difference. Like I said, in my whole neighborhood, everybody got whacked, but we took it because it wasn't a big deal.
Right.
There wasn't any fear. It's like, I got to be home by 5. We're still playing ball. I'll go home late and take a fucking smack on my way in, and that'll be it.
Right.
And my thing was always, just go down. Just hit the floor, whatever happens. And I did that with my parents. I did it with cops. When a cop would start to fucking hit when we were kids,
Go right down.
I would fucking go down. My old man used to call me the bad actor, because if he gave me a smack, I'd go over the fucking table. Just like, oh, Jesus, look down. I would come up. It was a very wrestling move. I was just kind of acting like I was shaking it off and then go back down again.
That's funny, man.
And the same thing, if the cops start to fucking swing at people, just don't fucking, just go down.
Yeah.
And then they're like, oh shit. Fuck, what did I do? Hurt that kid?
Hey, Ronnie, you ever had your mom come on and get you? And start smacking the shit out of you outside?
In the fucking street?
Yeah, and then pull your ass in and slapping you and you go
in front of your friends?
Yeah.
So she humiliated you in front of the whole neighborhood?
But we were accustomed to it because
that seems more normal, I think.
I've
heard a lot of those type of stories.
Oh, Mars got in trouble, no big deal, and then, Willie might get in trouble tomorrow. We all
That's your penis, Willie? I understand. What did he do?
Yeah. Mars talked about him in third person. That's funny.
Willie got me in trouble again.
I'm trying to explain my situation a little bit to Ronnie here. I don't know if I'm fully explaining it.
Hey,
there was always like a sadness. There was always like a black cloud. There was always an issue over just dumb stuff. No one really acted up. Just normal acting up in our family. But it was always just an extremely big deal. If he came home a little drunk or something at 17, 18, normal shit like that. It would just be horrendous. A lot of just yelling and screaming. And my dad, a great guy, but would just sit there and just kind of allow her to run the household like this, Everything was a big fucking deal. It's the only way I could explain it. Just dumb shit that might have been a quick little, 2-minute thing, like don't do that or clean your room, became this over-the-top fucking thing.
See, the weird thing is Fez had the same thing, where his dad was passive,
right,
and his mom was aggressive. and you saw how he turned out.
Right.
So you've already, I mean, every time that he, something comes up, it'll always go back to, well, then my mom, and I'm like, well, your mom isn't fucking here now.
No,
Behind you.
I'm just saying that it doesn't bother me to the level it used to for many years now. I'm just bringing it up because it's the discussion today.
No, but I think it's the weirdest thing about it, and people don't normally talk about this, but the thing that hurts the most is not being loved. And when you're not loved enough when you're a kid, then that makes you feel like you're unlovable, and then you spend the rest of your life you can't accept and give love.
All right, here's the weird thing, and I don't know if I've ever mentioned it on the air. I was completely loved by my mom. Completely. She just had a weird way of fucking showing it.
I'd see that.
I have no doubt that my mom, to this day, loves the shit out of me.
But then
and
that
my
takes
dad.
you that, what does love even mean? What the hell is it? If it's love, how come it can be so explosive
Right.
a little while later? You know what I mean? And that adds to our fucking confusion.
Right.
That's why we go through life
Yeah. But I'm
not acting the way we should act.
Yeah. That's a good point, But I have no doubt I was loved.
Right.
She would always try to do the right thing, but she just had her own issues that always got in the fucking way. But I mean, Christmas was beyond amazing. Her birthday, she fucking cooked every night a meal, and we all sat down. She really did fucking try, abso-fucking-lutely, but then would just fly off the handle over the dumbest shit all the fucking time. And that's the lesson I learned, because for many years that's what I did. Obviously, everyone knows, but it's been a few years now where I don't do that shit anymore. I realize how stupid that is and how it actually hurts you in the end.
So the same way it would be for you, like if things didn't work out perfect.
Everyone knows. You can fucking pull a million fucking clips of me losing my fucking mind. And a lot of times I had a good point to make, but when you're yelling and screaming and flying off the handle, no one's going to listen to you. They're going to obviously look at you like you're a fucking idiot. You're an asshole. You're a dick. You're a lunatic. Right? Mm-hmm. So I purposely try not to yell that much. And it's been a few years now.
So you then become your dad instead of your mom. Then you're your dad.
Oh, God.
And
Well,
you let all this stuff go on, but inside.
No, I try to just handle it from a different angle. I'm not giving up on my feelings and things I want to express, but instead of yelling and screaming it, I'm trying to find another way.
Well, your wife doesn't
higher
yell either, though.
intelligence.
She doesn't yell at the kid either.
No, there are times I'll raise my voice in my house and she'll go, "Stop yelling." I'm like, wow, this is so not yelling. My definition of yelling is so different, Yeah.
It's interesting. I'm sorry. It's interesting how with you therapy works because you let it out. And I don't.
It's just cool to talk about it. Like a lot of people, when they find a therapist, they're expecting some fucking magic cure from the person you're talking to, but really they're there just to really just listen and let you just get it out. I mean, there's so many times when I'm sitting and talking in therapy, I go, holy fuck, that's why I do that. Like, I have the realization. She's not telling me from a stupid textbook what's going on.
I think a good therapist shows up late like Judd Hirsch in Ordinary People. That's what a therapist does.
Yeah, because of the swimming.
You call them on a payphone, you remember something about Buck, and they show up for you.
Yeah, you saved yourself. But seriously, you had to.
But if you're if you go to a therapist,
you were the strong one.
If you go to a therapist and think she's gonna fucking lay out your plan for you, you're on the wrong path.
They ask questions that are smart.
They kind of guide you a little bit,
right?
But it's very subtle if you got a good one. Very subtle how they guide you with these little questions, and then you will you go with that thought or that question for a while.
Mars, are you thinking you couldn't even go?
No, I don't think speaking about it helps. Not me. I'm not the type. I'm not the type to talk about something.
He thinks he's not white.
No.
Yeah, that's silly.
No, it's reason being because
everyone's the type to talk about what the fuck's going on in their lives.
Okay, I can probably talk about it, but I'm saying the end result will still be the same. We didn't do anything. Nothing changed. I went through the experience.
No, you'll
so what?
change. You learn through this shit. You're supposed to change. You're not. The problem is a lot of people. Ronnie's. You're going to nod your head. Ronnie knows. You get in these situations with people in your life and you waste so much fucking time waiting for them to change. That's not going to happen.
Right.
You're supposed to change. You're supposed to change how you handle that person.
But talking about it, I don't know.
Yeah, because you're an alpha male.
We talked about it yesterday for the first time, and
that
it was
made you
cool.
feel great.
It was different. It made you feel better. It was a relief.
That is possible, but I'm talking like with
She'll
relatives.
never change.
No, I know that.
But she affects you to this day. We saw it yesterday on this show. You had tears in your eyes. That was a big moment.
Did not. Nobody saw that.
But I'm
It's
just
okay.
saying.
It's okay,
Nobody
man.
saw that.
But it is okay.
Forget about her. She'll never fucking change. She'll always be that person.
I know that, but I'm just saying, speaking about it doesn't really, I don't know, it doesn't do anything for me because I've tried speaking about it with other people.
Did you speak about it with your wife?
Yes, in the past, but it doesn't do anything. I mean, it doesn't make me feel better. It makes me angrier. When I speak, what happened yesterday?
Sure,
here, I was getting fucking angry.
That's good, though.
Yeah,
What's wrong with that?
What's so good about that?
Anger,
Getting
you have
it
to
out.
get beyond the anger's just a
Yeah.
smoke screen, Mars. It's about hurt
See,
and
Jimmy
pain
knows
and
too.
feeling pain. Anger is just safe. That's a male. It's
That's
easy
easy.
for us. 'Cause
Anger's
we're-
easy.
We're in control when we're angry. It's
Jimmy's right,
comfortable.
too, man.
And here's the transition. You're at the age now that it's time for you to start. The warrior has to go in a different place, and you go on, you become the wise man. You become the medicine man. This is what happened as we evolve, as we age. You don't want to stay in any one thing. That's why nobody likes a guy who's fucking 38 running around like he's 18.
Gotcha.
Okay? So you've created this warrior character. You wanted to protect yourself and the people around you. Now, slowly, surely, you move on to become about wisdom. And that's what you get from understanding yourself.
You get some
And
knowledge.
not holding on to this shit.
You at least get knowledge. Why this happened and why maybe you do certain things.
And then maybe you can help somebody else who's got a problem. You're like, hey, I know what you're talking about. I went through this, and this is how I came out the other side. Right now, you're just stuck at that early part that you wouldn't deal with. Why? Why did this happen to me? What did I do? What did they do? Why? So you want to find that out, and you can move on.
I just think I'm good with it.
That's fine. That's up to you.
I think I'm good with it.
You're 47. You're wearing camouflage, Mars. That's enough. Fucking enough.
See, you're still trying to hide.
That is true.
Are you hiding from your mom?
Yeah.
You think she's going to pop up?
Yes.
She's gonna hide behind a bush or something?
You're like a Puerto Rican Clarice Starling.
Right. Camouflage. That says it all. You're still trying to blend in. Maybe she'll hit the bush instead of you.
Oh, Lord.
Well, I want to make that point again, really. I mean, you know, the people around you that cause all this strife, they're never going to fucking change.
Yeah, I know that.
You have to fucking change how you deal with that shit. And I didn't know that for many fucking years, trust me. Many fucking years. And as soon as I learned that lesson, it made things a lot easier.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it gets worse.
This is hilariously bad.
More of Opie and Anthony's worst of 2013. So far, coming up. Must-hear moments from the past 6 months. Opie and Anthony's worst of 2013. So far continues.
Continuing on with the worst of 2013 so far, Opie and Anthony are on vacation all week. In the meantime, I'm like you. I don't get vacations. So what am I going to do? Share the best things that have happened on the Opie and Anthony show so far in this year, 2013, the year of our Lord. Opie became an urban explorer this year. Opie has been on a quest for quite some time for that viral video gold. All he wants is a YouTube hit. There was a day when having a radio show that paid him millions of dollars just to bullshit all morning would be enough. But no, that's not enough for him anymore. He wants that, excuse me, he wants that viral video, and he'll do whatever it takes to get it. Moses Gates stopped by. Moses Gates is a guy who took Opie underground, on top of buildings, everywhere that you're not supposed to go in New York City. We got some great video out of it, which you can see at youtube.com/Opie Radio. We also got some great radio out of it, which you can hear right now. Moses Gates in studio on the worst of Opie and Anthony. 2013, a year in review, something like that so far.
The worst of 2013 so far. The Opie and Anthony Show.
We got my new friend Moses Gates in studio.
Hey, how you doing, man?
It's Moses NYC on Twitter. And, of course, he's the author of Hidden Cities, Travels to the Secret Corners of the World's Greatest Metropolises, a memoir of urban exploration. It's on Amazon, Barnes & Noble, iBookstore, Books A Million, and IndieBound.
Damn, that's like...
it's going to be a big book.
That's for reals.
I hope so.
A lot of people are pre-ordering just because of the videos we made.
Yeah, that was a crazy time, man. That was a fun day.
Yeah,
that was. I finally said
insane.
it. I think it was last week. I posted 3 videos. It was all in one day that we did all that shit.
Yeah,
we were underground for at least 2.5 hours.
Yeah, because it was about a 3-mile walk, and we stopped a little bit, so I think that was like a 4 or 5 hour day.
I would think even longer, but I was going to say 5 or 6 hours, but I found out that Moses was coming in, and Roland goes, "Hey man, he's more than willing to show you around a little bit." I'm like, "Fuck yeah!" And the one thing I always wanted to see was where Mole People was filmed.
Yeah,
not Mole People. The I forgot the name of it.
Dark Days.
Dark Days. Thank you. Thank you. The black and white movie, and it so happens it's relatively close to where I live. And I've walked that area a ton of times near the water, and all of a sudden, man, I show him. Moses goes, "All right, meet me by the statue."
Statue Eleanor Roosevelt.
Yeah, it was all creepy. Yeah, like I was in the middle of some like game of Clue or something. Meet me at the statue.
Well, it's no fun if we just meet at a coffee shop or something.
Right. And then I just trusted you because of Roland. I didn't know him, and all of a sudden I meet him at the statue, and there's Moses. I'm like, all right.
Yeah.
And then he doesn't. I'm expecting flashlights and all sorts of shit. We did have one flashlight, but he didn't check the battery, so we're underground for 3 hours in the dark. I'm like, we could have used a flashlight.
No shit.
So you got to read the book because there's at least 3 times in the book where I forget a flashlight. So
that would seem to be number one thing.
Yeah. Wouldn't that be the number one thing? That should be
number one thing is you,
right?
Like yourself,
right?
Second thing, the flashlight so you can see.
In a way, it was cool that we didn't have a flashlight because a lot of times we were walking and it was pitch dark. And remember the one moment I almost fell into a fucking hole.
Yeah, you got to watch for that.
There's holes, like big fucking holes down there, and there just happened to be light in this area. We were walking, just chatting, bullshit, and all of a sudden I'm like, holy fuck, we almost walked into this pretty impressive hole.
There was one time, this is a long time ago, I was in an old abandoned courthouse, and I just fell backwards down a hole. Just like,
really?
Bang. Yeah.
Wow.
Fell about like 7 or 8 feet, got up, hurt to breathe, got on the number 2 train, checked myself into Harlem General.
Right.
Waited a couple hours in the emergency room, and I ended up okay. But you always got to pay attention. That's the point.
Right.
Holy shit.
Where was that courthouse?
On 163rd and Boston Road up in the Bronx.
Is it still something you could check out?
I don't think so because they're redeveloping it. I mean, it's this beautiful, beautiful old courthouse, and it was abandoned. I want to say since the 1970s, but I'm not sure. And they've been redoing it. They've been rehabilitating it. I think that it's going to be a community center. I'm not 100% sure, but that whole area has been built up a lot.
What did you get to see in there before you fell backwards?
Have you been to any of the downtown courthouses? Or any, just an old courthouse downtown?
I've been in an active one.
Yeah, we've been in a few active ones over the years.
Imagine that, and there's a real cool statue up on top also. So just imagine like one of those old, beautiful courthouses with the staircases and the railings and everything like that, but just empty.
Wow,
there are also old jail cells in there, too.
Really?
Yeah, in the basement and also, I think, on the 4th floor.
Yeah, you feel like you're walking through, like, Silent Hill or something.
Like one of those creepy video games.
Right. Yeah. So we went where Dark Days was filmed, where the Mole People used to live. And that's below, I guess, the West Side Highway, more or less, right?
Yeah, underneath Riverside Park.
Riverside Park, really. And then you could kind of see the West Side Highway through some of these gates that open up.
Yeah, it's crazy because you're down there and you can hear people, like, walking their dog above you.
Yeah, wow.
We saw one. Yeah. Remember, we yelled to him. I was like, oh, great. If fucking Moses was a serial killer, I'm fucked right now. Somebody was getting a Frisbee or something. And, I didn't know. I thought people still lived underground. I finally learned that that's pretty much not true anymore. There's a few stragglers here and there, but in general, people aren't living underground in that area.
Yeah, no, that's correct. Because what happened was that was an active rail line for decades. It was a freight line, like the High Line, right?
Yeah.
So the High Line used to connect to that rail line, and it would take freight from the Bronx or from upstate down to the meatpacking district, and that was the whole purpose.
And the High Line, for the people outside New York, they made it into a walking park. It's really cool. Railroads are obviously above ground, but they made it. It's really a nice little thing to check out if you come to New York.
So anyway, they decommissioned that as a freight line in, I believe, 1980, and then that entire tunnel was abandoned from 1980 until the 1990s.
What a great time.
Yeah, when they started running Amtrak through it.
Yeah, so that was just a giant, wide open space, and it was perfect for people to just go chill down there.
And with, crack and like the perfect timing.
Right.
The gritty, dirty New York and everything. Shit.
shanty towns popped
must have
up.
been crazy down there.
How many people lived down there at its height?
I mean, nobody really knows. My best guess would be a couple hundred, but I'm not.
That was it?
I'm not the guy
I've always
to
heard
ask. I wasn't there back
thousands.
then.
Yeah.
I mean, stuff gets exaggerated.
Right,
You know?
right. Yeah, but then we, we popped down one of these holes.
Yep.
And then this whole world opened up. It was so cool.
I mean,
I'm not going to lie to you. I was trying to be cool, but as soon as you said we're going down this hole, I was ready to bail. I'm like, no fucking way. And he found the first hole we found was just not just garbage, like horrendous garbage,
Really?
like almost sewagey garbage. She's like, "Oh, this is the only one I can find today," because these holes pop up, and then the city covers them up, and then they just find another one. They make another one.
I do give you props for meeting a strange man in a park and following him down a hole in the ground, though.
Would it be the first
not
time?
Everybody would do that.
Hole.
So we found a hole, and
there you go.
I went to Moses. You first. He went through.
Well, he's got to lead the way. Sure.
Poked his head up. Was
Right, that's when
this is a good one, because he didn't even know. He didn't know if we were going to just drop straight down. He's like, no, it's a good one. Come on down.
That's when I learned that I had forgotten the flashlight and that my batteries were out. So,
nice.
Yeah.
So you
Fussed
just
around a while, and then we're like, it'll probably be fine.
let your eyes adjust and just kind of walk around.
It's dark down there, man.
Yeah, huh?
And then the grates from above give you some light, and that's where all that cool artwork was that you were showing me.
Yeah, there's a bunch of great artwork down there, and Ed Koch, I can't remember if you were there on that trip or if it was a different trip.
No,
but,
I know what you're going to say.
Yeah, but Ed Koch died Friday morning, and we were there on a Sunday afternoon, and somebody had already painted a "Rest in Peace Ed Koch" graffiti mural.
Really?
Yeah,
Down
it was
there.
really cool.
In the darkness. And now it's an active railroad, obviously.
Yeah, Amtrak
runs through there now. And we saw, I think, 3 or 4.
Yep.
And at one point, we thought it was one of those slow-moving fucking trains. Like, it was like some people that were going to get us in fucking trouble. You even panicked. I saw it on your face, like, oh, fuck, this is something we don't really see usually.
I mean, I try to play it cool, but I'm always really nervous on these things.
Right.
So.
Right.
I would think. Yeah, you're getting nailed.
Some people just don't give a fuck. Some people are just like, on we go, we're good. I'm always really nervous and have to try to kind of play it cool.
Well, something like that is one thing, but the Chrysler Building, that seemed like a little more you could get in pretty big trouble for.
I mean, I disagree. I mean, I don't know. I mean, well, we're on the radio talking about it. I guess we'll find out. But it's like, it's all above board, There's nothing shady, so I don't know.
I don't know. It's
just the floor is just empty.
I read recently an article was put out about people saying that urban explorers were helping terrorism by showing the weaknesses of.
I mean, that's the silliest thing in the world, man. It's like one of those things where it's 2013. Folk, if you think you're going to put the internet back in a box, it's not going to happen. You know? So it's, the MTA has an official Twitter feed where they have photos of the tunnels. You can go to the library and get architectural plans for everything.
Right.
It's just stuff that's out there, and it's a much better tack to take to teach people about the city and teach them, here is what's where, how you can get out of places in an emergency. It's much better to have more knowledge rather than less knowledge.
What Moses is saying, he thinks everyone should have the opportunity to stand on that eagle head and climb to the top of the spire.
That's pretty.
Where no one has ever been, or very few people have ever been.
That's pretty fucked up. I was watching that. I was looking at that. That's crazy.
The spire is cool. I made a mistake, though, that's not, and I got called out for it on, I think, the YouTube comments or something, where all that concrete stuff, that's like fireproofing. Right. That's and I messed that up in the video, so take the opportunity to correct,
But we leave the underground tunnel. We didn't get to run into the cat lady who's still living down there. I wanted to talk to her. What's her name again?
Brooklyn.
Yeah. There's a lady named Brooklyn that has how many cats?
A lot.
Oh man,
a lot.
Like dozens?
I would say dozens would be accurate. Yeah.
Dozens of cats. She lives down there full time. And the only reason I bring this up, Moses and his pals, before he took me around, they spent the night down there with her, right, for her birthday or something.
Yeah. So this was
that's fucked up.
Yeah, you can read about it in the New York Times. My buddy Steve was doing a big underground trip that he did a lot more than just that tunnel, but I just joined them for just the night in the tunnel with a few other friends of mine. And yeah, it was fun. We had a party. It's if you look up, I think it's called The Wilderness Beneath Your Feet on the New York Times. It documents it. It's got the whole story.
Right.
I would just think with something like the Chrysler Building, people would be afraid. I mean, that's an iconic building that maybe some shenanigans up there would go on, and people because you try to get into this building.
But you're hoping they're going to talk to us?
No. I'm just saying you go into this building and security is crazy.
Right.
It would seem to me like, God, why wouldn't there be more security? You think?
Well, I just want to walk people through it. So then we jump in a cab. We're way up near Harlem when we finally got out of the tunnel. We walked. You said 3 miles underground?
Jesus. 2.5.
2.5 miles underground. Finally got out where you get out without really giving it away to everybody. And the only people we saw were other people exploring, by the way, down there.
Yeah, every time I go, I run into other folks taking pictures or doing whatever, yeah.
Not many. I mean, a handful, I guess, every time you're down there. Yeah. And then we jump in a cab. He goes, I got something really cool, but I don't want to tell you. I'm like, all right. I guess I got to trust you, even though I've only known you 3 hours.
Come on, we bonded in the tunnel. We did all right.
And then we're in the cab, and then I see the Chrysler Building coming up. I'm like, holy fuck, I think we're going to the fucking Chrysler Building. No fucking way. And what am I allowed to say?
Nothing.
Okay. Well, then all I'm saying is, I'll say this. Then we arrive. It's obvious we're going into the Chrysler Building, and I could say this much. We got in the building legit. I can say that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean,
we weren't breaking any laws.
Yeah,
I don't know what laws we broke officially that day, but honestly, I certainly know we didn't illegally enter the Chrysler Building.
Yeah, I don't think any actually. I mean the 61st floor is just empty.
That amazes me. The 61st floor is obviously the old observational deck or observation deck.
No, the old observation deck is 71, and that's actually...
you know what? I got confused by that, too.
The old observation deck was all indoors. It's on 71. It's a private office now. 61, it was just an office building. And it was there was a lawyer's office there.
Wait, the one with the eagle's heads. What floor is that?
61.
Oh, so they have an observation deck.
They used to. It closed in, I think, 1945.
Oh, I thought where we were was the observation deck that was closed in 1945. Why wouldn't that be the observation deck with the eagles right there?
No, they should make it an observation deck.
Because you can walk outside there.
They will make more money than if they rent it out as an office, and they will especially make more money than if they just keep it empty. If I would totally make that into an active observation deck, it would be so great.
Now I want to know what's on the 71st floor.
71st floor is I forget what kind of office is there, but it's a private office. It looks kind of the same as the other floor we went.
Oh, because the observation deck I just assumed was the floor with the eagles, because that all would make sense. You go outside, you take the pictures near the eagles.
I think it would be the coolest thing in the world. I would definitely pay $10 to go out there. Maybe even 20. Who knows?
So then we got up to, all right, so that was 61. We got up to 61. It's an empty office, and I couldn't believe it. I was like, you gotta be kidding me. This whole floor is empty, and it's just me and him and these iconic eagles.
I mean, it's a great place. The last time I was there, they're doing work on it, so I'm pretty sure it's going to be rented up soon if it's not already.
Wow, they were working on it?
Yeah, they had.
You went back after I went?
I've been up there a few times, man.
Since?
Yes, I think so. I mean, I've lost track, but yeah.
Wow. Yeah. And then, I'm taking a look around outside. When we got outside, and the guardrail's not too high. That was a little freaky.
Yeah, but it's fine.
No, I was all right with it. I'm not saying I was all right with that. And then I'm just kind of taking a look around, checking it out, going, holy fuck, I can't believe I'm checking this out. And then I turn to my left, and you're just sitting on the eagle's head without even telling me.
Well, yeah, I mean, what's the point of going 99% of the way there and then not going all the way?
Why would you want me to film that at first? I mean, we did some things afterwards, but I'm like, this is so no big. My point is, it was such a no big deal to you that you just walked out there. You didn't need to get my attention or anything. You're like, I'm here. I love being here. I'm going to go sit out on the eagle's head for a little while he takes a look around.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it makes perfect sense. Think of it this way, right? You have this table here. This table is this part right here is maybe the size of the eagle's head. Even if I told you jump up and stand on this table right here, you'd be like, whatever, no big deal.
But we all understand how that works.
You have, I'm able to ride a bike on a sidewalk without ever thinking I'm going to veer off and hit the grass.
Right.
But if you put that over the Grand Canyon,
yeah, put a floating sidewalk above the Grand Canyon. You would lose 9 out of 10 people easy.
Yes.
Even though they would never.
Yeah.
Well, that made the point. So, so we're on 61 checking out the Eagles, and then that's when Moses said to me, "I think we go higher today." I'm like, "What? Now what?"
Yeah, so we get up to the Crown, I guess, and that's where they have the triangular windows.
Yeah, right. But so we're on 61. I think the elevator ended more or less a little further up, right? But we didn't use elevators at that point. We were just kind of walking the stairs. The stairs ends where?
The stairs ends at, I believe, 76. I'm fairly sure is the highest actual floor, and then after
76 stories.
Yeah. And then after that, it's just like ladders, and you got to haul yourself up through a couple of cross beams at times. It's just kind of monkeying around.
I'm not going to lie to you. We were in a certain area around 76, I'll say, and it looked like we were at a dead end. And I was kind of relieved. I was like, all right, good. I got some cool footage. I know I got a video or two out of this day. Let's get the fuck out of here. And then, of course, this guy always is trying to, the little I know about you, but I've figured it out. He's like, no, man, I can't give up now. I'm here. I got to see if there's anything else I could do before I, call it a day. And he did a couple moves that I was just like, what the fuck? And next thing you know, his head is popping over the side going, hey, meet me over here. I'll just say that. I'll let you in.
And
that was the floor where my video starts, where now we have to climb the ladders.
I mean, I'm an okay climber, but I'm not a professional rock climber or anything, Like, I'm fairly in shape and can make a couple moves, but, like, I've been places, like, I was with my friend Timmy O'Neill, who's a really great professional rock climber, and he's, like, I've been when I'm with him, where he's just, like, boop, 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 climbing around buildings and shit, and I'm just like, ah! But it's just, he knows he can do it. He's comfortable with it, so I don't freak out.
Some people have. How do they access some of those antennas and electronics up there for maintenance?
Well, I mean, that's the thing, right? All of these places are places that human beings have to go for maintenance, for repair, for whatever like that. So there's always a way to get there.
Yeah.
But I have a friend of mine also who works on telephone repair, and it's the same. He's always telling me I should go be a telephone pole repairman or something like that, or a cell phone antenna repairman.
You're not scared of heights at all, huh?
Not really. I'm pretty good with heights. I mean, it doesn't freak me out now.
Well, thanks to you, I now get anxiety because
I feel so bad. I didn't know.
I'm not even joking.
I was
never that guy. But since I filmed you on the Eagle, I've just seen you. I'll tell you to your face. I've seen you fall a million times as I'm trying to go to sleep at night.
All right.
I just see how it could have easily happened.
Has this affected his performance at work in the mornings? Is he all right?
No, I think he's okay. But
no, it's not that bad. But I just see
it's reason number 20 that he can't sleep.
So Hidden Cities, man. We haven't really talked about the book, so I'm going to take us through the book a little bit.
All right. So it's Hidden Cities. It's available in bookstores everywhere, on the internet, all like that. And it's just a memoir of me adventuring around the world, trying to go places I want to go, see things I want to see. It starts in about 2005 is when I started to really get into this. I went around a bunch of places with my buddy Steve Duncan, who's a really, really great photographer, and you should check out his website too, undercity.org.
Go there, please.
So it's the kind of thing where we started going to France was the first place abroad we went. We went to Italy.
So you got a lot of money?
No, I travel really cheap. So everybody asked me this, right? I was working as a double-decker tour bus guide when I did all this stuff.
Right.
Hustling for $20 an hour on the tours, $10 an hour if you're waiting for tours.
Right.
So I travel really cheap. It doesn't cost any money to sleep in a tunnel.
Right.
And it's the kind of thing where when you're a tour guide, there's high season and low season. So we did most of these trips in the winter, like in February when there's no tourists. Money is not, like, you can travel cheap nowadays. Time is harder than money. Getting the time to do the stuff is the challenge.
All right, so you go to France and Italy.
Yeah, we went to France, we went to Italy, Naples, and Rome. We went to Sweden, London, Russia. Russia was the scariest, man. We almost got arrested in Russia. That was probably the scariest moment I've ever had in my life. Yeah, we're in Russia, right? And we meet some local Russian kids. And for those of you who don't know, the Russians are the craziest motherfuckers in the world.
Well, we see their videos.
Exactly.
Where they hang and do their push-ups and pull-ups, I should say. And
it's the kind
hanging with one arm, 1,000 feet off the ground.
Somebody tweeted, they were like, me is less than these guys is less than every Russian teenager. And I was just like, that is so true.
Yeah, some of that shit where they're just hanging.
Yeah, you weren't trying to say you were...
That's crazy.
You weren't trying to say that you were better than these guys. They're on a whole nother trip.
Yeah, they're on some crazy
what are they
stuff.
thinking? You're doing pull-ups from an I-beam. That's just, you fall, you're just dead.
Yep.
How do they get up there? They just, they don't give a fuck in Russia. They let the kids go wherever the hell they want, huh?
Pretty much. There's some great videos of them. There's these 7 buildings called the Seven Sisters in Moscow that are topped by stars, like the Red Communist Star. Yeah. And they, like, one of their games is to try to get to the top of all 7 of the stars. They have videos like, reach for the star number 2, number 3. I don't know if they've gotten up all 7. But anyway, so we're in Russia, and we're hanging out with these Russian guys. And oh, good lord, I'm watching
this guy was. Sam looked away. He's on a high beam. About how many feet would you say that offhand?
Oh, a few hundred at least.
Yeah,
500-600 feet maybe.
Definitely, you're dead.
I think that, and he's doing pull-ups and he's letting go. As you pull up, he lets go for a split second.
Oh wait, is that the top of the Moscow Bridge in Kiev?
Is it?
I don't know, but no, it's not. There was this one bridge we climbed in Kiev, and we kind of went the easy way. We went inside and up to the top, and I was feeling all cool with myself. And then, like, later, I see this video of this 15-year-old Russian girl who like climbed up the stay cables and did it like the insane way in the middle of the day. And I'm
holy
like,
shit!
Well, I'm not cool.
I'm Russian broads.
Yeah. So anyway, we're in Russia.
I later used that talent for a stripper poles. Climb right up them stripper poles. Love them Russians.
And we decide to go in a tunnel. We decide to go in the underground Neglinka River, which Moscow was formed at the intersection of the Moscow River and the Neglinka River, and then they put the Neglinka River underground. So we decide to go through the Neglinka River, and we're out kind of at the outskirts of the ring road, and we pop a manhole, and the guy we're with is like, dressed in this like semi-official looking vest, and I'm like, is this cool? Are people going to stress? And he's like, no. The only time people care about anything is by the Kremlin with the special government police. And we're like, okay, fine. So we go down into the tunnel, and we're walking along, and it's, I think, like maybe a couple of miles. And we get to the end, and we've walked right under Red Square.
Come on.
I swear to God.
That's Mission Impossible shit.
So we're under Red Square. We come to the outflow, and it's kind of raining a little bit, just like a little bit. And for those of you contemplating draining or going underground or whatever, the number one cardinal rule is do not go in drains if it's raining or gonna rain, because you will completely die.
Really?
Yeah, because everything, even if it's only a little trickle, everything that hits cement is eventually going to roll into the gutter and then go into a small drain and then go into the big collector drain where you are.
Man.
So, your drain is, let's say, 8 feet by 8 feet. That is not large enough to handle the runoff for an area of like acres around you that's coming at you. So if you're in a drain when it rains, you're just, the water levels just
up fast.
Yeah.
So we start to kind of freak out. We're like, we got to get out of here. We run back, and the first manhole we come to is right by, I want to say, the Bolshoi Theater. It's like the theater that's right by the Kremlin. And the guy we're with is like, okay, this is like the worst way to get out, but we're just going to pop the manhole, we're going to scurry out, and we're going to hope nobody's around.
In Russia?
Yeah.
Oh, man, come on.
I can see if it's in, I don't know, Cleveland or something.
Yeah, so we're like, okay.
Fuck.
So we pop the manhole, we scurry out. There's like, I think that there's 5 or 6 of us. And we're right by this huge statue of Karl Marx. So we go
like
out, we put the thing in the ground. Nobody else is around. We're like, thank God, we made it. We're okay. We sit down by the Karl Marx. Instead of getting the fuck out of there, which is like what you always should do, we just decide to like hang out and be happy with ourselves. And like, we're all wearing like rubber boots and hip waders and have like these giant backpacks and tripods hanging off our backpacks and all of that thing. So we're just hanging there being happy with ourselves, looking completely ridiculous. Like, why are we dressed like we're going to go fishing in the middle of Red Square? And we just get rolled up on by these three like government police and machine guns and everything. And it was just like the scariest moment of my life.
I imagine those guys are everywhere.
Right.
You can't do anything.
So it ended up being cool. You know, the Russian guys talked to him for a while, and eventually they took off. We pretended we didn't, you know, well, we obviously didn't speak Russian, but we also pretended we didn't speak English, and we're just like, oh, no. You know, playing dumb sometimes works, but it was like those 5 minutes between when they rolled up on us and when they left were just like, I was like, Jesus Christ, I'm going to end my life in a Russian prison. Like, what is the point of that?
Like, that could be an interesting exploration.
Yeah, exactly, right?
A gulag.
Locked up abroad.
Yeah, then you do locked up abroad.
So,
that's crazy.
There's so much in the book, but where were some of the coolest places? Some of the ones, some of the highlights that you really were like, holy cow, man.
So I'm going to spoil the end of the book, which I maybe shouldn't do, but the second to last chapter of the book, we're in Egypt, and I really wanted to climb the pyramids and just read the book, but the circumstances didn't allow for it. And it completely grated on me for like 2.5 years, and finally a couple of months ago I went back and did it. So I was, and you know who's doing it now? All the crazy Russian Skywalker climbing guys.
Oh yeah,
are all really into it now.
So obviously you were trying to go legit and climb the pyramids.
What?
No, back then when they said no. Oh, you just couldn't figure out a workaround?
I just bottled it. I just got too scared and just couldn't figure it out and bottled it. Yeah.
So you climbed to the top of one of the pyramids?
Yeah, really fun with a couple of friends.
Isn't that kind of hard because those blocks are pretty fucking?
The climb's pretty easy.
It is.
Yeah, the climb is the.
Oh, that's it right there.
Oh yeah. Oh hey, look at that.
Wow. Oh my God, is that cool? Where's this picture?
That's on Twitter. I think I tweeted it. Yeah, that's my friend. The guy who took it is.
Are you at the top right there?
Yeah. The guy who took it is the guy at the right. That's my friend QX, who's in the book.
How the fuck did you do that?
You just do it. Like all these, like a lot of times people are like, "How did you do that? Is there a secret tunnel? Is there a code or a password or something like that?" And the answer is like, honestly, just the way you think you do it. You know, you just.
Wow.
Sneak in the middle of the night and just do it.
Right.
There's no guards?
I mean, if there are, they're pretty lazy about it. So actually,
how long did that climb take?
Maybe like 20 minutes, I want to say.
Oh, okay. And it was pretty easy, obviously.
I mean, it was exhausting.
Sure.
It was definitely like an exhausting climb, but it wasn't technically difficult now.
Wow. And that's what the top looks like.
The top is covered in scratches. Like every square inch of the top is like, you know, Joe was here 1952 or whatever.
No kidding.
Yeah, like the entire thing. Yeah, because the things are 3,000 years old. You know, there's been a lot of time. And you could climb up them until the 80s. Huh. Until the 80s, it was just kind of chill, or maybe, you know, tip the guard something and do it. Mm-hmm. They only started getting uptight about it in the mid 80s. So a lot of this stuff is stuff that 50 years ago or 100 years ago or, you know, even 20, 30 years ago is not a big deal, and it's only a big deal now. Like, you could climb the pyramids in the 80s. You could go to the observation deck of the Chrysler Building in the 1940s. Mm-hmm. Like, I sneak into Stonehenge here just after hours, just kind of walked up and hung out at Stonehenge for a little bit.
But what do you see after hours that you don't see during the day?
It's just... You go during the day, you roll up, they send you through the tchotchke shop, you pay 15 quid, you have these ropes, everybody stand behind the ropes taking pictures. If you just go at night, you just do whatever you want. Like, you go there, you walk up the hill, you hang out, you kiss the rock, I don't know. It's just a different experience, you know, it's a different experience.
Right.
But, you know, you could do that, just hang out at Stonehenge 70 years ago. So a lot of this stuff is not new. I mean, I want to stress that. Like, none of this is new or discovery or whatever. A lot of it is just as more and more people travel, as you know, things go on, things become more and more restricted, and this is kind of a response to that restriction. If stuff was more chill, it wouldn't be a big deal.
You think this book is going to fuck it up for others?
I don't think so. I mean, I don't talk about a whole bunch of really like tight stuff in the book. A lot of it takes place between 2005, 2007. And the stories that were crazy to me back in 2006 are not crazy stories so much anymore. I mean, they will be for the reader, but like not for me. So something like going into the catacombs was I was like, wow, this is the craziest thing I've done in my life. I'm flying across the world. I'm going in a hole in the ground. And the catacombs are like Urban Exploration 101, you know?
Really?
Yeah,
well,
absolutely.
But you could go there on a legit tour, right?
Yeah, you can do
what do you get to do differently?
So on a short tour of the catacombs, they take you down. It's a self-guided walking tour. You go down into the tunnels. You walk for about a half a mile or so through the tunnels, and it's where all the bones are, and the bones are like neatly stacked and everything like that. If you just go in a different way through a hatch or a hole in the ground, you've got about 170 miles to navigate. You know, it's not like a one little tunnel with a nice path. It's like playing Dungeons and Dragons.
Holy,
you know,
fuck.
it's like you look at the map and you're like literally like, wow, when I was 13, I was a half-elf mage going through here. It's really crazy. You could spend a week down there easy. And
I didn't realize it was so big.
Yeah, no, it's gigantic.
Or expansive.
It runs almost from the Seine to the southern border of Paris. Like, it runs almost entirely under the 14th arrondissement. Like, you can walk... we actually, my friend Steve organized a trip where we tried to walk underground underneath Paris, like underneath the entire city of Paris. So you can get from the southern border to almost the Seine. Like, you can walk the entire South Bank in the catacombs, and then we did sewers for the north.
But how do you guys figure out where to pop out? That's just knowledge that's been passed around.
That's
obviously.
like, you got to know some folks sometimes to figure that.
Because this is like an underground culture where you guys, share information. You got a little something about New York. I'm going to trade it for a little something about Sweden or whatever, right?
It's I would call it a network.
Right.
Like with the guy who climbed the pyramids with. He lives in Paris, and whenever I go over there, we always hang out and see stuff. And we hang out and see stuff when he comes over here. A lot of it are traveling Australians. Australians have these like magic abilities to live anywhere and go anywhere. I don't know. But yeah, it's like a worldwide network, and you know some people, and some people know some other people, and there you go.
You ever get arrested?
I got arrested in France once. Actually, it's the first story in the book. We climbed up we were just boozed, man. It's like half of these adventures are just like you're boozed and you're like, well, it seems like a good idea at the time. So we're in France, we're super boozed. This French guy we were with is like, hey, do you want to go climb a church? And we're like, sure, we're up for climbing a church. And like, we cross the river, and I'm like, I think the church he's talking about is the fucking Notre Dame.
Yeah, that's...
So it's just...
Fuck.
So we're just there, and we just monkey it. Like, they've got these little scaffolding things, and we fit a couple of them together, and we're rattling like crazy. And, we get up a couple of the terraces, and, like, we just kind of, like, finagle our way up. And, it's one of those things where, like... Looking back on it, I don't know how it took so long for us to get arrested. But at the time, I was like, it's France. It'll be fine. Nobody will notice. But it was a very chill experience. France is a little more civilized than some other places, or a little more Latin. So we're just up there. The cops come up. They're like, excuse us, you cannot be here. Take us to the station, which is right across the street. Stick us in a cell, do a little breathalyzer test thing. And then after a couple of hours, they took us into the room. The police chief is there. Police chief is dressed like you. Like,
Not
just
good.
like casual.
Right.
He's like, okay, so did you get good pictures? We're like, I was freaked because, like, I watch cop shows. I'm not answering questions or anything. And I'm just like, he's like, kind of rolls his eyes at me. He has a piece of paper. He's like, okay, so listen, you're a tourist. You're taking pictures. You don't know you can't climb cathedral. You're very sorry. You don't do it again. Here, sign this. You go away. And I was like, wow. In America, I'm not signing anything a cop puts in front of me and it's like, sign this, But France, it's just France. It's just a little more chill. So I was like, all right. And he's like, he takes his pen, he gets up, takes his pen, walks out of the door and just goes, voila, like that.
Just throws it over his shoulder.
And I was like, wow, they would not do that if they caught me climbing St. Patrick's Cathedral.
Probably didn't talk to the police. It's just some assholes that want to fuck with you.
Yeah, so that happened in France. And yeah, that was, I got called in once here in New York, but I got out in a couple of hours. That was an interesting experience. That's about it. Nothing serious.
What was the one in New York?
I just got caught, like, not even anything real, just like kind of on the wrong side of a fence. It really should be like not a big deal. But for whatever reason, they were uptight about it. So they took us in. They got us out in like 2 or 3 hours, but it was just an interesting experience. Like, I'd never been in a New York City jail or anything. So I was like, all right, well, we'll find out what this is like. So, I just got thrown in with essentially like the local knuckleheads for a few hours, and it was, just seeing that side of life. And, the thing I took out of it is just like, nobody was in there for anything real, People were in there for like, I got an open container, or like I was smoking weed, or like, just piddly garbage things that it's like, and they all, like one of the guys got collared for an open container, and he had an outstanding summons for riding his bike on the sidewalk, and, they sent him through the system, like 24 hours in jail without, like, just disappeared. And it's just like, so a lot of folks in there were just in there on, like, garbage stuff, and it's like ruins your whole next day, get an arrest record, like, it's just one of those things where it's like, that's a little out of control, like, in my opinion.
Now, you said that the best place you like to be is on top of a bridge in New York City.
Yeah, or any city, actually.
How many bridges have you been on top of?
Oh, a lot.
Brooklyn Bridge?
Yep.
Manhattan Bridge?
Yep. Williamsburg, Queensboro.
Have you climbed outside?
Yeah, first.
We all see that shit when we're going across bridges, and you always kind of imagine, like, it'd be kind of cool to walk up this.
Exactly, man.
But that's where it ends for most people.
Right, but like in Sydney, Australia, they have a bridge climb, and it's enormously popular. It does like $16 million of business a year or something. Like, everybody goes. It's like so cool. And the Sydney Harbor Bridge is probably the most famous landmark on the continent, So it's something where people are like, why do you want to do that? And I'm like, don't you want to do that? And they're like, well, yeah, of course. And I'm like, well, then you answered your own question. So I would love it if they could do, the equivalent of a Sydney Harbor Bridge climb on the Queensboro or the
I've said that too.
Yeah, I think it would make a ton of money and be great for the city.
No shit. But how do you get
climbing on the outside of the bridge?
However they would do it.
Well, that's how they do it in Sydney, though.
Yeah, they do it in Sydney.
Someone tells me there's not many lawyers in
I know.
Australia.
This is the kind of thing where if you have, like, the will to figure it out, like, you can get around the lawyer stuff. Like, I'm a firm believer that the people make the decisions and then tell the lawyers to make it work.
What I don't understand about climbing bridges outside like that is, with all the cars going by, how the fuck do you get away with that?
I haven't climbed a bridge in a while, actually. Definitely, in a while.
Because they're absolutely watching bridges around New York City these days.
Folks.
But you have to go over that first fence, the one fence that, people go, all right, I got to climb over that, and then maybe fall into the fucking river, and then I get on that thing, and then I go up.
Well, if you don't, it takes a little bit of monkeying around.
Fuck.
Takes a little bit of monkeying around, but sometimes it's worth it, because being on top of a bridge is the most amazing experience, because like you get two different views, you get two different experiences. Like, you've been to Long Island City or Williamsburg, and you're looking across the river at the skyline, and that's awesome. And you've been up to like the Empire State Building or whatever, and you're looking down on the city, and that's also awesome. If you're on top of a bridge, you get those two things at once. You get like the vertical separation and the horizontal separation. It's this totally unique view. And plus, like, you're by yourself, you're on top of a bridge. It's like a really great experience.
Jeez.
Why are you guys shaking your heads at me?
I'll drive on the bridge.
No, I think
I like that.
I absolutely think it's cool. It's just like crazy. There was one other. You ever have a near miss where you had a little slip besides falling in the hole at the courthouse?
No, I've been pretty good. So, like, getting arrested, getting hurt, all of that stuff, all comes from just like getting too happy with yourself and not paying attention. It doesn't come from like, I've never had
forgetting your flashlight.
But I've never had a near
not checking
miss.
The batteries.
We were all right though. We ended up okay. It was only, it only fell in a hole once. But it all comes from not paying attention. So the times when I've ever been in, like, had any kind of slips or near misses have always been with stuff I was comfortable with and just got too comfortable with it and did stop paying attention. All the crazy stuff where I'm like really hyper alert and really like in the zone and focused, I've always been okay with.
Right. Okay. And finally, Ant brought this to my attention the other day that someone climbed up the World's Fair. What is that called?
The observation towers.
Oh, yeah. The observation towers at the World's Fair. There was a video recently. Was it a video, Ant, or picture?
Pictures in his story. Yeah. He used a grappling hook to get up there because he couldn't.
Is that Steve's old story that you found on the website? It might have been, because I remember he had. I mean, that's got to be from like 10 years ago.
Yeah,
I think it was. I really like that story. I've always.
It was a
liked
good
that
one.
story.
He's at night. He's trying to throw the grappling hook, and it's going clang, clang on the ground.
Yeah, that's Steve's story.
That's a good one.
But that's from like I think 10 years ago or like a while ago.
And you've been up there too, you said, right?
Yeah, I was up there once. Not too long after that. Probably like 6 or 7 years ago. Oh no, I take it back. I was up there twice. We rappelled off of there once just for fun.
Oh, wow, really?
Yeah, just off of the lower deck, not off of the super high deck.
And you were telling me the stairs are all gone, right?
The stairs are like super rusty and like. Oh, you got the picture? Yeah, you can kind of see.
Yeah, no real treads on the stairs. They're just you got to kind of walk up on the rails that the treads used to be on, and that's all rusted.
That's actually one of the better ones.
Oh my God, really?
Yeah.
Jeez Louise.
How do you get back down? It's
same way you get up. Although
I know, but it just seems easier to climb up than when you're seeing like a lot of stairs missing and it's time to climb down, and that seems almost scarier.
Climbing down is always easier for me because I'm already in the zone and like it's less. I don't have to like get hyped up for it. They did renovate the tower a couple of years ago, so they might have.
Yeah, they painted it or some shit.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I can't remember that.
But I mean, that's another place like. Throw in a new staircase and let people up there again. I mean, seriously, it's a great view.
Yeah, people would pay.
Yeah, definitely.
People would pay to see this shit. Cool.
I just find it so funny that, like, you can't do anything in the city, so I can't imagine them allowing you to do anything that would be fun.
But there's been a lot of stuff that's gotten reopened because you have folks who go there kind of guerrilla style, take pictures, people get into it. The High Line. Like, the High Line was this beautiful old abandoned rail line, got a lot of attention from people just walking on it, taking pictures, and now it's redeveloped. Another one is the old City Hall station, like this beautiful, beautiful old abandoned subway station underneath City Hall. That's one that now they open for tours. You got to join the Transit Museum, but you can go on a tour like 2 or 3 times a year. Yeah. So I think that like once interest in this stuff becomes known, people, and it's known that, hey, you can do tours, you can make a buck.
Right.
Stuff happens and stuff gets opened. Like, I love abandoned observation decks, and they reopened the Rockefeller Center observation deck was abandoned for 20 years before they reopened it.
And you fool around with the subways where you got to, like, time out the trains going by and shit?
Yeah, I haven't been in the subways for a minute either. I don't I mean, that one is like, if you have the urge to go, you're not going to get talked out of it. If you don't have the urge to go, you're not going to get talked into it. I feel like it's just one of those things some people really are into. But I haven't been in a minute, so.
And that's to go see the abandoned subway stations?
Yeah, there's a bunch of stuff in the subways.
See any of the big rats down there?
No, see, the thing is, everybody always asks me about rats in tunnels. Rats live where there's food, and there's food where there's people. So most of the rats in the subway stations are actually in the stations because that's where people are and throw their garbage and stuff like that. They're not in the tunnels because there's no food in the tunnels. I have run into rats in the London sewers, though, and it was really gross.
How big?
Oh, like
someone apparently cracked
big
a rat.
And like a nice colony.
Remember that? Someone cracked a rat.
You let a nervous fart out, Moses?
Who, me?
Yeah.
I don't get nervous.
Who farted?
I don't know, but wow.
Sam?
No.
Sam, is that you?
I'm a lady.
That's terrible.
Very cool. Well, Moses, I think the book's going to do very well. I want to have you back because there's so much more we want to cover. Like, people want to, talk about their cities and stuff like that.
Yeah, because every city has cool stuff to see, definitely.
I go to Rochester a lot, and I know, not a lot, once or twice a year, but they have an abandoned subway system up there.
Yeah, I've never been. I would love to go. I was
reading some articles on it. It's pretty damn cool what they were talking about. I would love to see it.
There's an abandoned subway system it's actually not abandoned. It was built and never used in Cincinnati also. So
Why did they never use it?
I don't know the entire story behind it. I know that, they had constructed it, and then I think they ran out of funding or something like that. I don't know the entire story behind it. I just know there's this entire system. In Antwerp, there's a system that was built and not used.
Wow.
Also, wherever you are, any city in the world, there's, like, stuff to see.
Have you gone deep underground in New York where the, what are they called? The mud, where they're drilling?
What do they call them?
Oh, are you talking like the 2nd Avenue
workers,
subway?
No, even deeper than that. For the
City water tunnel number 3? No, I've never been. So
yeah, they call the workers like mud rats or mud fucking.
I forgot now.
Sandhogs.
Sandhogs, of course. Sandhogs.
So sandhogs are heroes of all of ours. We think sandhogs are like the coolest people in the world. So they're digging a bunch of tunnel projects. They're digging a new tunnel to Grand Central. They're digging the 2nd Avenue subway. They were doing the West Side line, extending the number 7 line. They're doing City Tunnel number 3. So there's a lot of tunnels. And the MTA especially has been good about like letting engineering students on tours and things like, for educational purposes and stuff. So I've gotten to go to a couple of them just on official tours.
Is it cool?
It's super cool, man. And it's the kind of thing where, like, I was on the one where they're digging the tunnel to Grand Central, and I was like, why don't you do these tours all the time? And the guy was just like, we got a tunnel to dig, man.
No
we can't, like,
right, no kidding.
All right, fair enough, But, that's another thing, like, so many people are interested in it, and I think they could, definitely take, you can't do it 24/7, but they could certainly take more folks down there. The City Water Tunnel number 3 I've never been to. I'd really like to go on an excursion in there.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it gets worse.
Let's get some asshole sniffing going. Let's pep this place up into a mood of fun and festivity.
More of Opie and Anthony's worst of 2013 so far. Coming up. 6 months worth of shows. More than 500 hours of audio. Trimmed down to just 1 week of essential listening.
What's that?
That's 20 hours of mind-blowing radio. Translation, we wasted well over 450 hours of your time already this year. Sorry. This is Opie and Anthony's worst of 2013 so far.
That's right. This is the worst of 2013 so far on the Opie and Anthony Show. I'm Sam Roberts. Opie and Anthony are on vacation. So even though 2013 is only like technically 7 months in, there's no reason we can't celebrate it. There's been so much good radio that we wanted to bring to you. The worst of 2013 so far. And we bring to you Jim Norton's brand new idea for a cop show. Norton's always pitching new ideas for TV shows. This time it's a cop show by a character named the Goose. It's the Goose, the Jim Norton cop show on this, the worst of 2013 so far.
Opie and Anthony's worst of 2013 so far.
Scum like that needs to be off the street.
Uh-oh. Who are you? Oh, no. Oh, no.
Oh, jeez.
Is it Goose?
The Goose.
The Goose.
Is it the Goose?
It's not his real name, though.
But it's a nickname. It's
yeah.
Where did he get that name?
Well, his name is Walt Jenkins.
Ooh.
And he's known as the Mongoose.
Walt Jenkins!
Because he could get through places?
No, because he's a snake chaser.
Wait, a goose?
No, but they'll say, like, he's a snake chaser because he's mongoose.
Oh, mongoose, and they call him Goose for short.
Someone will say, get the goose when there's, like, a tough case to crack.
Oh, because the snake and the mongoose go at it.
Yeah. Walt Jenkins.
Walt Jenkins. He sounds like a cowboy.
Yeah.
Walt Jenkins.
You both have a line, too. You're both in the show.
He already wrote our lines. He wrote our lines out. I'm not shitting you, people. We actually have...
Now, pass that down, Tom. Sorry, I don't have one for you, Tom. This is just the beginning.
No, I'm excited just to watch.
No, don't show it. It's Opie's line. It's just, come on.
Sorry. Is it one line or?
Yeah, it's just 1 or 2 lines. You don't look at it first.
All right.
No.
Who goes first?
Opie, you go first, and then.
Wait, he's got a whole script.
Yeah, just a couple lines to get people interested.
Now, am I reading the whole thing, or is it
just that? Yeah, after Opie reads his.
It's like a trailer.
Chief, I can't be partners.
Hold on. Do we have any dramatic music?
Yeah, get some dramatic music.
Oh God, Sal's back there.
Oh, great.
Oh boy,
it's gonna be La
some
Caja
type
full.
of cop sounding, some kind of dramatic. No, this is
scary.
more.
What is this? My Marky Post?
No. This is Walt Jenkins.
That's a lifetime fucking movie
My
called
husband
My Husband
hit me in the cunt with a hat.
Yeah. My husband started out nice, and now he's trying to kill me on Lifetime.
My husband punched my cunt through a hat like the Susquehanna Hat Company.
You don't know who you live with.
The story you are about to see is true.
That won't really do it either.
All right, we're just looking around.
You just need...
That's good.
It's kind of good.
All right,
I like that.
Chief, I can't be partners with this guy. He doesn't play well with others.
Damn it, Jenkins! You gotta start playing by the rules, or I'll drum you out of the department.
I'll play by the rules when the bad guys do. You can take my badge, but you can't take my heart.
Okay, fuck it. What's next?
So, isn't this great?
So to speak, literally.
Okay.
I hate you.
That was,
OMG.
action-packed.
Doesn't play well with others. Plays by his own rules.
All right, what's the next line?
That's it for
Got a
now.
lot of heart.
That's it for now?
That's it for now.
I kind of
a
like
good
it, though.
teaser.
The Goose.
I do like it.
Yeah, you want to know who were these? They were cops too.
Yeah, wait,
Yeah.
I'm the chief?
Yeah.
That's good.
And I'm the detective.
Get the hell in here, Jenkins!
Yeah.
I do a lot of that.
What I do now, Chief?
Sit down. God damn it! 20 cars, a diner, and 3 people shot?
Yeah, well, all of that's worth it to see that little boy smile.
That's the heart of gold part, right?
That's right.
Heart of gold. Tough as nails is trash in a city.
Yeah.
Heart of gold.
Yeah. I'd flip over 2,000 cars and burn 10 million diners to see that smile.
All right, but you got 24 hours, and that's it.
Yeah, that's 23 hours more than I'll need, Chief.
Get the hell out of my office.
Yeah, and you can partner him up with someone who plays by the rules.
I wish people could see that Jimmy's actually standing.
Of course.
I mean, Goose.
Yeah, I'm
Goose,
a snake hunter. You got a snake in the garden? You call the Goose.
I don't want to watch this.
I love the laundry list of destruction, and it doesn't lead to like instant fucking jail or anything.
No. It's all forgiven from that little boy's smile.
Sure.
That's what does it.
If it was anybody but the Goose, there'd be trouble.
Yeah.
Chief has the Goose on a long leash.
I've had my badge taken so many times, it's like a damn revolving door.
Oh, boy.
Another partner, Jenkins? You went through another partner?
Yeah, well, you line them up and I'll knock them down, Chief. They're all dominoes to the Goose.
We got one. Martha in New York, ahead. Real fast, Martha, go.
Jenkins, you gotta say, I got the mayor breathing down my neck.
Yes. I was just going to say that. Yeah. Jenkins, I understand what you're trying to do, but I got the mayor breathing down my neck.
Yeah? Well, tell the mayor to chew a breath mint.
It's always just yelling.
Of course. The chief has to yell all the time.
The mongoose don't back up for no one.
The mongoose.
You straighten up and fly right, or you'll be walking a beat downtown.
Yeah, well, I'll crook down and fly left if it helps save that family.
Yeah.
The chief always has a bunch of other problems going on.
Oh, yeah.
He doesn't need this on top of it.
Oh, the phone rings. All right, get out of here.
Right. It's just on to the next thing.
Hey, and then you'll say, get out of here. Hey, I see those anger management classes are working. Get a good laugh from the audience.
Yeah, that's a laugh right there. Because obviously they're not working, or he's probably not even going.
I don't know what you're... Oh, I forgot. Oh, right, yeah.
Oh, what?
Like, I don't know what you're trying to do, but while you guys are doing it, you're just mucking up the works.
Oh, mucking up the works.
Says that a lot.
All right.
I got politicians and treasurers to answer to. The buck stops here at my desk.
Yeah, well, the buck starts with me. You can talk to all those muckety-mucks. They're just mucking about while I'm out
You're not in charge, Jenkins.
I'm in charge of my area.
With that, we got Tracy. Tracy, go ahead.
I'm getting too old for this shit.
Oh, the famous line, of course.
Yeah,
the famous line. Yeah,
that's a
you're
doozy.
getting too old.
God damn it, I'm getting too old for this shit.
Yeah. Yeah.
Maybe you should take an early retirement cake.
Oh, boy.
Instead of sitting here mucking up about my investigation.
Oh. You think other detectives got time to take calls from your ex-wife?
Well, if they don't have times to take call from my ex-wife, they should throw out their watches.
Oh, Goose.
He's got a little flask. You keep a little flask of whiskey.
Yeah.
Take a shot.
She's not my ex. She's my why. I don't know why I did it. If it wasn't for that little girl we put together.
Oh.
She's sick, my little girl.
Put her together.
Wow.
Yeah.
Put her together? What the fuck?
Jesus.
My little girl is sick. She needs a vaginal operation. And I'm going to have to work overtime. Her vagina's sideways. My little girl
Goose.
has a sideways vagina.
Oh, Goose.
She can't even go on the
Goose.
jungle gym.
Goose, we don't need to hear this.
That's right.
Now pick up your badge and gun off the desk.
Yeah.
I'm not letting you quit.
My little girl needs an operation.
I'm not letting you.
Yeah.
Get out there. I don't like your tactics a lot of times, Jenkins, but we need guys like you out on the street.
You may not like my tactics, but you daggone sure like my results. The garden's free of snakes when the Goose is on patrol.
Oh, look, no one calls you the Goose.
They all
right,
do.
Jenkins, no one calls
Get
you
the
the Goose.
I've heard it so many times while you're down there mucking up the works.
And then by the end, I'm like, all right, Goose. I give in. Call him Goose.
Right,
Yeah.
exactly.
And I'll say
you
something
did all
like,
right.
you want a drink, Chief?
Get out of here. Yeah.
You sure you don't want to drink from my flask, although my halitosis is on it?
It's fucking working too late, drinking and coffee breath.
I have coffee and rotted tooth breath. I have a rotted tooth that's been hanging by a nerve. I have rotted tooth odor in my mouth and a plaque buildup.
Oh, Jenkins.
Thick enough to ice skate on.
Oh, Goose.
Jenkins always gives a little too much information out about his daughter and his teeth.
Where does Jenkins live?
In his house.
Like, not like a little
Where do I
trailer
live?
with a hot plate?
I live next door to these Spanish people in Cleveland.
Not very perceptive, are you, Jenkins?
I'm a damn good cop. I helped them board up all his windows.
Jesus.
Just so you can see the smile in those little captive kids'
Yeah,
faces.
just to see the smile and to stop that kid. They're always waving at me from up at the window. I was afraid they were going to fall out, so I boarded up the window.
They love playing police with you.
Absolutely. I would always walk in there and make sure that the handcuff things on the wall are good and tight.
Holy fuck.
Oh, Jenkins.
We got another one. We got another one. Tom, go ahead, Tom.
The press is going to have a field day with this.
Yes, Jenkins never doing things the press really are sympathetic.
Tell them what you have to. They're just going to muck up the works anyway.
Always in trouble, but heart of gold, though. Heart of gold.
Well,
Heart of gold.
What was it? It was tough as nails.
Tough as nails.
With a heart of gold.
Heart of gold. I don't see it getting picked up.
Oh, yeah. I've already got like a bunch of episodes written.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah,
Really?
different things.
Oh, cool.
Like there's a nuclear bomb one time in Times Square in a box.
Yeah.
And Jenkins has to take it and throw it in the river.
Why is that never happens?
But the
They always
river's not going to
But they
solve
get like
the problem.
FBI, Homeland Security, things like that.
They weren't available.
The cop,
You
the
can't just throw it
regular
in the
cop
river.
isn't doing anything.
Jenkins
really.
is a detective.
He's doing like fucking crowd control.
Well, he takes matter in his own hands while they're just mucking up the works.
Oh, mucking up the works again.
Trying
Is
to
that
get-
like his catchphrase?
Yeah.
You're mucking up the
Yeah,
works.
you're
And
mucking-
everyone goes, oh, he said it. He said it.
Yeah,
He said it.
you're mucking up the investigation.
Dirty
It's like dynamite for Jimmy J.J. Walker.
So there's one where he
Make
does
my
that.
day.
One where he stops a hijacking and saves all the passengers because like the pilots were like got poisoned.
Oh.
So Jenkins has to land the plane.
Jenkins lands a plane.
Yeah. He
he
lands
do
the
that?
plane. It's a 747 with like 300 people on it.
Oh,
and he
my
lands it and saves all their lives.
This goose can fly.
Yeah.
Jenkins, keep your nose up. Come in, keep those wings level. Now give a little flaps. I'm talking you in.
Little flaps! My little girl's flaps. I have to get surgery on her little flaps.
Oh, Goose.
that's terrible. I know how to fly this thing. I flew back in Desert Storm.
Oh, did he? Was he a pilot back in Desert Storm?
Yeah, I did a little piloting. I saved the whole platoon.
Oh, I like the backstory here. And I like the peripheral daughter and dentist.
But I didn't do things the Army's way, so they kicked me out.
Oh.
But I saved that platoon.
You flew for the Army?
Yeah.
All right.
Army planes. And whatnot.
Yeah.
And there's always a general mucking up the works.
Oh, okay. General mucking up the works. Will they have flashback segments? That'd be cool.
Yeah, that'd be
like
good.
A flashing back.
Yeah, of me and of my partner in the field yelling, Jenkins, no!
Like a Middle Eastern child in trouble.
And he dies because somebody was mucking up the works.
Right.
And that's why he's got this aversion to people mucking up the works.
Yeah, he doesn't like it.
Oh, I like it now. Now I'm liking the war angle. People, the old war vet comes back to clean up his fucking city.
That's right. I want my town to be tidy.
And it's New York?
No.
It's not New York City?
No.
You said a bomb in Times Square.
Yeah, I know, but Jenkins is vacationing in New York.
He was just in to see some shows.
Like Die Hard, where John McClane went out to California.
Taking in Shrek the Musical.
Jenkins lives in a small town in Iowa. It's called Cludmar Village.
It's double wide.
So he's not even in a big city?
He's out in Cludmar Village.
And what the fuck? How much crime could happen that he really needs to be so proactive?
Really not a lot.
Yeah?
Yeah. It's a town of 600 people.
Most in golf carts. Over 50.
Not bothering anyone.
Yeah, all right, that's it for the worst of 2013 so far. The rest of 2013 starts Monday morning at 6 a.m. Eastern when O&A return live on the Opie Anthony channel.